Chapter 249. Mujino Shizuri vs. Kakin Taitaku. It's not like it's never happened before. In the original work, Mujino Shizuri's Dark Ops fought against Kakin Taitaku's Dark Ops. Mujino Shizuri even went up against Kakin Taitaku. But the result was terrible. Kakin Taitaku's ability, Dark Matter, was a bit of a cheat. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse could not even touch Kakin Taitaku's Dark Matter, which allowed him to create new substances. In other words, Mujino Shizuri was crushed by Kakin Taitaku. Just how powerful was the Dark Matter? It was so strong that even Accelerator would be at a disadvantage if he wasn't careful. It was so strong that even Mikoto, who had reached the 8th tier, had to use her railgun to blast it away. Otherwise, electricity alone wouldn't be able to hurt Kakin Taitaku. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse is of the same type as Mikoto's ability. With Mujino Shizuri's current level, if she goes up against Kakin Taitaku, the result will be the same as in the original work. This Mujino Shizuri, what's wrong with her that she wants to challenge Kakin Taitaku? Wu Yen couldn't help but let go of Kinuhata Sai and rubbed his forehead. Kinuhata Sai tidied up her messy clothes. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinuhata Sai was unhappy. How could Kinuhata Sai not understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words? He's obviously saying that Mujino Shizuri will definitely lose if she goes up against Kakin Taitaku. Don't underestimate Mujino. No matter what, Mujino is still ranked 4. Even if that Kakin Taitaku is 1 rank higher than Mujino, Mujino won't be that far behind. That's because you don't understand Kakin Taitaku. Wu Yen couldn't help but frown, and said to Kinuhata Sai in a serious tone. To put it bluntly, among the 7 LV5 players in Academy City, aside from Accelerator and Mikoto, anyone who goes up against him will die. Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai wanted to refute, but seeing Wu Yan's serious expression, Kinuhata Sai hesitated and said with uncertainty, Is it that powerful? Wu Yan helplessly nodded and said, Let's put it this way, you know about Accelerator, right? According to the tree diagram designer's calculations, if Accelerator goes all out, he can kill the old Mikoto within 185 moves. Impossible. Kinuhata Sai jumped up. That super railgun, even in the past, was ranked 3rd. How could it be so weak? It's not that Mikoto is weak, but Accelerator is too strong. Wu Yen bitterly smiled and shook his head, and then he laughed. Of course that was in the past. Now, Mikoto's strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if she can't win against Accelerator, she won't lose so badly. Kinuhata Sai stared blankly at Wu Yen, as if she was shocked by Wu Yan's words. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence. This is also related to that super accelerator. What does it have to do with that dark matter? That's the crux of the matter. Wu Yen sighed and looked at Kinuhata Sai. You know, if Kakin Taitaku goes up against Accelerator, then he will definitely lose badly. Kinuhata Sai let out a sigh of relief. However, Wu Yan's next words caused her to worry again. But, with the special properties of dark matter, even if he loses badly in the end, he will be able to force Accelerator into a disadvantageous position in the beginning. Say, do you think Mujino Shizuri can defeat Kakin Taitaku? If possible, please let me become his disciple. Kinuhata Sai went silent. She looked at Wu Yen, her eyes were filled with worry. Then, wouldn't it be dangerous for Mujino Shizuri to go up against him? Unless Mujino Shizuri goes up against Kakin Taitaku in her high exertion state, then maybe there's still a chance of winning. Wu Yen looked at the worried Kinuhata Sai and nodded in admiration. This is the good thing about Kinuhata Sai. Even though she lives in the Academy City's Black Ops, where people eat people, she cares a lot about her companions, even if the companions she cares about don't care about her at all. High exertion. Kinuhata Sai went silent again. Wu Yen shrugged with a bitter smile. He understood why Kinuhata Sai went silent. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse was actually very powerful. Just like light, electrons could adapt to different situations, displaying the properties of both particles and waves. It possessed the ability to forcefully manipulate the ambiguous situation between the two. What was directly emitted was neither waves nor particles, but the electron itself. Even if an electron that was fixed in an ambiguous state hit an object, it would stay on the spot because it could not decide whether it would be a particle or a waveform. Originally, the electron only had a mass that was infinitely close to 0, But the effect of the stay would become a pseudo-barrier, and the barrier would hit the target with terrifying power at the same speed as when it was released. Thus, due to the excessive power of this ability, it was very unstable and required a lot of fine-tuning and careful settings. Normally, Mujino Shizuri would control the power of her meltdown of atoms to a level that she could endure. This was the so-called low-output state. A researcher in a certain research institute in Academy City once said that if she didn't have her survival instincts restricting the output of atomic collapse, in other words, if she fully unleashed the power of atomic collapse to a high exertion state, Mujino Shizuri would be able to instantly kill the third-ranked railgun. But in reality, if Mujino Shizuri really did that and completely removed her survival instincts restricting atomic collapse, then her own body would also be shattered by the reaction of the high exertion state. In other words, if Mujino Shizuri went up against Kakine Taitaku with a low exertion state, she would lose instantly, but with a high exertion state, she would die instantly, and she might not even win. That Mujino Shizuri, why would she want to challenge Kakine Taitaku? Wu Yen couldn't help but pat his cheeks, feeling a headache coming on. Kinuhata Sai told Wu Yen, Mujino used to hate Railgun a lot. She always thought that the reason Railgun was able to surpass her was because of Railgun's ability. In terms of military usage, Railgun was better than Mujino's. Plus, Railgun was a high school student, so Mujino hated her a lot. In the end, Kakine Taitaku was defeated by Railgun. Originally, the research institutes thought that the third and fourth rank should be on par in terms of strength. But this time, the research institutes thought that Mujino's ability was weaker than Railgun's. Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this. That's why Mujino hated dark matter so much. She wanted to prove that she could also defeat dark matter, to prove that she wasn't weaker than the second-ranked Railgun. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. He suppressed the urge to curse and slumped his shoulders. He knew that Mujino Shizuri hated Makoto, but he didn't expect her to hate Makoto to this extent. Those trashy research institutes, did they take the wrong medicine to come up with such a conclusion? Aren't they just trying to lure the arrogant Mujino Shizuri to her death? What should I super do now? Kinuhata Sai clenched her fist. Super tell Mujino not to go? But with Mujino's personality, she'll definitely super think that I'm looking down on her and kill me with a meltdown atom. I say, are you that worried about her? Wu Yen couldn't help but ask. It's not just because of Mujino. Kinuhata Sai shook her head. Frenda and Takitsubu might be super dangerous as well. Mujino Shizuri, you're really something. Aren't you just trying to provoke this brother to make a move? Speechless helplessly. Dragging down the three girls he's already decided on. Mujino Shizuri. Wu Yen sighed and he said something that made Kinuhata Sai flabbergasted. Looks like it's time to get rid of Kakine Taitaku. Chapter 250. In an empty alley, Mujino Shizuri, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda are waiting for Kinuhata Sai's arrival. They've been waiting for quite some time now. At this moment, Mujino Shizuri's face is starting to show signs of impatience. There's even a hint of anger in her eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Frenda. Frenda, is Kinuhata not here yet? Arara, this is so weird. Frenda is holding a phone and continuously dialing Kinuhata Sai's number, but she didn't pick up every time. What's going on in the end? Kinuhata has always been punctual. Plus, Mujino already gave her a death order. Kinuhata shouldn't have disobeyed Mujino's orders. Could something have happened? Takitsubu Riku resisted her exhaustion and raised her head to ask Mujino Shizuri and Frenda. The only thing she can think of is that something happened to Kinuhata Sai. In a way, something did happen because at this time, Kinuhata Sai is running for her life because of a certain wolf behind her. Hearing this, Mujino Shizuri felt that it made sense. She had been doing missions with Kinuhata Sai almost every day. Mujino Shizuri understood Kinuhata Sai very well. If it wasn't for something happening, she wouldn't have been late. Do we need to pick her up? Frenda raised her phone and asked Mujino. The four of them have GPS, they just need to track her down and they'll be able to find Kinuhata Sai. Mujino Shizuri clicked her tongue and said impatiently. Forget it, with Kinuhata's abilities, even if something happened, with her nitrogen armor, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Let's not wait for her, let's go. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other helplessly. But they also know that once Mujino has made her decision, she won't be able to change it. Yes. Don't tell me you're super eager to deal with that dark matter? This was Kinuhata Sai's first reaction when she heard Wu Yen say that it's time for him to leave. After seeing Wu Yen nod his head, Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me you're super crazy? Didn't you just say that the dark matter was super powerful? Indeed, Kakin Taitaku is very powerful. His wine-red eyes suddenly turned golden. Of course, it was only for an instant before the golden color disappeared. Even Kinuhata Sai, who was right beside him, did not notice this change. Wu Yen smiled faintly. But I'm stronger than him. Wu Yen sounded very confident and resolute when he said this. If it was before, perhaps Wu Yen wouldn't have a 100% chance of winning against Kakin Taitaku's abnormal dark matter. In fact, the chances of him losing would be much higher. But now, Wu Yen, with his bloodline and new equipment, could even hold off an archangel, let alone a Kakin Taitaku. Therefore, Wu Yen was confident that he could kill Kakin Taitaku directly. Hearing Wu Yan's resolute words, Kinuhata Sai was stunned for a moment before she frowned again. Indeed, since you can super defeat Mugino, it seems like you're also a super LV5. If you team up with Mugino Chao, you might be able to defeat Kakin Taitaku. Wu Yen smiled faintly and did not explain. He was secretly laughing in his heart, hoping that Kinuhata Sai wouldn't be so shocked that her jaw would drop when the time comes. But Kinuhata Sai suddenly changed her tone and looked at Wu Yen. Why do you super want to help us? Yeah, why? Wu Yen pretended to be confused and touched his chin. He looked at Kinuhata Sai's serious face and smiled. I have no choice. That Kakin Taitaku might hurt my sisters. If I don't help him, he might. Your sisters? Kinuhata Sai was stunned and widened her eyes at Wu Yen. She raised her finger and shouted at Wu Yen. Who are you calling your sisters? You super pervert. As expected, you're super pervert. You're super targeting the four of us. Hey, don't misunderstand. Wu Yen immediately shook his head and said righteously. Not four, it's three. That Aunt Mugino who goes through menopause every day is not my cup of tea. You. Kinuhata Sai pointed at Wu Yen with a trembling finger. She saw how righteous he was when he declared that he wanted to take in three sisters, and one of them was her. Kinuhata Sai went crazy and shouted. They're not your super sisters. You super pervert. Don't even think about it. Aya, Kinuhata Sai, don't be shy. You see, we've already done that kind of thing. Isn't it natural for them to become my sisters? Don't make it sound so flirtatious. I was just super hypnotized by you. Kinuhata Sai didn't realize that she just said something outrageous and continued to criticize Wu Yen. Also, it's not us, it's you. You're super hypnotized. We didn't do it willingly. Ma, it's all the same. It's super hypnotized. Kinuhata Sai felt that her throat was burning and she was panting heavily. One could imagine how excited she was just now. Wu Yen looked at the panting Kinuhata Sai and suddenly reached out his hand. While Kinuhata Sai was stunned, he lifted her chin and brought her lips closer to his. You. What are you super trying to do? Looking at the pair of charming wine-red eyes, Kinuhata Sai panicked and shifted her eyes away. Her face was frozen because of Wu Yan's action. She wanted to break free from Wu Yan's hand, but she stopped because of Wu Yan's next sentence. Kinuhata Sai, do you really want to stay in the dark ops and live a dark life? Kinuhata Sai went silent. She didn't know how she should answer him. She could say she doesn't want to, but she's already used to living a life of darkness. If she said she wants to, she would feel a sense of helplessness that came from the depths of her heart. Thus, Kinuhata Sai could only stay silent. Kinuhata Sai's silence made Wu Yen sigh. While Kinuhata Sai was silent, Wu Yen suddenly leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. The silent Kinuhata Sai was stunned. By the time she reacted, a warm tongue had already reached into her mouth, grabbing onto her little tongue and entwining them together. Kinuhata Sai's eyes widened as she looked at Wu Yan's face that was magnified countless times. She panicked and started to whimper and hit Wu Yan's chest with all her might, trying to get him to let go of her. Wu Yen directly hugged Kinuhata Sai and started to rub her lips. Kinuhata Sai started to lose her strength, and the strength of her hands that were hitting Wu Yan's chest became weaker and weaker. In the end, she couldn't even kill a mosquito. Kinuhata Saiai's eyes narrowed as she looked at Wu Yan kissing her lips. She slowly closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. She started to treat her first kiss seriously. Their tongues intertwined and their saliva passed. This is the first time she kissed someone, and it was such an intense kiss. Kinuhata Saiai's heart started to beat faster and faster. Even her body started to heat up. Her breathing started to become difficult. That suffocating feeling made Kinuhata Saiai feel a faint sense of happiness. Kinuhata Saiai was at a loss as she felt this suffocating happiness. She didn't know what to do. After a long time, their lips parted. Looking at Kinuhata Saiai, who was panting heavily, Wu Yan smiled. Kinuhata Saiai, are you still going to reject me? I. Kinuhata Saiai was gasping for breath. Even answering Wu Yan was a bit difficult. Seeing this, Wu Yan smiled and said domineeringly. Anyway, I want you, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda. I don't plan to let any of you go. After saying that, Wu Yan lowered his head and licked Kinuhata Saiai's lips. He then pecked her lips a few more times before smiling. Well, it's okay if you don't know how to answer me. Wait until I find Takitsubu Riku and Frenda first. Chapter 251. While Wu Yan is trying his best on the girl in his arms, on the other side of the street. How is it? Takitsubu, have you found that person yet? Mujino Shizuri asked impatiently with her arms crossed. Due to the excessive flow of people on the street, the AIM force field of the aptitude users affected each other and cancelled each other out. In order to find the person Mujino Shizuri is looking for, Takitsubu Riku has expended too much of her energy. Her face is pale and sweat is dripping down her forehead. Her footsteps are weak and she looks like she will collapse at any moment. At this time, Takitsubu Riku has already consumed a body crystal. Frenda clenched her fists. Seeing Takitsubu Riku in such a state, her heart ached. Frenda may be a little timid and afraid of death, but she still cares a lot about her companions. In the original work, if Kakine Taitaku didn't threaten Frenda with her life, she wouldn't have betrayed him. Now, seeing Takitsubu Riku in pain, she wanted to stop her but she was too afraid of Mujino Shizuri. Hence, she could only watch without moving. Mujino Shizuri could clearly see that Takitsubu Riku was expending all her energy and computing power to search for Kakine Taitaku. However, she didn't ask her to stop, instead, she kept urging her. At some point, Takitsubu Riku's eyes trembled. She immediately turned to Mujino Shizuri and said with a trembling voice. Found him. Not far away, he doesn't seem to be moving. He stopped. After Takitsubu Riku found him, she immediately stopped using her ability. There was an unconcealable look of exhaustion on her face as she panted heavily. If one were to look closely, they would notice that her body was already a little weak. All right. Takitsubu, let's go now. Don't let him get away. Mujino Shizuri smiled. She didn't care if she can defeat Kakine Taitaku. In her heart, if that middle school student can defeat Kakine Taitaku, she can too. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's words, Takitsubu Riku revealed a smile but it quickly disappeared. Even her smile was a little forced. One could imagine how weak Takitsubu Riku was at this moment. After Mujino Shizuri finished speaking, she walked briskly towards Kakine Taitaku's seat. She did not seem to have any intention of consoling Takitsubu Riku as she walked away. Seeing this, the two girls quickly followed behind her. However, after taking a few steps, Takitsubu Riku stumbled and half knelt on the ground. Takitsubu! Frenda exclaimed and quickly ran to Takitsubu Riku's side to support her. Are you all right? Takitsubu! Hearing this, Mujino Shizuri, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around. Seeing Takitsubu Riku's extremely weak state, she frowned and asked in annoyance, What's wrong? I'm fine. Perhaps it was due to her mental exhaustion. Takitsubu Riku's reply was weak and feeble, which made Frenda a little worried. Takitsubu, why don't you take a rest first? Frenda asked hesitantly. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Mujino Shizuri, as if to ask for her opinion. Mujino Shizuri looked at Takitsubu Riku with furrowed brows. Even though Takitsubu Riku was of no help during the battle, she was indispensable during the pursuit. If Kakine Taitaku ran away again, how are they going to pursue him? Seeing Mujino Shizuri's silence, Frenda also fell silent. Takitsubu Riku took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. I'm fine, we can continue. This time, Mujino Shizuri smiled. That's good if that's the case. Let's continue the pursuit. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku could only nod in agreement. Passing through the crowd, under Takitsubu Riku's guidance, they crossed street after street. Finally, the three members of Item turned into a small street and arrived in front of a very large warehouse. After arriving at this place, they stopped in their tracks. At the same time, they focused their attention and looked ahead without moving an inch. A young man with an evil aura is leaning against the wall outside the warehouse. He has a half-smile on his face, but it's not hard to tell that he's not in a good mood. His eyes are filled with a faint evil aura, his brown pupils are looking at Mujino Shizuri, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda. He doesn't seem surprised by their appearance, it's as if he's been waiting for them here. It's Kakin Taitaku. Finally found me? Well then, members of Item, what business do you have with me? Kakin Taito laughed evilly and said to Mujino Shizuri and the others. What he said surprised Mujino Shizuri and the others. You knew that we were following you? Mujino Shizuri raised an eyebrow. It's an elegant action, but it can't hide her anger at Kakin Taitaku's teasing attitude. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's question, Kakin Taitaku pursed his lips and looked at Takitsubu Riku. When that little girl used her ability, I knew. Mujino Shizuri's expression froze. Her eyes narrowed. Kakin Taitaku didn't even look at Mujino Shizuri. He continued to look at Takitsubu Riku. Originally, I wanted to create a special particle to emit the same AIM field as me and lure you guys to another place. But I was curious why you guys were looking for me, so I stopped here and waited for you guys. Why? Mujino Shizuri smiled. Green light suddenly appeared around her. Green light orbs appeared around her. Do you need me to explain? Holding up an atomic collapse orb, Mujino Shizuri looked at Kakin Taitaku with a half-smile. She seems to be laughing at his teasing just now. Kakin Taitaku laughed. He laughed very happily, but also very angrily. You, the fourth member who couldn't even take down a hunter, even if all of you went out together? Ha 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 ha. Kakin Taitaku laughed out loud as if he just discovered something very happy. He couldn't stop himself. You bastard. Ever since her defeat against Wu Yen, Mujino Shizuri still felt like there was a thorn in her back. She felt very uncomfortable. Now that Kakin Taitaku pointed it out, the anger from her memories instantly swallowed her rationality. A blinding beam of light shot out from Mujino Shizuri's hand and hit Kakin Taitaku. Mujino Shizuri frowned. Even though it looks like she hit him, but how could Kakin Taitaku be defeated so easily? This is your atomic collapse? Kakin Taitaku's disdainful voice rang out. Mujino Shizuri's face turned serious as she looked up. A faint black gas appeared in front of Kakin Taitaku's chest. He stood there unharmed. This. Mujino Shizuri stared at the unharmed Kakin Taitaku in disbelief. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku had the same expression on their faces. They had never seen anyone come out unscathed after being hit by Mujino Shizuri's meltdown atomic bomb. Kakin Taitaku patted his chest, and the black gas in front of his chest rippled. Kakin Taitaku curled his lips and said with disdain, What's so strange about that? This layer of dark matter. No matter what it is, as long as it touches it, it will be broken down into the most basic atoms. At the same time, it will lose all its speed and most of its energy. Kakin Taitaku looked at Mujino Shizuri and laughed. If I remember correctly, your atomic collapse is the basic electrons, right? Mujino Shizuri was stunned. She didn't expect her atomic collapse to be countered so easily. Mujino Shizuri had an ominous premonition. She suddenly had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Did I think too much of it? Chapter 252. Seeing Mujino Shizuri's stunned expression, Kakin Taitaku finally stopped laughing. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he shook his head and said disappointedly, Looks like you're very confident in your abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this after seeing your ability fail. Once your ability fails, you won't have any other tricks up your sleeves. Kakin Taitaku glanced at Mujino Shizuri. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeves, then you're dead for sure. Kakin Taitaku smiled faintly and looked at Mujino Shizuri like she's a dead man. Mujino Shizuri finally recovered from her shock. She was furious when she saw Kakin Taitaku looking at her with disdain. she shouted. Good. Very good. Since you want to die faster, I'll grant you your wish. Mujino Shizuri took out a crystal chip that looked like a rhombus from her pocket. It was none other than the diffusion support semiconductor. Almost instantly, Mujino Shizuri's meltdowner hit the diffusion support semiconductor. Countless meltdowners shot out from the disintegrated diffusion support semiconductor towards Kakin Taitaku. Kakin Taitaku had an evil smile on his face. He smiled at the incoming meltdowner atomic bomb as if he was welcoming a guest. He squinted his eyes lazily and leaned against the wall of the warehouse, ignoring the terrifying amount of meltdowner atomic bomb comments. A thick layer of dark elemental gas appeared in front of Kakin Taitaku and covered his entire body. Following the movement of the gas, countless meltdowns appeared and smashed into Kakin Taitaku's body. The meltdowners exploded continuously and buried Kakin Taitaku's body. The warehouse behind Kakin Taitaku started to distort severely. Several meltdowners shot out from the walls from time to time. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku ran away as fast as they could when Mujino Shizuri took out the diffusion support semiconductor. They stood there looking at the center of the explosion in fear. This isn't the first time they've seen this scene, but every time they see it, they're terrified. The battle only lasted for a short while. Even the time spent talking was longer than the actual battle. But this battle was destined from the start. It's not something people of their level can interfere with. With the help of the diffusion support semiconductor, the meltdowner atomic bomb fired randomly at Kakin Taitaku's position. Mujino Shizuri smiled when she saw Kakin Taitaku's figure buried in the center. But soon her smile froze. Countless meltdowns hit Kakin Taitaku's body, but they all stopped in front of him. Then, they were all disintegrated by the layer of black gas, the dark elemental substance. Not a single one hit Kakin Taitaku. This. Mujino Shizuri stared blankly at Kakin Taitaku, who had a calm smile on his face. She couldn't believe that her own ability was so powerless in front of his dark matter. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other in disbelief. After all, in their eyes, Mujino Shizuri was the epitome of invincibility. Ever since they formed item with Mujino Shizuri, they've never seen an enemy that could last more than 10 rounds against Mujino Shizuri. However, after that day, everything changed. The invincible Mujino Shizuri was defeated by a thief who stole a test subject by Wu Yen. From that day onwards, Mujino Shizuri's image in their hearts was reduced by half. On the day of the encirclement mission with the hounds, Mujino Shizuri was once again defeated by a strange woman. She didn't even have a chance to fight back. Mujino Shizuri's image in their hearts was reduced by half again. Could it be that Mujino Shizuri was going to fail again? This thought appeared in Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's mind. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of fear. Looking at the evil smile on Kakin Taitaku's face, Frenda and Takitsubu Riku didn't think that Kakin Taitaku, the leader of Academy City's Black Ops, would let them go like Wu Yen and Ikaros. In other words, if Mujino Shizuri loses this time, they're dead for sure. Kakin Taitaku looked at the stunned Mujino Shizuri and felt even more disdain in his heart. He slowly walked towards Mujino Shizuri. Kakin Taitaku's action made Mujino Shizuri's face twitch. Almost reflexively, Mujino Shizuri took a step back. Kakin Taitaku acted like he didn't see it and continued walking towards Mujino Shizuri. Every time Kakin Taitaku took a step forward, Mujino Shizuri would subconsciously take a step back. It's obvious that Mujino Shizuri is starting to feel fear towards Kakin Taitaku. Kakin Taitaku frowned and looked at Mujino Shizuri. Why are you taking a step back? Didn't you want to mess with me? Then stop wasting time. What other skills do you have? Hurry up and use them. Kakin Taitaku looked a little annoyed. In his mind, this kind of low-level battle is just a waste of his time. This is also the result of his personality of looking down on those below him. Damn it! Mujino Shizuri stopped in her tracks. She looked at Kakin Taitaku with anger and fear. She had to admit that Kakin Taitaku had guessed correctly. Due to her strong confidence in her abilities, Mujino Shizuri relied too much on her abilities. Now that her abilities have failed, she has no other options left. At this moment, due to the meltdown of atoms, the warehouse is burning with flames everywhere. The temperature is rising rapidly, making Mujino Shizuri feel her throat dry up. Feeling her emotions fluctuating, Mujino Shizuri clenched her fists tightly. Thinking about the recent failures, Mujino Shizuri almost went crazy. Am I going to fail again? Thinking of this, Mujino Shizuri screamed hysterically. Damn it! He's clearly only ranked third before me. Kakin Taitaku stopped in his tracks. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. His expression sank, and his bangs covered his eyes. Following Kakin Taitaku's silence, a bloody aura started to spread in the air. Mujino Shizuri's body trembled and a horrified expression appeared on her face. A low voice that sounded like it came from hell crawled out from Kakin Taitaku's mouth. I have to say, Mujino Shizuri, you have angered me. What does Kakin Taitaku hate the most? In the past, it might be Accelerator Passage, but now, it's Misaka Mikoto. That day, he was defeated by Mikoto without any resistance. The layer of dark matter on his chest that can decompose anything was torn apart by Mikoto's railgun in the most violent way possible. At the same time, Kakin Taitaku's pride was shredded to pieces. Especially when he thought about how confident he was in the beginning, flapping his 6 wings and appearing in front of Misaka Mikoto. From his point of view, asking for something from Misaka Mikoto should be a piece of cake. However, Kakin Taitaku did not expect that he was wrong from the beginning, very wrong. What he thought would be a piece of cake in Misaka Mikoto's eyes, it was like a circus. When he thought about how he acted like a clown explaining his invincible ability, Kakin Taitaku almost went crazy. On top of that, his ranking dropped to 3rd place. Mujino Shizuri's words about being in 1st place completely ignited the hatred in Kakin Taitaku's heart. Chapter 253. When Kakin Taitaku raised his head again, the gloominess on his face was gone. However, Mujino Shizuri did not let her guard down. She could feel an even stronger aura in the air. Mujino Shizuri shrunk back, fear creeping into her heart. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku shared the same feeling. Suddenly, Kakin Taitaku raised his hand. The dark matter around him began to glow and swirl into his palm. Mujino Shizuri, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku all had different expressions on their faces. A floating black orb appeared in Kakin Taitaku's hand. Then, in an instant, it was fired in the direction of Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri felt a great sense of danger. Her mind went blank. Looking at the black ball of light that was filled with a destructive aura, Mujino Shizuri bit her lips in hatred. Without thinking, she simply threw away the diffusion support semiconductor in her hand and opened the collapsing atom electronic shield made of ambiguous wave particle state in front of her with all her strength. In the next second, the black orb exploded a meter in front of Mujino Shizuri. Asterisk boom asterisk an earth-shattering sound came from the center of the explosion. It was as if an atomic bomb had exploded. A rather powerful mushroom cloud slowly rose from the empty space of the warehouse. It was just that it was much smaller than an atomic bomb's mushroom cloud. Even though it is much smaller, it is still enough to cover the entire sky. Countless rocks were blown away and mixed within the mushroom cloud. The ground is already a mess. Closer to the warehouse, the loud sound was also heard by the people here. They all looked towards the source of the sound and saw a small mushroom cloud. Kakin Taitaku rode his 6 white wings and flew out from a corner of the mushroom cloud. He stopped in the air and looked inside the mushroom cloud with a cold smile. His eyes were like lightning as he looked inside the mushroom cloud. It was as if he could see what was going on inside the mushroom cloud. A gust of wind blew through the area and blew away the mushroom cloud. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the scene on the ground fell into Kakin Taitaku's eyes. The ground was in a mess. Countless large and small craters littered the ground. Rocks and debris were scattered everywhere. At the center, in the largest crater, Mujino Shizuri was there. Not far away on the ground, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda are also covered in wounds. Their clothes are tattered and their faces are covered in dust. They're struggling to move on the ground. Mujino Shizuri coughed incessantly as the dust was sucked into her windpipe. Her clothes were in tatters, but compared to Takitsubu Riku and Frenda, she was in a much better state. Looking at Kakin Taitaku flying in the sky with absolute power, Mujino Shizuri's face was filled with fear. One hit. Just one hit. Her meltdown atom shield was destroyed in one hit. The shockwave from the explosion caused quite a bit of damage to her. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku were so far away but they were also caught in the shockwave. They can't even stand up now. How is this possible? How is he so strong? Impossible. Mujino Shizuri shrunk back a little. Her heart kept repeating this sentence. Even her mouth was mumbling like a mosquito. It was as if she had lost her mind. Mujino Shizuri raised her head with difficulty to look at Kakin Taitaku in the sky. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. They were both LV5, how could he be so strong? Was the dark matter really that powerful? Misaka Mikoto. How did she defeat such a monster? Kakin Taitaku flapped his 6 pairs of wings and gently floated down from the sky. He landed in front of Mujino Shizuri, giving her a shock. Looking at Mujino Shizuri's cowering body, Kakin Taitaku narrowed his eyes and shook his head in disdain. That's it? How boring. Mujino Shizuri gritted her teeth and used Meltdown Atom Shield on Kakin Taitaku's body. However, it was quickly disintegrated by the layer of dark matter. Mujino Shizuri was stunned for a moment before she hysterically used Meltdown Atom Shield on Kakin Taitaku's body. However, without exception, all her attacks were disintegrated 10 centimeters away from Kakin Taitaku's body. Looking at the crazed Mujino Shizuri, the disdain in Kakin Taitaku's eyes slowly disappeared. He looked at Mujino Shizuri as if he was looking at a dead person. A beam of light shot out from Kakin Taitaku's wings and landed on Mujino Shizuri's body. After a loud bang, Mujino Shizuri was sent flying by the beam and landed on the ground. Her body was covered in wounds and traces of blood were all over her body. Kakin Taitaku walked in front of Mujino Shizuri and looked down at her who was struggling to get up from the ground. He chuckled. I really don't understand. With your abilities, why did you dare to come knocking on my door? Do you have a death wish? Mujino Shizuri was silent. It's not that she didn't want to speak, it's just that she can't speak anymore. It's as if all the bones in her body have fallen off. Her throat was filled with a thick taste of blood. Her eyes have lost all light and despair filled her heart. Kakin Taitaku clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned his head to look at Frenda and Takitsubu Riko. His lips curled into an evil grin. Seeing that you're also LV5, I'll let you live and kill you last. Kakin Taitaku laughed maniacally and turned to look at Frenda and Takitsubu Riko. I'll help you take care of your subordinates first. Frenda's face was filled with shock, fear and the desire to live. She struggled to speak to Kakin Taitaku. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Oh? Kakin Taitaku looked at Frenda in surprise and laughed. Who knows what he was laughing about? He nodded as if he understood her and laughed. Surprisingly cowardly. Fine, I'll let you live too. After saying that, Kakin Taitaku glanced at Takitsubu Riko, bent down and grabbed her by the collar, pulling her up. Laughing maniacally, Kakin Taitaku said, if that's the case, I'll let you die first. Seeing that you were able to track me down, I wanted to let you live until the end. But your leader is a LV5, I can't let her die before you, right? Your teammates are begging for mercy, so I'll kill you first. Takitsubu Riko's tired eyes turned to Kakin Taitaku. Looking at his maniacal laughter, her eyes flickered. Memories of the past surfaced in Takitsubu Riko's mind. Takitsubu Riko realized that almost all of her memories were stored in item. Due to the negative effects of activating her ability, Takitsubu Riko spent most of her time sleeping. Other than sleeping, all she did was sleep. When she was still conscious, all of her memories were of her activating her ability and completing missions. Facing death, Takitsubu Riko went through the memories in her mind. Suddenly, she realized that her life had been so dull and boring. If I can live again, how great would that be? This time, I will definitely create my own memories. Suddenly, a scene appeared in her mind. It's different from those repetitive scenes. This time, there's a real change. It's not sleeping, it's no longer a mission, it's herself. She's lying in a man's arms, being groped all over her body. Die! Kakin Taitaku raised his hand with a sinister smile. But before he could raise his hand, it was grabbed by another hand. Let go of your filthy hands. Chapter 254. Let go of your filthy hands. A cold voice echoed in this eerily quiet place. Mujino Shizuri and Frenda who are lying on the ground are stunned. Kakin Taitaku who was laughing crazily also froze. A second after the voice sounded, a huge force was applied to Kakin Taitaku's hand. Intense pain was transmitted to Kakin Taitaka's mind. He subconsciously screamed in pain. Takitsubu Riku immediately opened her eyes. Her eyelids have been closed for most of her life. The speed at which she opened her eyes in the past was not as fast as this time. Therefore, Takitsubu Riku quickly saw the last image that appeared in her mind. It was a figure that looked exactly like the man in the movie. "I told you to let go of your filthy hands. Didn't you hear me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fist enlarged in front of Kakin Taitaka's eyes. Before he could react, the fist landed on his face. Intense pain came from his face. This time Kakin Taitaku couldn't scream as he was sent flying. His hand that was holding onto Takitsubu Riku's collar loosened. A pair of hands pulled Takitsubu Riku's falling body into his embrace. When that unfamiliar yet familiar embrace embraced her body, Takitsubu Riku's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the face that she has only seen 3 times, she actually had the urge to cry. Takitsubu. Frienda. Kinuhata Sai saw the scene of Kakin Taitaku being sent flying. She saw Frienda lying on the ground and Takitsubu Riku being held by Wu Yen. She saw their injuries and couldn't help but scream. Mujino! When the scene of Mujino Shizuri lying on the ground entered Kinuhata Sai's eyes, Kinuhata Sai was stunned. She then ran to Frienda and looked at her and Takitsubu Riku. "Are you guys super okay?" Kinuhata Sai said worriedly to the two of them. She didn't expect that in the short time she was gone, her 3 companions would suffer such serious injuries. "Kinuhata!" Frienda weakly called out to Kinuhata Sai. But when she saw the person holding Takitsubu Riki and sending Kakin Taitaku flying with a single punch, she was shocked. "It's you." "What?" Wu Yen looked at the shocked Frienda and said in an annoyed tone. "Can't it be me? Why are you here?" Frienda asked in a bewildered manner. After all, Wu Yen used to be their enemy. "Kinuhata, why are you with him?" Before Kinuhata Sai could say anything, Wu Yen hugged Takitsubu Riku even tighter. Looking at Takitsubu Riku who is staring at him in a daze, he laughed. "Of course I am here to save you guys." "Save us?" Frienda felt like her brain couldn't process what was happening. Why did you save us? In the end, aren't you our enemy?" "I'm your man." Wu Yen didn't hesitate to say this sentence that caused Frienda and Takitsubu Riku's brain to short-circuit. He then ignored the shocked Frienda and Takitsubu Riku and looked forward. "It's you." The same sentence came out of Frienda's mouth with shock, but it came out of Kakin Taitaku's mouth with hatred. Covering his face, Kakin Taitaku stood up from the ground and looked at Wu Yen. His eyes were filled with both old and new grudges. The new grudge was naturally Wu Yen sending him flying with 1 punch. As for the old grudge, Kakin Taitaku knew that the man in front of him was Misaka Mikoto's man. "Kakin Taitaku," Wu Yen said softly. At the same time, he shoved Takitsubu Riku into Kinuhata Sai's hands and stood up. "If I remember correctly, you're the 3rd man." Kakin Taitaku looked at Wu Yen with murderous intent. Whenever Mikoto was mentioned, he couldn't help but feel hatred. Hearing Kakin Taitaku's question, Wu Yen laughed. "3rd man? You seem to have remembered wrongly. I'm the 2nd man now." Kakin Taitaku trembled. The murderous intent in his eyes was like a knife that cut into Wu Yan's body. Obviously, Wu Yen poked Kakin Taitaku's sore spot. "Oi, oi!" Frienda yelled at Wu Yen in fear. "Are you trying to provoke him or something? You're crazy." Even Mujino couldn't fight back against that guy. Even if you can rape Mujino, you're no match for that guy. "Let's just run." Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku also looked at Wu Yen. Their eyes were filled with worry and fear. They seemed to be thinking of running away too. Wu Yen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Running on the ground is no match for flying in the sky. Besides, there's no need to run. Ignoring Kakin Taitaku's murderous intent, Wu Yen walked to Mujino Shizuri's side and looked at her struggling on the ground. "You once again were harmed by your pride." Mujino Shizuri's pupils shrunk and a pained expression flashed through her eyes. She looked at Wu Yen while coughing. "Are you here to make fun of me? If you succeed." Wu Yen shook his head. "If I want to mock you, I'll have to wait until after this is over." "After this is over?" Mujino Shizuri smiled bitterly and looked at Kakin Taitaku. Her eyes dimmed. "I don't even know if I can keep my life." "I'll protect you." Wu Yan's words made Kakin Taitaku laugh. Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda were stunned. Mujino Shizuri's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. You don't understand. This dark matter is not just strong. Wu Yan waved his hand and asked. Just tell me, do you want to live or not? Yes. Mujino Shizuri answered without hesitation. Naturally, no one wants to die if they can live. Mujino Shizuri is the same. That's enough. Wu Yan glanced at Kakin Taitaku and said to Mujino Shizuri. I'll save you, but I want a reward. Mujino Shizuri turned to look at Wu Yan, as if signaling Wu Yan to state his conditions. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda. My reward is your 3 subordinates. Mujino Shizuri was stunned. Takitsubu Riku and Frenda were also stunned. Only Kinuhata Sai cursed silently and looked at Wu Yan without saying a word. How about it? Looking at the different expressions on the 3 girls, Wu Yan chuckled in a rather pleased manner. He then asked Mujino Shizuri with a smile. Mujino Shizuri's expression kept changing. She's not the type to care about her companions. Even if all of her companions died, she wouldn't shed a single tear or feel sad. However, with Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku gone, if item doesn't disband, it will be reorganized. But when she saw Kakin Taitaku's figure, Mujino Shizuri's heart trembled. She looked at Wu Yan and said, As long as you can save my life, I have no objections. Mujino. Frenda was stunned. She couldn't believe that she was sold just like that. What followed was a wave of sadness. Frenda has done a lot of things in the past. She didn't expect that this time, it would be her turn to be sold. As for the other 2 girls, it's a completely different story. Kinuhata Sai gnashed her teeth and looked at Wu Yan as if she wanted to take a bite out of him. Takitsubu Riku's eyes flashed with surprise. Can I follow him from now on? All of this, Wu Yan, who thought he only had half of Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda, didn't know that his battle results have changed from half to 1.5. Now that Mujino Shizuri agreed, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. His gaze towards Kakin Taitaku also gradually turned cold. In item, other than Aunt Mujino, who is having menopause and throwing tantrums every day, the other 3 are all his favorites. They're all his targets. When he saw Takitsubu Riku and Frenda's miserable state, Wu Yan had already decided to bestow Kakin Taitaku a glorious death. Chapter 255. Kakin Taitaku has been standing aside since the beginning, quietly waiting for Wu Yan and Mujino Shizuri to finish their conversation. He doesn't seem to care about anything. Only Kakin Taitaku himself knew how much of a storm was blowing in his heart. Kakin Taitaku has sworn more than once that he will make Misaka Makoto, the woman who humiliated him and pulled him down from his pedestal, suffer a fate worse than death. However, every time Kakin Taitaku wanted to take revenge on Makoto, the orange beam that shot through the sky would flash across his mind. The beam that killed him in an instant. That orange light was like a demon in Kakin Taitaku's heart. Whenever he thought of that orange light, Kakin Taitaku's hatred would vanish as if it had been struck by that orange light. In other words, Kakin Taitaku is afraid. At least, before he finds a way to counter that orange beam, Kakin Taitaku is destined to hide from Makoto for the rest of his life. However, Wu Yan's appearance and his words have caused all the hatred in Kakin Taitaku's heart to erupt. He can't deal with the railgun, but can't he deal with her man? She wondered what kind of expression the 3rd person would have on the face of the man who had killed her. It's obvious that Kakin Taitaku hasn't recovered from the fact that he was pulled down to the 3rd person. He's imagining things as if he's trying to escape. After making up his mind, Kakin Taitaku no longer cared about Wu Yan's words. He calmly waited for Wu Yan and Mujino Shizuri to finish their conversation. Kakin Taitaku chuckled when Wu Yan turned around to look at him. Are you done with your work? If not, you can continue, I don't mind waiting. In Kakin Taitaku's heart, the man in front of him is only Misaka Makoto's man. Nothing else is worth mentioning. Kakin Taitaku has investigated Wu Yan's identity before. Level 0. Powerless. Hooligan. If Wu Yan didn't have Misaka Makoto as his backer, Kakin Taitaku wouldn't even bother to look at him. Kakin Taitaku thinks that killing Wu Yan is a piece of cake. However, Kakin Taitaku has already forgotten the last time he said that it was a piece of cake. Oh, is that so? Wu Yan saw the nonchalance in Kakin Taitaku's eyes. He smiled faintly and said to Kakin Taitaku's astonished gaze, "But I do mind." Wu Yan chuckled and tilted his head. He looked at Kakin Taitaku and said, "I don't have that much time to waste with you. It's already dark and my wives are waiting for me for dinner." "He's crazy. He's definitely crazy." Frenda pulled her beret tightly to cover her eyes, as if she couldn't bear to watch any longer. It was fine if he didn't want to escape, it was fine if he wanted to fight, but why was he courting death? Takitsubo Riku and Kinuhata Sai looked at Wu Yan worriedly. Even Mujino Shizuri felt gloomy. She thought that Wu Yan will be chopped into pieces by Kakin Taitaku. Kakin Taitaku chuckled, but his eyes didn't have the slightest hint of a smile. Wu Yan's words didn't fail to infuriate him. "You seem to be very confident in yourself. Why? Do you think the third Misaka Mikoto will come and save you?" Wu Yan looked at Kakin Taitaku with a half-smile. Mujino Shizuri, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku were shocked to see Wu Yan facing Kakin Taitaku was like. It was exactly the same as when Kakin Taitaku faced them in the first place. That's a sign that he doesn't put Kakin Taitaku in his eyes. Tapping his chin, Wu Yan shrugged. "Mikoto isn't here. I'm the only one here. You don't have to be afraid." "Afraid?" Kakin Taitaku was so angry that he laughed. "You said I'm afraid?" "You didn't hear wrong." Wu Yan took out a coin from his pocket. Kakin Taitaku's pupils shrunk as he held it in his hand. "I did say that you're afraid. Am I wrong? The third. You're courting death," Kakin Taitaku said to Wu Yan with a gloomy expression. His eyes kept looking at the coin in Wu Yan's hand. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. That fear disappeared quickly, but Wu Yan still caught it. Wu Yan was slightly stunned. He looked at the coin in his hand and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he realized something. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned and he came up with a plan. Beep beep beep. A burst of blue-white electric light appeared on Wu Yan's body. The electric current screeched crazily and made a sharp sound like glass being scraped. The blue-white electric current filled Wu Yan's entire body. "What?" Kakin Taitaku was shocked. Looking at the electric current on Wu Yan's body, he shouted in shock. "This is impossible. Aren't you a powerless person? Could it be that you're hiding your abilities?" If Wu Yan was just a powerless person who hid his ability, Kakin Taitaku wouldn't be so shocked. However, the familiar blue-white electric current and the relationship between Wu Yan and that person made Kakin Taitaku shocked. Looking at Kakin Taitaku's shocked expression, Wu Yan was even more certain of his guess. He tossed the coin in his hand and smiled at Kakin Taitaku. "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Kakin Taitaku's face was completely dark. Anger flashed in his eyes. Wu Yan's words made Kakin Taitaku forget about Wu Yan's ability. Kakin Taitaku snorted coldly, flapped his wings, and flew up into the sky. He laughed coldly and said, "Is it similar to the railgun? That's an electric power. No wonder the two of you are together, but..." Kakin Taitaku looked at Wu Yan and said with a fake smile, "You can't use the railgun." Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Kakin Taitaku and didn't say anything. He raised his hand and the electric current on his body flowed towards the coin in Wu Yan's hand. Kakin Taitaku's pupils shrunk when he saw this familiar yet nightmarish scene. He pretended to be calm and told himself that this was impossible. However, what happened next made Kakin Taitaku's handsome face turn green. The coin in his hand glowed white as the electricity flowed through it. It turned into a tiny white dot. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned golden. Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubo Riku, Frenda, and Mujino Shizuri who were watching Wu Yan were stunned. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were enough to make them suspicious. Now that they turned gold, it was extremely strange. As for Kakin Taitaku, when he saw the token in Wu Yan's hand, he couldn't help but shudder. A sense of dread crept into his heart. He screamed, "Oh no!" in his mind. The next second, the railgun's orange beam shot towards Kakin Taitaku with lightning speed. Kakin Taitaku, Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda were all shocked. "Super electromagnetic gun!" Everyone exclaimed in unison. Instinctively, Kakin Taitaku waved his hand, and 3 layers of dark matter appeared in front of him. Then, he saw the railgun coming towards him, and he dodged to the side like his life depended on it. Wu Yan smiled. If Kakin Taitaku looked closely, he would notice that his railgun was nothing compared to Mikoto's railgun last time. His railgun was not enough to break through Kakin Taitaku's layer of dark matter, let alone 3 layers. There was no need for him to dodge. This proved that Kakin Taitaku was afraid of the railgun. Chapter 256. The railgun swept past Kakin Taitaku's original position, and he easily dodged it. However, Kakin Taitaku's face was still filled with shock. It was as if the beam that he easily dodged was some kind of terrifying thing. It was hard to understand. Kakin Taitaku didn't realize that the railgun was no match for Mikoto's railgun in terms of speed and power. He looked at Wu Yan and gritted his teeth. Why do you know how to use railgun? Isn't that Misaka Mikoto's skill? Wu Yan had a faint smile on his face the whole time. He looked at Kakin Taitaku, who is still in a state of shock. His eyes flashed with a playful glint. He waved his hand and he took out another coin and kept it in his hand. Who knows? You bastard. Kakin Taitaku slowly put away the shock on his face. Instead, it was replaced by anger. The 6 pairs of wings on his back spread out. Instantly, each of the wings glowed with white light. Following that, 6 pure white beams of light shot out from the 6 wings. These 6 pure white light beams were facing the 6 super railgun cannons that were already right in front of them. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the railgun to be fired so easily. The railgun tore through the pure white light beams and headed straight for Kakin Taitaku. Kakin Taitaku looked at the 6 railguns and felt that they were not a threat to him. Still, he could not help but feel a little scared. In the end, Kakin Taitaku chose to dodge. With his wings, he was very agile in the air. Even though the railgun was 3 times the speed of sound, Kakin Taitaku still managed to dodge it. Seeing that Kakin Taitaku dodged his railgun, Wu Yan didn't care. He took out another coin and shot it at Kakin Taitaku. Wu Yan turned into a cannon and fired the railgun. Kakin Taitaku kept flapping his wings and dodging the railgun. Kakin Taitaku didn't realize that he was getting further and further away from the railgun as he dodged the railgun. Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were looking at Wu Yan numbly. They felt that something was off. The railgun can't do anything to Kakin Taitaku. Why is Wu Yan still wasting time and energy on useless things? Also, Kakin Taitaku was so strong just a moment ago. Why was he being pushed back by the railgun that wasn't much of a threat? Kakin Taitaku, on the other hand, started to feel that something was off. He realized that these railguns weren't as strong as the railgun Misaka Mikoto used. That's right. That's right. His eyes flickered. In the end, Kakin Taitaku didn't choose to take the railgun head-on. He flapped his wings and dodged the railgun while flying away from the ground. When Kakin Taitaku's body became a dot in the sky, Wu Yan smiled in satisfaction and stopped firing the railgun. Wu Yan extended his hands and his fingers started to glow with electricity. The electricity turned into electricity and under Wu Yan's control, it drilled into the ground. In the next second, small iron particles started to float up from the ground and wrapped around Wu Yan's limbs. Looking at Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, Wu Yan chuckled and said, "Wait here for a bit. It'll be over soon." Ignoring the reactions of the 4 girls, Wu Yan floated up from the ground and flew towards Kakin Taitaku like a rocket. Kakin Taitaku let out a sigh of relief when he realized that the railgun was no longer firing. However, before he could relax, a figure appeared in front of him like a cannonball. A familiar face appeared in front of him. Kakin Taitaku's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to fly. A hand grabbed Kakin Taitaku's collar and threw him even higher into the sky. Kakin T2 was tumbling in the sky. His face was filled with anger. After all, he had been tricked by this guy who he didn't even put in his eyes. Kakin Taitaku steadied himself and spread his 6 wings. White light flashed and a beam of light shot out. Wu Yan's golden eyes narrowed and he leaped into the air like he's walking on solid ground. He left behind afterimages as he dodged the pure white beams. Then, he dashed towards Kakin Taitaku. The wings on his back flapped again. This time, It wasn't white light but black light. The black light spun around the wings and turned into a few black flames. They followed the beam of light and attacked Wu Yan. Wu Yan's expression changed when he sensed the presence coming from the black flame. He changed direction and with a quick dash, he dodged the flame. However, as Wu Yan changed direction, the black flames also changed direction and chased after Wu Yan. Wu Yan was surprised. Kakin Taitaku laughed coldly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. It was too easy to add a tracking property to his dark matter. Smell, aura, airflow, all of these could be the target of his dark matter. Wu Yan looked at the sneering Kakin Taitaku and then he turned to look at the ground. Seeing that he can't see the ground anymore, Wu Yan grinned. The black flames caught up with Wu Yan at an unimaginable speed. Just as it was about to hit Wu Yan, it was entangled by a large amount of electricity. The blue and white electricity collided with the black flames. There was a muffled sound and then it dissipated into sparks. An acceleration. Wu Yan quickly approached Kakin Taitaku and suddenly stopped. He looked at Kakin Taitaku. His golden eyes were like still water. There was no emotion in them. It was as if he was looking at a person who was about to die. Kakin Taitaku frowned and looked at Wu Yan, who suddenly stopped. He laughed. What? You don't want to fight anymore? You think you can just let it go like this? Wu Yan smiled and looked at the vast sky. He said to Kakin Taitaku, "This place is not bad, right?" Ha! Kakin Taitaku was shocked. He shook his head and laughed. "I didn't expect you to be in the mood to admire the environment. Are you trying to stall for time? Or have you already informed Misaka Mikoto and she is coming to save you?" "No, I said from the beginning that I am the only one here. There is no need to stall for time." Wu Yan shook his head and floated in the air. His golden eyes shone with an intriguing light as he looked at Kakin Taitaku. "I just think that this environment is not bad. If I let you die here..." "Die?" Kakin Taitaku chuckled. His laughter got louder and louder. Soon, his laughter echoed in the dark sky. "Are you saying that you want to kill me here? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard." Kakin Taitaku raised his hands. In the sky, countless black dots appeared around him. They were like black fireflies. They circled around Kakin Taitaku and flowed into his hands. The black dots gathered in Kakin Taitaku's palms. As the black dots flowed in, 2 black balls of light appeared in Kakin Taitaku's hands. Kakin Taitaku raised the 2 black balls of light and laughed. He looked at Wu Yan and said, "I would like to see how you are going to kill me." "You will find out soon enough." A transparent bow appeared in Wu Yan's hands. Chapter 257. It looks like a pair of black crystal wings. The bow is transparent, but inside it, there is a star-like glow. The first time someone sees it, they will have this thought in their mind. Elegant. Beautiful. Full of charm. Seeing such a beautiful bow for the first time, Kakin Taitaku was stunned. He stared at the elegant bow and couldn't move his eyes away. Even the black ball of light in his hand almost couldn't be maintained. That was the meteor knight that had repeatedly achieved merit. Wu Yan raised the meteor knight and stroked the body of the bow. The meteor knight is beautiful. Even Wu Yan, the owner, has the urge to touch it every day. Wu Yan said to Kakin Taitaku while touching the meteor knight. "You know what? Actually, I have a headache when I face you." Kakin Taitaku flinched and he looked away from the meteor shower. He looked at Wu Yan and he coldly sneered. "What's the matter? Are you regretting it now? Too bad. Do you think I will let you go?" Glancing at Kakin Taitaku, Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He raised his head and he continued. "Your intangible matter can create new substances, not ordinary substances or undiscovered substances, but substances that didn't exist in this world to begin with. By creating these substances, you can set the physical and chemical properties of these substances." Kakin Taitaku frowned and looked at Wu Yan coldly. He was confused. He didn't understand why Wu Yan would explain his ability at a time like this. By creating dimensional substance that doesn't belong to this world and giving it properties, you can control it to fly, defend, and attack. You can even create strong winds, shockwaves, and light beams. From a certain perspective, you can be considered omnipotent. Dimensional substance. Kikine Taitaku felt irritated when he saw Wu Yen talking to himself and analyzing his ability. He even felt uneasy. Kikine Taitaku suppressed his irritation and said coldly to Wu Yen, "You know it pretty well." "That's right. My dimensional substance is that powerful. Even if you know it, what's the point? What's the point of saying all this? Psychological warfare? I'm sorry, but you are destined to fail. It's very powerful. Dimensional substance." Kikine Taitaku's expression darkened as he listened to Wu Yan's monologue. He can see that Wu Yan has no intention of talking to him. Kikine Taitaku was furious. He threw the black orb at Wu Yan. The black balls fell from the sky, bringing with them traces of sparks. They looked like two black meteorites, at least on the surface. And the power, even if it was not as strong as a meteorite, was definitely enough to crush a person into powder. Wu Yan only glanced at the two black balls with such terrifying power. Then, a black wave that looked like a giant wave of the ocean suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan from the distant ground and rolled in front of him. The huge black wave rolled and surged. As the iron sand wave surged, countless iron sand swords began to condense with a purpose, pointing at the attacking black ball from afar. Accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, the iron sand swords were thrown out. In the vast night sky, the swords were divided into two groups, shooting towards the two black balls respectively. The black orbs and the black swords met. One side had countless swords while the other side only had two. However, the meeting was like the meeting of two powerful armies. The black orbs were two generals who had always been victorious. They moved freely in the huge army formed by the black swords. Wherever they passed, the soldiers formed by the black swords were like fragile glass, smashed into pieces. In a short period of time, the soldiers formed by the black swords were retreating in defeat. Their numbers were also decreasing. As long as they were hit by the two victorious black balls, they would immediately scatter into primitive iron sand and be toyed around by the two victorious generals. If the black balls were like two victorious generals who had fallen into an army's lair, then the terrifying number of black swords would be like ants that were about to bite an elephant. They would bite down on the two powerful but clumsy elephants one after another. Even if the charging ants were trampled to death by the elephants, new ants would immediately replace them from behind. Gradually, under the biting of numerous ants, the two elephants began to lose strength. Even though the number of ants that died under their feet was uncountable, the new ants were slowly nibbling away at their lives bit by bit, slowly bringing them to their end. In the end, the victorious general killed an entire army and died from exhaustion. In the end, the ants finally bit the huge elephant to death, but they themselves also died out. In the end, only the masters of the two armies were left. They faced each other without any injuries. However, one of them was calm while the other looked a little pale. Wu Yen smiled faintly. His golden pupils landed on Kikine Taitaku. Looking at the layer of black dark matter in front of him, Wu Yen said softly, "Kikine Taitaku, do you know why I said so much?" Wu Yen didn't seem to want Kikine Taitaku to answer. He immediately said something that made Kikine Taitaku laugh. "That's because I can't do anything to your dark origin substance either." Wu Yen shook his head helplessly. "Even Mujino Shizuri's meltdown atom, and my super railgun, couldn't tear apart your layer of dark matter. What can I do?" Kikine Taitaku's expression changed when he heard Wu Yen say that his railgun couldn't tear through your dark matter. He seemed a little upset that he was afraid of Wu Yan's railgun. Wu Yen noticed Kikine Taitaku's upset expression. Wu Yen smiled and said, "Looks like you're really scared by Makoto's railgun." Wu Yen raised the meteor shower in his hand. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "This meteor knight was originally my trump card, but I didn't expect to use it twice in just a few days. Now, I'm taking it out again." "How ironic." Wu Yen smiled as he looked at Kikine Taitaku's expression. His lips curled into a cold smirk. "Do you know why I said so much?" Kikine Taitaku flinched and he frowned. Wu Yen snickered when he saw this. "That's because I'm trying to lure you away from the ground." Kikine Taitaku was shocked. At this moment, he finally realized that under his feet, not far from the layer of dark elemental substance that wrapped around his body, there was a thin layer of iron sand supporting him, slowly lifting him up. When Kikine Taitaku looked down at his feet, Wu Yen raised the meteor shower in his hand. Starlight began to gather in the night sky. Silver light began to appear. An arrow made of starlight condensed into the shape of an arrow. Be it the super railgun, the iron sand, or the analysis of the dark matter, all of them are meant to lead you to a higher place. A cold voice sounded. Following that was a flash of starlight and a terrifying aura that caused Kakin Taitaku's expression to change. It came from the meteor shower and enveloped his body. Because the arrow was pointed at the pale-faced Kakin Taitaku. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. If I use my meteor shower in Academy City, it will destroy the entire city. A meteor was released from the meteor shower. It pierced through space, through heaven and earth. At the same time, it pierced through Kakin Taitaku's weak body. When Kakin Taitaku regained his senses, the dark matter in front of him had disappeared. All that was left was a bloody hole in his chest. Chapter 258. Starlight exploded in the dark night sky. The arrow that turned into a meteor pierced through the sky and shot towards the distant horizon. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound rang out and a destructive energy spread out from the distant horizon. It passed through the void and ripples appeared on the horizon. As the ripples spread out, the clouds in the night sky were like ice cubes placed in high temperature. They were quickly extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ripples were like waves of fire that swept across the entire sky. In an instant, the temperature of the land seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Under the night sky, Academy City. Countless people stood foolishly on the streets. They lifted their heads and looked at the night sky. The starlight was like a beautiful firework exploding. Even though they were separated by the distance between heaven and earth, the powerful pressure still caused everyone to feel a wave of helplessness in their hearts. In the huge Academy City, the people who raised their heads to look at the night sky were all silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, as if they didn't understand what this firework, which was so beautiful that it made people unable to have the heart to appreciate it, was. Maintaining his shooting posture, Wu Yan looked through the bloody hole in Kakin Taitaku's chest. He looked at the sky where the arrow was shot and felt the familiar power. He slowly put down the meteor shower in his hand. Ugh! Ugh! Kakin Taitaku was like a drowning man. He made a soft sound but his throat didn't have any strength. Kakin Taitaku was like a robot. He slowly lowered his head. The center of his body had already disappeared, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Inside the huge bloody hole, the surroundings had already been burnt to a crisp, not allowing the liquid in his body to flow out. Kakin Taitaku opened his eyes wide when he saw the bloody hole. He reached out his hand as if he wanted to touch it. An intense pain came from his chest, as if he had only just realized it. Kakin Taitaku looked at Wu Yan who is not far away from him. His mind is filled with pain. Regret flashed through his mind. He regretted that he underestimated his opponent. He regretted that he provoked them. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's system doesn't have an item like the regret potion. Kakin Taitaku couldn't find a potion like this to give him a second chance. Kakin Taitaku's consciousness is fading away. Kakin Taitaku's outstretched hand went from his chest to Wu Yan's position as if he wanted to grab hold of something. Kakin Taitaku slowly closed his eyes as he lowered his outstretched hand. The wings on Kakin Taitaku's back turned into feathers and scattered. Kakin Taitaku's life force was completely gone. His body was falling down, but before he could fall 1 meter, he was caught by a hand. Wu Yan flipped his hand and the meteor shower disappeared. His golden eyes turned red. Wu Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Wu Yan and Kakin Taitaku were having a good time. Wu Yan was having a good time. It was the opposite. Wu Yan was having a hard time. He could find a way to counter Accelerator's reflection, but Kakin Taitaku's dark matter was just like what Wu Yan said. He couldn't do anything about it. The layer of dark matter that can decompose anything has restricted all of Wu Yan's attacks. Wu Yan couldn't hurt Kakin Taitaku at all. If he didn't have the meteor shower, Wu Yan could only fight to a draw with Kakin Taitaku. Luckily, he had the meteor shower, so he could destroy Kakin Taitaku with brute force like Mikoto. But Wu Yan smiled as he looked at Kakin Taitaku's body. Sure enough, it was a wise decision to exchange for the meteor shower. On the ground, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku raised their heads and looked at the beautiful meteor shower in the sky. They were stunned. What happened to that guy? Frenda couldn't find the right words to describe what she saw, so she wisely changed the topic to Wu Yan. Finally, the stunned Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku woke up. He should be super fine. It's been so long, if that guy was super killed, the dark matter would have returned a long time ago. Takitsubu Riku nodded when she heard Kinuhata Sai's words. She looked at the sky and clenched her fists. After going through the gates of hell, Takitsubu Riku seemed to have changed a lot. Kinuhata Sai and Frenda couldn't pinpoint the exact changes, but they felt that Takitsubu Riku seemed to have become more hardworking. She's no longer the tired and sleepy person she used to be. Instead, she treasured the time she had when her eyes were open. Only Takitsubu Riku herself knew that she didn't just change her appearance. Her heart changed a lot as well. At least, a certain guy who took advantage of the situation and played the hero to save the damsel in distress has made Takitsubu Riku very concerned. Hey, Kinuhata, Takitsubu. Frenda suddenly turned to look at Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku. She asked them sneakily. Should we be like Mujino and run away? Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku shook their heads without hesitation. Frenda was surprised and asked, why? Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku choked. They didn't know why, but they just didn't want to run away. Seeing this, Frenda couldn't help but get angry and jumped 2 to 3 meters high. If we don't run away now, when the dark matter returns, we won't be able to escape anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, Frenda saw Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku's expression change to one of joy as they looked behind her, as if there was something worth being surprised about. Frenda grabbed her beret and said anxiously, why don't you guys say something? Just run with me. Hearing Frenda's words, Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku retracted their joy and looked at Frenda with a weird expression. There was even a hint of pity in their eyes. Frenda couldn't help but let out a strange as she looked at Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku's expression. She didn't know if they were scared out of their wits. Where do you think you're going? Before Frenda could ask, a voice came from behind her, causing her to stiffen. She swallowed the words she was about to say. Swallowing her saliva, Frenda laughed dryly. Hearing that familiar voice, she said embarrassedly, it can't be. Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku nodded at the same time, confirming one of Frenda's guesses. Cold sweat dripped down Frenda's face. Creaking sounds came from her neck as if she was a doll. Frenda turned her head with much difficulty and saw a face with a faint smile. A face with a smile yet not a smile. A face with cold sweat. The two faces looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. After a long while, Frenda smiled brilliantly and tilted her head. Her little fist lightly knocked on her head, and she closed her little eyes. Her tongue also stuck out mischievously, and she let out a cry. Coupled with her beautiful face, she was simply adorable to the extreme. But this move was mercilessly destroyed by a certain someone. He raised his hand and also knocked on Frenda's head. But this time it's not a light, but a heavy one. It's useless to act cute. Thus, a certain creature that was acting cute immediately cried out in pain, covered its head, and used its acting cute skill. With tears hanging from the corners of its eyes, it squatted on the ground. Chapter 259. Looking at Frenda, who is squatting on the ground and clutching her head with a teardrop at the corner of her eye, Wu Yan felt a sense of guilt and he couldn't help but turn his head away. He has to admit, at this moment, he was really touched by her cuteness. Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku didn't seem surprised by Frenda's antics. They ignored Frenda, who is trying to act cute, as they looked at Wu Yan. Soon, they saw Kakin Taitaku's body in Wu Yan's hand. Kinuhata Sai and Takitsubu Riku were stunned. Even Frenda, who was squatting on the ground and sneaking glances at Wu Yan and Kakin Taitaku's body, had the same expression. You. Did you really take care of him? Kinuhata Sai's mouth formed an O shape. She looked at Kakin Taitaku's body in disbelief. If even Kinuhata Sai is like this, Takitsubu Riku and Frenda would be even more shocked. Kinuhata Sai only heard about Kakin Taitaku's strength from Wu Yan, but Takitsubu Riku and Frenda have personally witnessed and experienced how terrifying Kakin Taitaku is. Even the LV5 Mujino Shizuri couldn't harm a single hair on his body, but now, he was killed by this man in front of them. Furthermore, this person was also completely unharmed. Just how strong is this person? At this moment, Takitsubu, Riku and Frenda were so shocked by this reality that their minds went blank. It's cute to see the three beauties in a daze in front of him, but at the same time, it makes him feel helpless. That's how he feels. Looking at the three girls' exaggerated expressions, he couldn't help but sigh. Do you need to do this? Rolling his eyes at Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu, Riku and Frenda, Wu Yen casually threw Kakeen Taitaku's body on the ground. Kakeen Taitaku's body fell to the ground mercilessly. At the same time, it hit the hearts of the three girls, causing their hearts to beat violently. Looking at the two gaping holes in Kakeen Taitaku's chest, the three women couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't that they hadn't seen a crueler death, but how could this be compared? Kakeen Taitaku, who killed Mujino Shizuri, was different from those who died in the past. There was no comparison at all. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other. They don't know what kind of expression they should use to face this reality. Wu Yen looked around and frowned. He asked the three girls, "Where is Mujino Shizuri?" The three girls acted like they didn't hear anything. They were still staring at Kakeen Taitaku's body as if they were trying to determine the authenticity of the body with their eyes. Very silly. Sighing helplessly, Wu Yen mercilessly gave them a flick on the head. After 3 moans of pain, there were 3 more Mo creatures kneeling on the ground and acting cute. I say, where is Mujino Shizuri? This time, the 3 girls finally heard Wu Yan's words. They looked at each other and finally, Kinuhata Sai raised her hand weakly. Mujino, she ran away. Ran away? Wu Yen was stunned. He looked at the 3 girls in shock. When he saw that they didn't seem to be lying, he shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Frenda smiled embarrassedly. Mujino didn't believe that you could deal with the dark matter. So when you flew away with the dark matter, Mujino took the opportunity to escape. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He knew that he was looked down upon, but he didn't expect Mujino Shizuri to be so good at seizing opportunities. Wu Yan didn't really care. Mujino Shizuri wasn't his target anyway. She may look good, but with her temper, Wu Yan didn't dare to compliment her. She just ran away and didn't care about you guys? Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku's face fell as they helplessly said, "Yeah, when Mujino left, she didn't even say goodbye to us and just left. This Mujino Shizuri, she really wasn't someone who cared about her companions. If that's the case." Wu Yen crossed his arms and glanced at Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku from the corner of his eyes. He smiled at them and said, "Well then, come home with me." Huh. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were stunned for a moment before regaining their senses. Before the battle, Wu Yen mentioned the reward. The 3 girls blushed and Kinuhata Sai jumped up. "Who wants to go home with you? You super pervert. I'm super telling you. Don't you dare have any ideas about us." Oh. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. "So, you guys want to go back on your word?" Kinuhata Sai choked and shouted, "That's what Mujino Chao promised you, not us." Wu Yen looked at Kinuhata Sai in surprise. "Aren't you guys her subordinates? She sold you guys to me. Are you going to refute? Is the Dark Ops really that transparent?" This time, Kinuhata Sai was speechless. The Dark Ops have done a lot of human trafficking. If they were transparent, those people who were traded would have been long gone. But human trafficking isn't something that can be written in black and white. In the past, human trafficking was done directly. If the goods didn't comply, the Dark Ops in charge of selling them would clean them up. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are Dark Ops members. They didn't think that Mujino Shizuri would clean them up for Wu Yen. Thus, Kinuhata Sai decided to act shamelessly. "That's right. Without our consent, don't even think about us following you." Wu Yen was speechless. Kinuhata Sai acted so shamelessly, what else can he do? But, in terms of shamelessness, Kinuhata Sai found the wrong opponent. Rubbing his chin, Wu Yen smiled and said, "So, as long as you guys agree, there won't be any problems?" Kinuhata Sai paused for a moment before putting her hands on her waist and said, "Of course, since we've super agreed, there won't be any problems." Wu Yen nodded in satisfaction. His eyes turned to Frenda and narrowed. A hint of threat filled his eyes, causing Frenda to tremble. "Hey, you'll agree, right?" Wu Yen beamed. Frenda felt a strong sense of danger when she saw his smile. She felt a strong sense of danger coming her way. Trembling, Frenda crossed her arms and wanted to refuse. But looking at Kakin Taitaku's corpse on the ground and Wu Yan's eyes, she couldn't find the courage to do so. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Frenda forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Of course, it's my honor to be able to follow my lord." Wu Yan laughed in victory while Kinuhata Sai looked at Frenda with a dumbfounded expression. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. How could she forget about this super cowardly girl? Kinuhata Sai glared fiercely at Frenda, puffed out her chest and said loudly, "Even if Frenda surrenders, Takitsubu and I will never agree." Takitsubu Riku sneaked a glance at Wu Yan and raised her hand weakly. She said timidly, "What's wrong? Takitsubu?" Kinuhata Sai looked at her strangely. Wu Yan and Frenda also looked at her at the same time. Looking at the three pairs of eyes on her, Takitsubu Riku closed her eyes and mustered her courage to say, I also agree." "What?" Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and even Wu Yan shouted in shock. Kinuhata Sai reacted and stomped her feet. "Takitsubu, are you super crazy? You super pervert. I'll super eat you up." Takitsubu Riku blushed and glanced at Wu Yan. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. She tapped her fingers together and looked like a shy girl. The three of them were stunned. Is this still the same powerless beauty? Chapter 260. One has to admit that Takitsubu Riku is a great beauty. Not only is she beautiful, even her figure is far beyond the reach of these two cute girls. It's just that she's always in a daze and can't even squeeze out a bit of energy. It makes people feel tired for her, but she still managed to get the title of a powerless beauty. And yet, such a girl is acting so shy right now. Not to mention Kinuhata Sai and Frenda who are familiar with Takitsubu Riku. Even Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Dumbfounded, other than dumbfounded, there's nothing else to be dumbfounded about. Takitsubu Riku's current state is clearly that of a young girl in love. And the person in love seems to be himself. Wu Yan's heart is already rippling. Even he himself doesn't know when he became this godly character. Could it be the protagonist's aura? Or the Crystal Palace's aura? But with this, Frenda and Takitsubu Riku both agreed. What's left is... How is it? Little girl, they've all agreed. Wu Yan grinned at Kinuhata Sai. Now you're all alone. Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai clenched her fists tightly. Looking at Frenda and Takitsubu Riku, her eyes were filled with resentment for not living up to her expectations. You two are really crazy. Don't you know what this super pervert is planning? Kinuhata Sai gnashed her teeth as she glared at Wu Yan. Looking at his smiling face, Kinuhata Sai really wanted to punch him. She wanted to punch him in the face, especially when she's wearing a nitrogen armor. She wanted to make sure his face turns into a peach blossom. But when she said, planning, Kinuhata Sai's face turned red. Because she was the first one to experience that planning. Even though it was only her first kiss. Takitsubu Riku's face also turned red, causing the other three to be stunned once again. Hearing Kinuhata Sai's words, Takitsubu Riku didn't say anything and continued to lower her head. From the looks of it, she didn't intend to change her mind. Frenda opened her mouth as if she had some objections, but after some hesitation, she swallowed her words back into her stomach. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. If possible, Frenda really wanted to shout at Wu Yan. Can you not look at me with such a fierce gaze? Looking at Takitsubu Riku and Frenda going silent again, Kinuhata Sai stomped her feet in anger. She was about to cry. She never knew that her two best friends were so easily taken in by someone else. Kinuhata Sai could only droop her shoulders dejectedly as she screamed, "A hit's up to you. In any case, I will never agree to it." Wu Yan raised his eyebrows. His pair of wine-red eyes moved closer to Kinuhata Sai's face as he said in a strange tone, "Oh? Is that so? Looks like I didn't leave a deep impression on you." Kinuhata Sai jumped in fright at the sight of those sinister eyes. She quickly backed away. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinuhata Sai's face turned bright red. Biting her lips, Kinuhata Sai threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Since even if I super follow you, I'll be super eaten by you sooner or later, and I'll be super eaten whenever I want to be super eaten. Why don't we super do it now and get everything over with?" Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. He looked at Kinuhata Sai helplessly. This Kinuhata Sai, isn't she a little too spicy? Sure enough, the biggest problem is this Kinuhata Sai. With Takitsubu Riku, Frenda, and Jusama, who is also one of Wu Yan's targets, the requirements for Mission 3 are met. However, if he let Kinuhata Sai go, he wouldn't be Wu Yan anymore. Wu Yan immediately took a few steps closer to Kinuhata Sai. Kinuhata Sai was shocked. She reflexively retreated, but very quickly, a pair of large hands pulled her petite body into a familiar embrace. Kinuhata Sai was shocked. She immediately swung her small fist towards Wu Yan's face. However, a small electric current flowed from Wu Yan's hand into her petite body, causing her body to go numb and her hand to stop. Wu Yan pretended to shake his head regretfully and said, "All right, since you said so, I'll reluctantly agree to your request." Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai was stunned. When she regained her senses, Kinuhata Sai said in disbelief, You can't really be planning to." Wu Yan let out a sinister laugh. One of his hands quickly slid down. Very quickly, a petite petal fell into Wu Yan's palm, causing Kinuhata Sai and the two girls beside her to be shocked. Frenda shrunk her head timidly and said embarrassedly, "In the end, he can't be thinking of doing Kinuhata here, right?" Even though this sentence was soft, it was heard by Kinuhata Sai, who was in the middle of hugging her sister. Her body stiffened. She looked at the silent Wu Yan and exploded. "Super let go of me. You super pervert. Super pervert. Super H creature. Super let go of me." Kinuhata Sai struggled with all her might. She had already chosen to forget the fact that she had never been able to escape from Wu Yan's embrace before. It was obvious that Frenda's words had scared her. Even though she said to settle everything with one shot, if Kinuhata Sai really wanted to do it, how could Kinuhata Sai possibly do it? Not to mention in a place like this, with two pairs of bright eyes watching them. Furthermore, even though she hadn't known Wu Yan for long and the number of times she had met him can be counted with one hand, Kinuhata Sai had already seen through Wu Yan's true colors. If she really pissed him off, he would definitely do something like this. If Wu Yan knew about his image in Kinuhata Sai's heart, he would definitely find a piece of tofu and kill himself. One has to admit that Kinuhata Sai's eyes were bright as snow. Wu Yan rubbed Kinuhata Sai's breasts, causing her to lose some of her strength in her struggle. He looked at Kinuhata Sai with disdain and laughed. "What's wrong?" "Kinuhata Sai, didn't you say that you wanted to go straight to the point? Why are you backing out now?" Hearing that, Kinuhata Sai was furious. "Then why don't you super choose a place for me?" Wu Yan shook his head and said righteously, "How can I do that? My wives are still waiting for me to go back for dinner. It's already dark. Where would I have the time to choose a place?" Kinuhata Sai was stunned. "You already have super wives at home and you're still thinking about taking advantage of us? How can there be such a shameless person like you in this world?" Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and rubbed Kinuhata Sai's breasts. With a serious face he said, "Of course, the more wives I have, the better." Kinuhata Sai's veins were popping out as she endured the burning sensation from her breasts. She stopped talking to this shameless person and started a new round of struggle. But soon she froze again. The reason, of course, was the hand that moved away from her breasts and started moving towards her breasts. Before Kinuhata Sai could even make a sound, a familiar warmth had already wrapped itself around her petite little bunny. With a forceful squeeze, all the words that Kinuhata Sai wanted to say turned into a soft moan. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku had already covered their eyes with their hands. Their faces were bright red, but the gaps between their fingers were wider than their mouths. Inside her originally loose clothes, a large hand was moving back and forth between her breasts, causing her clothes to bulge. Kinuhata Sai's face was already flushed red. When the other hand reached towards her breasts, Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but scream. "I got it. I super got it. I agree. I super agree. Super stop right now. You should have done this earlier." Wu Yan stopped moving his hands and shook his head. He didn't even try to hide the delight in his voice as he let go of Kinuhata Sai. After regaining her breasts, Kinuhata Sai fell to the ground with a pale face. Chapter 262. Academy City Number 3, Dark Matter, Kakin Taitaku has been defeated by the newly promoted LV5, Lightning Flash, Wu Yan. From today onwards, The LV5 rankings of Academy City have been reorganized. Wu Yan of Lightning Flash is ranked 3rd. Dark Matter, Kakeen Taitaku has been removed from the rankings. When this news appeared on the screen of the airship, the 2.3 million people of Academy City were in an uproar. Among them, the ones who were in the most uproar were the research institutions in Academy City, as well as the ladies of Tokiwadai. At this time, those research institutions in Academy City, those scientists with developed brains, once again, bombed the brains that they were so proud of until they went blank. The fact that an 8th LV5 had appeared in Academy City was enough to cause a ruckus among the so-called experts. After all, developing superpowers was one of their main jobs. The appearance of another LV5 not only meant that Academy City's strength had improved, it also meant that the research institutions that were looking for research topics all day long had another research target. In the past, whenever a LV5 appeared in Academy City, the research institutions would quarrel until they couldn't get away with it. It was possible that they would even fight or secretly scheme against the LV5, and the reason was just to get a LV5 to do research. But this time they didn't, because they were already in a frenzy. When these experts broke their heads and still couldn't find any information about Wu Yan, countless information about Wu Yan was placed on their desks. At this time, they were shocked to find that this so-called LV5 was actually just a LV0. And it was a LV0 that was judged by the attainment judgment to be useless for the rest of his life. What did this mean? It meant that the railgun Misaka Makoto, the current number 2 who broke the attainment judgment craze, was once again ignited. And it couldn't be more explosive. The fact that the railgun broke the attainment judgment and went from number 3 to number 2 was already enough to make them go crazy. But now, this Wu Yan seriously broke the attainment judgment from LV0 to LV5. Misaka Makoto's example could be explained by, since they were both LV5, it was inevitable that the judgment would be wrong, but it was still LV5. However, Wu Yan's example could no longer be explained. The attainment judgment was a serious blow. Not only that, these experts also found out that Misaka Makoto and Wu Yan who broke the attainment judgment were a couple. This was too much of a coincidence, so much so that they couldn't help but think that Misaka Makoto might have a way to break the attainment judgment. Or maybe this Wu Yan had a way to break the attainment judgment. If that's the case, then wouldn't Academy City be able to mass-produce LV5s? Countless researchers went crazy. Later on, people kept coming to their door, trying to get Wu Yan or Makoto to join their so-called research. Once they were rejected, they resorted to underhanded methods. Of course, these people were all sent away by Wu Yan to seek Yama's love. As for the missus of Tokiwadai, they were even crazier. Some of them even wanted to jump down from the Tokiwadai dormitory to prove that they weren't dreaming. How could they not go crazy? The scum that they looked down on, the scum that stole Misaka-sama and Shokuha-sama in their hearts, actually jumped up and became a LV5 that they looked up to. Furthermore, he defeated Kakeen Taitaku and became the 3rd LV5 in the ranking. How could the missus of Tokiwadai who wanted to chop Wu Yan into pieces every day accept this? Especially a certain black and white creature. No! This can't be real. That's scum. How can he be LV5? And he defeated the dark matter, just like Sis. He even took over Sis's previous ranking. This is so enviable. Ah, my Sis. She's getting further and further away from me. Ah, Sis. Then, this black and white creature's neck was broken by a dormitory supervisor for disturbing the peace of the dormitory. Then it was thrown in front of Tokiwadai's door and turned into a corpse. When this news appeared on the airship, Shokuha Misaki was in her dormitory. After hearing this news, Shokuha Misaki covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Arara, this is getting more and more interesting. Shokuha Misaki, who was in her dormitory, was the first to hear this news. Then, Mujino Shizuri, who was stumbling along a small path, also saw the news on the airship. She stared blankly at the screen on the airship, not sure if it's because she can't believe it or because she's trying to figure out if there's any difference between the picture and the news. Number 3. Mujino Shizuri lowered her head. She couldn't help but recall the time when she went to look for Kakeen Taitaku and tried to defeat him. She also recalled the time when she was crushed by Kakeen Taitaku and almost lost her life. Mujino Shizuri couldn't believe that Kakeen Taitaku, the one who almost killed her, was defeated by the person she hates the most. No. After seeing Kakeen Taitaku's withdrawal from the ranking, Mujino Shizuri already guessed that Kakine Taitaku was killed by Wu Yan. Otherwise, Kakine Taitaku would have been pushed down to number 4 and she would have been number 5. Taking a deep breath, Mujino Shizuri lifted her foot and continued to walk forward with great difficulty. If one were to observe her closely, one would discover that her eyes were filled with unwillingness. In Wu Yan's house, Chuju and Mikoto were also stunned when they saw the news. Ikaro stood there quietly without saying anything. Only Astria cheered, "Master is on TV." And they looked at each other. How did Yen become number 3? Mikoto patted her own cheeks in shock, asking in disbelief. Who knows? Chuju frowned. We'll ask him when he comes back. Chuju, who said that didn't expect Wu Yan to bring them such a big surprise. When he comes back, Academy City is in a state of shock because of Wu Yan's promotion to number 3. Meanwhile, Wu Yan's side was stunned for a moment before calming down. Kinuhata Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku saw Kakine Taitaku's corpse being carried over by Wu Yan. Being able to kill dark matter, it's not surprising that Wu Yan became number 3. The reason why Wu Yan calmed down is because he's frowning. If he were to become the 3rd, it would mean that the fact that he had defeated Kakine Taitaku had already been known by others. Or more accurately, Alistair already knew about it. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. It hasn't even been half an hour since he killed Kakine Taitaku. How did Alistair find out about it in half an hour? Hovering loop doesn't work on him anymore. However, with Alistair's methods, it's not hard for him to find out. Wu Yan's real question is, why did he send this message? Is he trying to tie me down to Academy City? He should know that it's pointless, or is it? Was Alistair trying to warn him? Was he trying to tell him that Alistair was keeping an eye on him? Since he can't figure it out, Wu Yan decided to stop thinking about it. Wu Yan knows his own limits. Even though he has the advantage over Alistair with Meteor Shower, if he wants to compete with Alistair in terms of brains, he'll be courting death. At the very least, Wu Yan doesn't think he's as smart as Alistair, that freak. No matter what Alistair wants to do, he'll just have to deal with it. After all, he's not the only one on his side. Chapter 263. So you're the 3rd one? Mikoto smoothed her bangs and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked at Wu Yan and sighed. She really didn't expect Kakine Taitaku to die just like that. Well, I didn't think of this myself. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. His wine-red eyes showed a hint of helplessness. He didn't expect to be the 3rd ranker in the first place. But didn't you say that the chairman of Academy City already knows of your existence? Why would he want you to be the 3rd one then? Mikoto asked curiously. If he really wanted you to be a LV5 in Academy City, shouldn't he have announced it earlier? Ma, I didn't think of that myself. Wu Yan grinned. He can only say the same thing as before. He has to admit that his brain isn't working that well. It's just that with Sis Cannon and Kaisha-sama with their high IQ and Ikaros with her off the charts, I'll just leave it to them to figure things out. I'm not alone after all. Mikoto also began to ponder over the implications of this matter. However, Hinajuku, who had been quietly waiting for the two to finish their conversation, suddenly pulled Mikoto's arm. Let's put this question aside for now. I'm more curious about... Hinajuka's yellow-green eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as she looked at Wu Yan. Her lips also curled into a dangerous arc as she raised her slender fingers and yelled. Who are they? Why are they here? The direction Hinajuku was pointing at was none other than Kinuhata Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Wu Yan's smile froze for a second before he pretended to be calm. Oh them. They're Kinuhata Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. I don't want you to introduce them. Chuju cut off Wu Yan with a hateful glare. I want to ask you, why did you bring 3 girls back when it's almost bedtime? Mikoto on the side also realized what the bigger issue is. She turned her head to look at Wu Yan and then at the 3 pretty girls. A blue and white electric current started flashing across her forehead. Wu Yan's smile didn't fade, but his back and clothes were drenched in sweat. This proves that Wu Yan's heart isn't as calm as it seems. For some reason, the system didn't share the contents of the 3rd quest with Hinajuku and Mikoto like it did with Accelerator last time. That's why Hinajuku and Mikoto still don't know that they have a 3rd quest that they love so much. Wu Yan didn't have the guts to tell Chuju and Mikoto directly. He couldn't possibly tell them that he brought these 3 cute girls back just to push them down. If he really did that, Wu Yan is sure that White Cherry and Taser will hit his head at the very next second. Kinuhata Sai and Frenda stood obediently at the side, watching the scene where the villain in their hearts is about to be blackened and chopped. Their faces were filled with unconcealable schadenfreude. It's Wu Yan's fault for forcing them. Kinuhata Sai hated Wu Yan to the core. Even though Frenda was intimidated by Wu Yan's oppression, she was still gnashing her teeth in hatred. They were happy to see Wu Yan in trouble. They even hoped that Wu Yan would be chopped to death by the second girl and the pink-haired girl. Takitsuba Riku, on the other hand, was looking at Wu Yan with a worried expression. She couldn't bear to see Wu Yan in trouble. Ikaros was the same as Takitsuba Riku. From a certain point of view, Ikaros and Takitsuba Riku did have some similarities. At least at this moment, they both hoped that they could rescue Wu Yan from his predicament. Of course, there were also those who were gloating along with Kinuhata Sai and Frenda. A certain blonde glutton angel. Wu Yan was as anxious as an ant on top of a pot. Even though Wu Yan already had this thought when he decided to bring Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku to his house, but when it really came down to it, Wu Yan still felt that girls are precious, but life is even more precious. His eyes involuntarily glanced at Kinuhata Sai and Frenda. When he saw the gloating expression on their faces, Wu Yan's face darkened. He cursed in his heart, but he didn't reflect on himself. Who's to blame the most for Kinuhata Sai and Frenda's actions? Perhaps the two of them saw Wu Yan's glare. The gloating expression on their faces intensified. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. While he gritted his teeth, an idea popped up in his mind and Wu Yan hardened his heart. While Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku were stunned, Wu Yan looked at Chuju and Makoto and pretended to be relaxed. The three of them are actually here to be maids. Maids, Chuju, Makoto, Kinuhata Sai, and Frenda all screamed in shock. It's as if they didn't hear maids but fierce tiger. Yeah. Wu Yan's face was full of smiles as he looked at Chuju and Makoto. Look, our house is big enough, right? It's usually Ikaros who cleans the house. She's the only one taking care of such a big house. My heart aches just looking at her, so I invited the three of them. Chuju and Makoto fell into deep thought. As for Ikaros, when she heard Wu Yan's words, her indigo eyes shone with a charming light. Anyone can see that Ikaros is very happy. As for Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku, they were completely stunned. Looking at Wu Yan, who tried to justify himself by kidnapping them and treating them like maids, Kinuhata Sai and Frenda almost went berserk. Even Takitsuba Riku couldn't help but feel regretful. She wondered if it was worth it to sell herself out. Chuju and Makoto frowned as they looked at Kinuhata Sai and the other two girls. Their eyes were filled with doubt. They're really here to be maids? Of course. Wu Yan replied without hesitation with a straight face. The three girls' hearts skipped a beat. Before they could say anything, Wu Yan turned to Frenda. Don't you think so? Frenda. When he said this, Wu Yan's eyes had an ominous glint as he stared straight at Frenda. Her delicate body trembled as she clutched her beret tightly. What schadenfreude, what rage, all of that vanished into thin air as her little head nodded furiously. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction before looking at Takitsuba Riku. Don't you think so? Little Lee. When he said this, his eyes were filled with tenderness, causing Takitsuba Riku to blush and her heart to beat faster. In addition to the endearment of little Riku, Takitsuba Riku's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head and shyly nodded. Seeing that, Wu Yan smiled as if he got his way. He turned to Kinuhata Sai, who was staring blankly at her companion, who sold herself out again, and smiled. Don't you think so? Little AI. When he said that, Wu Yan sized up Kinuhata Sai's body. His eyes were filled with aggression, causing Kinuhata Sai to feel as if a pair of large hands were caressing her body. An electric current flowed into her heart, causing her to almost fall to the ground. Looking at Wu Yan's deep gaze that was sizing her up, Kinuhata Sai reflexively crossed her arms in front of her chest. However, she couldn't stop that gaze from invading her body. Kinuhata Sai knew that if she dared to say no, then tonight, her pure body would be sacrificed. Thus, Kinuhata Sai could only nod her head in grievance. This caused Wu Yan to finally reveal a victorious smile. At this point, it had to be said that a person could make such a difficult change in expression and gaze in such a short period of time, and could also be shameless to this extent. Lee. How could the word harm be enough? Chapter 264. In the end, when Wu Yan thought that he had gotten away with it, the cruel reality shattered his naive fantasy. It also proved that good people have good karma and evil people have bad karma. When the crystal sword and iron sand sword came down on him, he finally realized how stupid he was. That so-called ingenious work of art might be able to fool the newcomers, but to think that he could fool Railgun and Kaisha-sama who have been sleeping with him every day and have already seen through him? Stealing Big Brother Egg's words, you're digging your own grave. Luckily, the kind sis Canon and Kaisha-sama are only playing the role of the hatchet goddess. Thus, when Wu Yan laid on the floor with a head full of bruises, the two girls let Wu Yan off the hook. Obviously, the two girls are just a little jealous of Wu Yan for bringing a girl home. In the end, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku still ended up staying in the wolf's den. It's unknown if Sis Canon and Kao-sama knew about Wu Yan's wild ambition, or if they pretended not to know. In the end, the three women moved in as maids. However, a certain someone once again welcomed the delightful scene of being alone in an empty room. He was chased out of his room by Sis Canon and Kao-sama. Even Ikaros was dragged away for what they called an all-night-long talk. So when Wu Yan saw Ikaros looking at him with a pitiful and unwilling expression while being dragged away, Wu Yan cried and laughed. Crying? Of course, he was crying about his miserable experience. He had 3 delicate wives, but he still had to play the drama of staying alone in an empty room. It must be said that sometimes, it was difficult to be a winner in life. As for laughing, of course, it's because he has other plans. His 3 delicate wives won't be able to eat tonight, but his 3 equally delicate future wives are waiting in the room for him to pamper them. As for a certain foodie. Fine, Wu Yan has to admit that he has zero resistance towards blonde hair and big boobs. However, when he looked at Astria with a pitiful expression and got called an idiot by her blushing face before dashing back to her room, Wu Yan knew that there's nothing he can do about it here. Moreover, with that gluttonous angel's personality, if he were to touch her room, it was guaranteed that all the girls in the room would come and watch. Thus, Wu Yan decisively abandoned her. As for Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, Kinuhata Sai is definitely at her wit's end. This lowly is already dissatisfied with him for forcefully abducting her. She wants nothing more than to find a chance to add insult to injury in front of Makoto and Hinajuku and push him onto the chopping block. If he dares to enter her room right now, then Kinuhata Sai would be more than happy to be the same as Astria. She would turn into the type of girl who would scream and scream when she meets a certain wolf. Then, she would happily watch the scene of Wu Yan being butchered. Thus, I pass for now. As for Takitsubu Riku, have to say, when he thought of Takitsubu Riku, Wu Yan's heart fluttered. With that girl's current favorability towards him, pushing her down wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Takitsubu Riku's figure is the best among Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and himself. In fact, in this family, she's probably in the top 3. That's why he's still interested in pushing down Takitsubu Riku. Wu Yan's heart that can't stand the test of time. However, after thinking about it seriously, he shook his head and decided to pass. Towards this girl who took the initiative to be with him and who has the highest favorability towards him, Wu Yan mysteriously felt pity for her. Or perhaps, it should be said, of course, the best should be saved for the last. Thus, a certain high school student with a lowly body was lucky enough to be chosen by Wu Yan. But, are you sure you're not making up all those excuses just to have a taste of a pure lowly? Night. When the small house was completely plunged into darkness, the sound of light breathing could be heard from every room. A certain wolf's room door opened. Poking his head out, he sneaked a glance at Chuju and Makoto's room. Wu Yan's lips curled into a smug smile. Then, he looked towards Frenda's room. Wu Yan tiptoed towards Frenda's room. Right now, he has the aptitude to be a thief. Furthermore, this is his own home. His heartbeat quickened. With Wu Yan's personality, of course he wouldn't be nervous about the impending push down. Right now, he's just excited. This scene is like picking a flower. For some reason, Wu Yan felt all sorts of excitement. One couldn't help but sigh at his lustful and self-righteous heart. At this moment, Wu Yan was once again glad that he has Makoto's ability. The electromancer ability is indeed very convenient. Whether it's hacking the internet or picking locks, Wu Yan would have to put in a lot of effort if he didn't have Makoto's ability. But now, With just a grasp of the doorknob and a push of his ability, the tightly locked door opened to Wu Yan with a crisp sound. As the door opened, a certain cute blonde in pajamas hugging a pillow fell into Wu Yan's sight. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. The smug smile on his face turned into a sinister one. Perhaps because Wu Yan didn't try to hide his actions, when Wu Yan entered the room, Frenda, who has been in the dark branch for quite some time, immediately noticed that her room was invaded. Her vigilance was honed through years of experience in the dark branch. She opened her eyes abruptly. There's a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She was wondering which bastard dared to trespass into this terrifying house. Furthermore, it's my room. It's not an exaggeration to call it terrifying. At least, in Frenda's eyes, other than the three of them, there's a second and a third person in this room. If this isn't terrifying, then what is? Of course, Frenda didn't know that the two girls who are really strong are the dull-looking Icaros and the clumsy-looking Astria. When the intruder entered her line of sight, Frenda quickly realized who this fearless bastard is and why he's not afraid of death. Because this is his home. You. Frenda was stunned when she saw Wu Yan standing at the door smiling at her. She pointed at Wu Yan with her mouth wide open. You. The intruder is Wu Yan, who abducted them with ulterior motives. He even came in the middle of the night when everyone is asleep. Frenda only needed to turn her head a little to know what he's here for. However, Frenda wasn't happy at all after knowing the truth. Before she could recover from her daze, the figure standing at the door blurred and the door was closed. A pair of wine-red eyes met hers. Frenda jumped in fright and subconsciously took a step back. But she was quickly stopped by a pair of large hands. Yo, little Frenda! Wu Yan snickered as he lifted Frenda's chin. His wine-red eyes glowed with a demonic light. The heat in his eyes could be seen with the naked eye. Frenda's heart raced as her chest pounded. The sound of her heartbeat was very clear in this dark and silent environment. Looking at Frenda's cute face, Wu Yan lightly licked it as if he's the most lustful villain. He teased. Are you ready? He didn't ask for a reason, he didn't explain himself, he just asked her if she was ready. His intention was obvious enough. Frenda's body trembled and she started crying inside. She screamed in her mind like a madwoman. Why is it me? Chapter 265. When Frenda's soft body entered his senses, Wu Yan couldn't help but lick the corner of his lips. Wu Yan's heart was filled with eagerness. Frenda's body was, without a doubt, the smallest body he had ever tasted. Compared to Mikoto and Hinajiku, who were half lowly that had already outgrown their lowly shelf life, Frenda's body was that of a pure lowly despite being a high school student. Every geeky uncles have a grand dream in their heart, and that is to push down a cute lowly. Wu Yan may not be a geeky uncles, self-proclaimed, but at this moment, he suddenly understood the dream of a geeky uncles, self-proclaimed. Therefore, at this moment, Wu Yan's heart was filled with unprecedented excitement. Guards! There's a weird uncle here. Wu Yan couldn't help but put his hand on Frenda's shoulder. When Wu Yan put his hand on Frenda's shoulder, Frenda's body visibly trembled, and her face stiffened. Frenda's heart started beating faster and she pulled out a smile that looked worse than crying. Just when Wu Yan thought she was going to beg for mercy, the words that came out of her mouth made him choke on his own words. Why me? Takitsubu's figure is so much better than mine, and Kinuhata also has a pair of beautiful breasts. Why me? Frenda's face was filled with tears as she complained to Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gently patting Frenda's soft back, Wu Yan smiled and said, Little Frenda, don't underestimate your charm. You must know many times, Mo is justice. And you, who have this secret, are the only one in the world. Hearing this, Frenda was dumbfounded. Listening to these words that clearly came from a different dimension, Frenda's head was filled with a well. At this time, he's still talking nonsense. But soon, Frenda was speechless again. Because this time, Wu Yan suddenly pressed her against him, and then her lips were blocked by a big mouth. With a loud bang in her head, Frenda's eyes widened. She could feel a tongue licking her small breasts. Frenda couldn't believe it. Every girl's first kiss is very important, very precious. Back then, the kiss came too fast, so fast that Frenda didn't have time to prepare. Frenda suddenly realized that such a precious thing was taken away in an instant. Moreover, this wasn't a normal kiss, this was the kind of deep kiss that only couples in love would have. Wu Yan's tongue easily broke through Frenda's teeth while she was still in a daze, tightly intertwining with her breasts. Frenda's eyes widened again, her tongue passively accepting Wu Yan's invasion. Their tongues intertwined, and under Wu Yan's lead, Frenda's body slowly went limp. Her tongue also slowly and uncontrollably took the initiative. However, this action was still too immature. Wu Yan, who was familiar with all kinds of kissing scenes, laughed in disdain, as if looking down on Frenda's kissing skills. However, Wu Yan was happy to let Frenda perform, so he relaxed his control over his tongue, savoring the taste of Frenda's breasts and enjoying her immature actions. Frenda didn't know what was wrong with her, but her tongue was moving uncontrollably. She wanted to stop, but she couldn't bear to let go of this wonderful feeling. Thus, she could only sit there and let her subconscious drive her along. After their lips parted, Frenda looked like she was drunk. Her face flushed red and her body seemed to have no energy left. If Wu Yan didn't hold her, she would have been lying on the bed. After a few seconds, Frenda woke up from that strange feeling. She widened her eyes again, looking at Wu Yan in disbelief. However, this time, the disbelief was directed at herself. She never thought that kissing would be such a comfortable thing. Frenda immersed herself in it, but now, she couldn't believe that she was the one who took the initiative to entangle with his tongue. No. This wasn't me. I was forced. Frenda screamed crazily in her heart, but she didn't realize that her screams were getting weaker and weaker. At this time, Wu Yan gently pushed Frenda onto her own body, causing her to turn pale with fright. Feeling Wu Yan's weight on her petite body, Frenda struggled in her heart, and finally, please be gentler. I'm afraid of pain. Frenda shyly closed her eyes, preparing for the most important moment in her life. Wu Yan listened to Frenda's words in shock, looking at her tightly shut eyes. He suddenly laughed. He originally thought that he was going to force her again. Then, Wu Yan's heart burned with lust, he couldn't wait. However, Wu Yan wasn't in a hurry to release his emotions. He moved his lips to Frenda's ear, licking her small earlobe at the same time. He started to lightly touch her small asterisk through her clothes. Woo-woo. Frenda didn't expect Wu Yan to not invade her body right away. Instead, he started caressing her body gently. Frenda could feel a slight change in her body. Even though there was a layer of clothes between them, the temperature of Wu Yan's hand and the action of touching her asterisk were all felt by her sensitive body, causing her to tense up. Whenever Wu Yan's hand touches her body, Frenda's body will heat up, and the asterisk he's touching will heat up even more. At the same time, there's a strange tingling sensation. Wu Yan's experience in this area has been proven many times. For someone like Frenda who's experiencing it for the first time, she can only let him do whatever he wants. How is it? Does it feel good? Wu Yan moved his head away from Frenda's ear, looking at her with a teasing look, as if he's planning to tease her. It feels so good. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Frenda subconsciously blurted it out, but when she realized what she said, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. What did I say? Wu Yan smiled proudly, continuing to touch Frenda's body. This time, his target was her asterisk, but when he placed his hand on a certain part of her body, he was a little surprised. It turns out, at some point in time, Frenda's thighs were already soaked. Wu Yan stared at Frenda blankly. He saw the intense pinkness on her body and her embarrassed expression. Only then did he realize something. Frenda was actually such a sensitive type. No way! Wu Yan pulled back his hand from Frenda's thighs, waving it in front of her face. You. Frenda's face couldn't get any redder. She's the one most familiar with her body condition. After seeing Wu Yan's hand, Frenda was even more embarrassed. She could only whimper twice to express her embarrassment. Wu Yan smiled, no longer teasing Frenda. Instead, under Frenda's panicked expression, he started unbuttoning Frenda's pajamas. Furthermore, he easily took off all of Frenda's clothes. With a faint gasp of surprise, the girl's body was completely exposed to Wu Yan's eyes. Even though he doesn't know how many times he's seen a girl's body, but Wu Yan has to admit, it's just too exciting. It's different from Mikoto and Hinagika's half-grown body. It's also different from Ikaros's voluptuous body. This is a body that's not fully grown yet. Wu Yan's heart started pounding at the sight of it. From now on, the real show is about to begin. Chapter 266. Yu. Lying on top of her own body, Frenda's small breasts were in disarray. Her face was flushed red and her blue eyes were misty. Clearly, she was in a daze. Frenda's heavy breathing showed her nervousness and uneasiness. Her originally flawless and petite body was now covered in sweat. She was trembling slightly as she slid on the surface of her body. She was clearly just a petite figure with no ups and downs, but at this moment, she was bursting with astonishing strength. Listening to Frenda's soft moans, Wu Yan smiled proudly. He seemed to be very proud of his teasing skills. He laid on top of Frenda's body and extended his tongue from her small breasts to her neck. Yu. Another sobbing sound came out of her mouth. Frenda's heart was filled with panic. She felt that her body no longer belonged to her. Frenda felt a little dizzy. Her body is very sensitive and under Wu Yan's teasing, she couldn't take it anymore. Her body started trembling as if she couldn't take it anymore. At this time, Wu Yan's tongue had already kissed her from her neck to her breasts. The girl's upper body was covered in a faint red. Wu Yan's mouth was dry as he smelled the scent of the most delicious delicacy. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and sucked on the little cherry on the girl's breasts. Ah! Frenda couldn't help but cry out. She had never experienced such a situation before. Her heart was pounding furiously as moans continuously came out of her mouth. Under Wu Yan's relentless assault, Frenda's small body started trembling violently. She reached out a hand and pressed down on Wu Yan's head as if she's trying to stop him from leaving. Her other hand was clenched into a fist and placed on her lips, as if to prevent herself from making a sound. She even bit down on her index finger to prevent any sound from leaking out. However, it was all in vain. Even though she bit down on her index finger, she couldn't stop moaning and moaning, pleasuring Wu Yan who was roaming all over her body. As Wu Yan's movements got bigger and bigger, Frenda's little heart started to get flustered. She felt like her body was suspended in midair. That strange feeling made her feel all sorts of flustered. She wanted to push away the man on top of her, but her sensitive body disobeyed her command over and over again. She couldn't even muster up a bit of strength. Let alone pushing Wu Yan away, she couldn't even support her own body. If she wasn't lying on the bed right now, she probably wouldn't be able to get up. Under the control of her body, Frenda didn't resist Wu Yan's invasion. Instead, she twisted her body towards Wu Yan. It was as if she was the one who opened the door and allowed the man on top of her to do whatever he wanted to her. This made Frenda both angry and agitated. To sum it up, it was a pain in the ass. If Wu Yan knew what Frenda was thinking, he would definitely laugh evilly. Because, if you can't take it at this level, what are you going to do next? Very quickly, Wu Yan's hand reached for her nipple under Frenda's incredulous gaze. No! When those nimble fingers entered her body, Frenda's legs trembled. The rejection in her mouth turned into a painful yet joyful cry and tender moans. Under the touch of Wu Yan's fingers, the girl couldn't hold it in anymore. A small stream of water flowed out. This made Wu Yan laugh. How long has it been? Isn't she a little too sensitive? Frenda tightened her body once again, enjoying the feeling of emptiness and excitement. After the tide passed, her petite body landed on top of the bed. She panted softly, and couldn't help but let out a small moan that seemed to be lingering in the aftershock. And it was this little lowly moan that triggered Wu Yan's evil thoughts. His body suddenly moved downwards. His tongue flipped over Frenda's small hill. Crossing the smooth plains, he charged towards the hill that was already submerged by the stream. He charged straight into the enemy's closed door. Ah! Frenda's misty eyes suddenly widened. She let out a tender moan. Her originally relaxed body tensed up again. Feeling Wu Yan treating that place like this, Frenda quickly reached out and shouted at Wu Yan. Don't do that, place. Wu Yan ignored her. He's never played this kind of trick before. In the past, he couldn't get any proof from Mikoto, Chuju and Ikaros. If it wasn't because he was rejected by Mikoto and Chuju, it was because when he lightly touched Ikaros, she was traumatized and gave up on the spot. This time, Wu Yan couldn't help but want to give it a try. Thus, amidst the petite squeals, Wu Yan's tongue barged in and tasted something different. Woo! Ah! Frenda's outstretched hand trembled violently and fell down heavily. She let out a heavy moan and squinted her eyes. Her petite body kept twisting, as if trying to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. Alas, it was useless again. The seemingly powerful enemy army had been completely defeated. Their weak side had been completely exposed. The enemy leader couldn't help but beg for mercy. However, Wu Yan's invincible army is currently in the middle of a killing spree. How could they possibly stop now? Ignoring Frenda's feeble pleas for mercy, the Five Fingers Mountain climbed up Frenda's body and lifted it up high, bringing it right in front of him. Frenda instantly panicked. She watched as her body was lifted up by Wu Yan and placed in Wu Yan's embrace. Frenda's heart hung high. At this time, Wu Yan's spearman was released. Feeling the hard body beneath her, Frenda panicked. In the end, the fear of her first experience won over the desire to break her rationality. Frenda begged for mercy. "Don't. I beg you. Don't." However, this kind of begging only fueled Wu Yan's anger. Everyone knows that Lolas have 3 good qualities: clear voice, tender body, easy to push down. Easy to push down and whatnot. This high schooler hasn't shown any of those qualities yet. However, her tender body, Wu Yan has experienced it firsthand. In addition, her clear voice begging for mercy. Frenda's rationality is still on the verge of collapse, but Wu Yan's is the first to collapse. Looking at Frenda's petite frame, Wu Yan is a bit worried. Can such a small body fit all of this? However, this worry was quickly tossed to the back of Wu Yan's head. The enemy is already at his doorstep. If he retreats now, even Wu Yan himself will look down on himself. He pressed Frenda's petite body into his embrace. Frenda's body sank down under her panicked expression. Following a crisp sound, Frenda's petite body was completely pierced through after breaking through the first layer of obstruction. Ah! Frenda was like a wild horse that had been struck by lightning. She raised her neck and let out a long hiss that could not be compared to all the previous sounds. Her small face was filled with pain. Her 4 limbs tightly wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Frenda's eyes were filled with tears as she whined, Don't move, it hurts." Hearing this, Wu Yan obediently stopped all his actions. Feeling the pressure of being tightly bound, he was so satisfied that he couldn't speak. After a long while, when Wu Yan felt that it was about time, Frenda twisted her body. Thus, Wu Yan smiled and began to move freely on this petite body. Frenda moaned, feeling the endless desire in her body. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the tidal wave of violent thrusts. She let out moans of pleasure. Chapter 267. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight spilled into the room through the crack in the window. The curtains had already lost their function in the breeze. The sunlight shone into the room pleasantly and fell on the tightly shut eyes of the person who was sleeping. Wu Yan felt his comfortable dream being dispelled by the dazzling light. His sleepiness melted away like thin ice in an instant. Wu Yan gently opened his eyes. In the past, the first thing he did when he woke up was to stretch his body. This time, however, he didn't do so. Because, even without stretching his body, he is already very comfortable. Wu Yan moaned comfortably as he felt something tighten around him. Now that he's awake, Wu Yan naturally recalled everything that happened last night. Feeling his waist being hugged by a pair of petite arms and the smooth skin touching his body, Wu Yan chuckled and tightened his grip around the petite body lying on top of him. Wu Yan's movement woke Frenda up from her dream. She opened her eyes and a pair of sapphire blue eyes appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Frenda naturally turned her head and raised a hand to rub her eyes. This action made her realize her current situation. Her consciousness was called back in an instant. She felt a sense of fullness in her body that she had never felt before. Frenda finally recalled everything that happened last night. Frenda's dazed face stiffened as she felt herself lying on top of a body. She slowly lifted her head and very quickly, a face with a faint smile entered her eyes. Frenda blankly stared at Wu Yan's face. She covered her face with her hands and sighed softly. In the end. Why wasn't it a dream? Hearing this, Wu Yan also sighed and said to Frenda, Indeed, I had a good dream. Frenda gritted her teeth as she listened to Wu Yan's infuriating tone. She wanted nothing more than to bite the skin right in front of her into a pile of minced meat. In her heart, she had already cursed Wu Yan 100 times. Tears streamed down her face. Even though Frenda already knew that she would be eaten alive by Wu Yan sooner or later, she really didn't expect this day to come so quickly. It It's only been one night. In just one night, who knows how many times she has been eaten alive? Not even her bones are left. There are still so many days ahead. How can she survive this? The most unforgivable thing is that her body actually became dependent on the other party's violent treatment. Is there anything sadder than this in the world? Really? Really? As she thought about it, Frenda, who was crying in her heart, couldn't hold it in any longer. Even on the surface, tears started to flow down her cheeks. Coupled with her cute little face, it was truly a sight to behold. Looking at the kelp-shaped tear lines on her face that were the same as when he was abused by Hinagiku Mikoto yesterday, he smiled in a vengeful manner. This girl, she even dared to gloat over his misfortune yesterday. He straightened his body and sat up. Frenda, who was lying on top of him, was also passively pulled up into a straddle position. At this time, Wu Yan's *** is still inside Frenda's body. Therefore, with this movement and tug, Frenda immediately moaned as if her sensitive spot was poked. What are you doing all of a sudden? When she moaned, Frenda immediately recalled the countless times she begged for mercy last night. Countless times she was ignored by Wu Yan. Countless times she moaned like this. She was instantly angered. He forcefully pushed her down and still had so much fun playing with her. Don't think that I won't lose my temper just because I'm on the receiving end. And so, Frenda chose to forget about Wu Yan's deterrence and yelled at Wu Yan. This yell also made Wu Yan raise an eyebrow. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile that made Frenda tremble in fear. Before Frenda could react, she felt Wu Yan's body move. Instantly, an indescribable electric current that she enjoyed countless times last night came from the deepest part of her body. Frenda moaned again. However, this was only the prelude to the storm. Therefore, this one shrug quickly became a lot more shrug. A blush crept up Frenda's fair face. Her petite body was tossed up and down by Wu Yan. Her long blonde hair bounced up and down with her body. Frenda couldn't help but start playing the song that made her feel ashamed and angry. Seeing Wu Yan's proud face, Frenda moaned and said with difficulty, You, you're still going. Hearing this, Wu Yan didn't slow down at all. He continued to toss her body and smiled nonchalantly. Of course I'm still going. Do you think I can't do it? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Indeed, Wu Yan hugged Frenda for an entire night. If it was the old Wu Yan, perhaps he wouldn't be able to do such a heroic thing. But don't forget, Wu Yan is now a true ancestor. With the increase in stamina and recovery, Wu Yan became a valiant general. Even Wu Yan didn't expect the true ancestor bloodline to give him such a surprise. This made Wu Yan rejoice that he chose the true ancestor bloodline back then. He made the right choice. Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile happily. He tossed her body even more frequently and in return, Frenda moaned even more frequently. At this point, the sun shone down on the bed. Naturally, it also shone on Wu Yan and Frenda. Under the sunlight, Frenda felt a sense of shame. Her naked body was exposed under the sun. Frenda didn't feel good at all. Furthermore, they were doing this under the sun. Even if it was in her room, Frenda still felt a sense of shame. Grabbing Wu Yan's shoulders, Frenda started chanting. Her face was red as she forced out a few words with a high-pitched voice. You. It's already morning. Hearing this, Wu Yan didn't stop. Instead, he sped up. Frenda felt like she was struck by lightning. Seeing this, Wu Yan laughed. Morning. Good morning. Morning is when we men are the most energetic. This is the time to do it. Don't you think so, little Frenda? Frenda couldn't speak anymore. All the time she could speak was taken over by moans. She didn't have time to talk anymore and could only moan. Wu Yan chuckled as he continued to toss her petite body around. Listening to Frenda's bell-like moans, he closed his eyes and focused on enjoying the moment. So much so that Wu Yan didn't notice two figures outside the room. Chichu! Mikoto! Listening to the moans coming from Frenda's room, Hinagiku and Mikoto grit their teeth and looked at each other. They couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little sour in their hearts. Mikoto resisted the urge to flirt and said softly with hatred. I knew it. This Yen definitely has bad intentions for bringing these girls home. Chuju crossed her arms and sighed. Sigh. I should have known, but why didn't I let him in the room? If I let him in last night, maybe he wouldn't have. Towards the end, Chuju's face started to redden. Mikoto heard this and sighed helplessly. Indeed, if they let Wu Yen in last night, Wu Yen wouldn't have pushed down other girls. Chuju and Mikoto knew this very well. But for some reason, when they saw Wu Yen bring girls home, they couldn't think rationally and pushed Wu Yen into another girl's room. They looked at each other again and sighed. What bad luck. Chapter 268. Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yan's house. Wu Yan looked at his living room. It looked like it was ravaged by a level 10 typhoon. The corner of his mouth twitched. He couldn't keep his cool. As for the creators of this scene, each of them had the attitude of, this has nothing to do with me, so I'm not concerned. They raised their heads to the ceiling as if to say, this has nothing to do with us. The three creators are Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. At this point, the three girls have changed into maid outfits and they are standing in front of Wu Yan. They look like young and pretty little maids. They don't even need to add on all kinds of cute points. They just naturally exuded from their bodies. Wu Yan, who is seeing the three girls in this way for the first time, had his eyes lit up. However, when he saw the scene of his living room being messed up by them, his wine-red eyes couldn't light up. Instead, there was only a faint trace of sadness in his eyes. Wu Yan started to regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have cleaned it himself. Why did he ask the three of them to clean the living room? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Well, you can't blame Wu Yan for this. Anyone who has three maids in maid outfits wouldn't choose to do the cleaning themselves. Luckily, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria are out on the streets, or else. But Wu Yan didn't understand why Chuju and Mikoto would ask him to clean the house. Wasn't it always Ikaros who did it? Also, when they asked him to clean the house, why did they look like they had a grudge against him? Until now, a certain wolf still didn't know that because he had pushed down the lowly girl, his wife had already found out about it. Maybe Chuju and Mikoto thought the reason Wu Yan pushed Frenda down was because they didn't allow Wu Yan to enter the room, so they didn't pursue the matter. They just asked Wu Yan to clean the house and dragged Ikaros away as a small punishment. What kind and lovable girls. I wonder if they would be heartbroken if they found out about Wu Yan's mission 3. As for Wu Yan, after he received the mission to clean the house out of nowhere, he didn't think much of it. After all, it's just cleaning the house, not Academy City. That's why these two girls are too kind. Wu Yan, on the other hand, is too naive. He had already forgotten how big this house is for him, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku to live in. How big is this house that can house all 8 of them? So when Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria left the house, Wu Yan picked up a rag and scanned the size of his house. After a moment of daze, he decisively gave up on the idea of relying on himself. At this time, the 3 girls who just moved in yesterday, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, naturally became Wu Yan's scapegoats. Using the reason that maids should look like maids as an excuse, Wu Yan made the 3 girls put on maid outfits, forced, and sat down leisurely, waiting for them to clean his house until it shines. However, Wu Yan soon realized that he was too naive. Looking at this ruined house, it's hard not to realize that he was wrong. Is this cleaning? This is clearly destruction, right? Yes, right? Yes, right. That's definitely it. Wu Yan flipped countless tables in his heart. He can't afford to be hurt. Is it because Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku don't know how to do housework? Maybe that's part of the reason, but more importantly, it's because the 3 girls are unhappy. No. Or rather, it's because 2 of them are unhappy. She was forcefully abducted and brought here. She was even taken advantage of. Yesterday, she was crowned as a maid, and today, she was sent here to clean the house. How can she live up to the great name of Kinuhata Sai if she doesn't cause some destruction? Thus, Kinuhata Sai, who is unhappy in her heart, on the surface, on the other hand, she is obedient. She will wipe the floor, wipe the table, and wipe the chair. It's just that when she's doing something, Xianxia will attach a layer of nitrogen armor to her hands. Thus, when she wipes the floor will crack. When she wipes the table will fall apart. When she wipes the chair will say goodbye to her. If Xianxia is unhappy to this extent, Frenda is even more unhappy. Yesterday, she snuck into her room and pushed her on Twitter. This morning, she was still messing around with her. Yet, not long after she left her room, she was called to clean the house? She even had to wear maid outfits. Frenda, on the other hand, erupted in secret. At this moment, Frenda miraculously thought of the same thing as Xianxia. Thus, this house suffered a calamity. Frenda doesn't know Xianxia's nitrogen armor, but when it comes to destruction, as the explosive girl, how could she lose to Xianxia? She gently placed a few thin wires on the floor, the table, and the chair. Then she gently tapped on them. Thus the floor, table, and chair, after shaking for a while, they cracked and fell apart. As for Takitsubu Riku, actually, she's just a bystander. Looking at Xianxia and Frenda, who are looking at each other, as well as Takitsubu Riku, who is lowering her head in embarrassment, Wu Yan slapped himself on the head. He wants to cry but no tears come out. I say, just how much hatred do you two have for this house? Hearing that, Xianxia and Frenda snorted and turned their heads away. Takitsubu Riku panicked and looked around, as if she didn't want to see an argument. Wu Yan sighed helplessly. He can roughly guess that these two cute girls are purposely causing destruction. Rather than saying that they have hatred for this house, it's more accurate to say that they have hatred for him. But, this house is innocent. Even if you don't want to stay, we still want to stay. But in the end, it's still his fault. What do you mean it's his fault? It's his fault. Xianxia and Frenda's reaction is only natural. Forget it, I'll just treat it as a little girl complaining. Patting his cheeks, Wu Yan said to the two ladies. I say, since you've done the destruction, your anger should be gone by now, right? Chuju and the rest should be back soon. It's time to clean things up properly, right? Two cold snorts resounded in response to Wu Yan, and two faces turned to the other side. Takitsubu Riku instantly felt awkward. She didn't know what to do. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He really didn't know what to say. After trying his best to persuade the two ladies, all he got was cold snorts, indicating that he's still angry. The two ladies didn't even bother to look at Wu Yan, causing Wu Yan to be furious. These two girls, are they asking for a lesson? But at this moment, the big hall is still waiting for someone to clean it up. Wu Yan can only resist the urge to teach these two cute things a lesson. He tried to persuade the two girls, but unfortunately, it didn't work out very well. If this continues, even with Takitsubu Riku's help, he won't be able to clean up before Chuju and the rest return. What should I do? Slapping his forehead with a headache, Wu Yan looked at the three maids in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. If only there was a capable maid, of various meanings, that would be great. But, who has the ability to clean up the entire living room in an instant? Hee, unless time can stop. Such a thought flashed through his mind. Wu Yan was stunned by this sudden thought. Maid. Time. Stop. He couldn't help but mumble these two sentences. As he mumbled, Wu Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 269. A beautiful figure flashed through his mind. Wu Yan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Happiness started to surface on his face as well. If it was her, it would be a piece of cake for her to clean up this mess. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan's heart calmed down. Ignoring the presence of Xianxia, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, he opened the system list. Since it's not an existence that's fused with his life, they won't be able to see the system list. Wu Yan didn't have to worry about it. At most, he would just make them feel confused. Just like the three girls, they were confused. After opening the system list, Wu Yan clicked on the Summon option. Dragging on the list, an extremely familiar name entered Wu Yan's eyes. 16 Nights Black Knight. Oriental character, the head maid of the fantasy village Red Devil Mansion. Known as the perfect head maid, she is one of the few humans in the fantasy village that is blessed by the gods and monsters. Apart from humans, she is one of the few humans. Summoning points. 100,000. Speaking of maids, there was no one better than 16 Knights Black Knight to have the image of a maid etched into people's hearts. This head maid with the title of Perfect Head Maid is extremely popular. In Wu Yan's heart, Wu Yan wanted to summon her a few times, but due to various matters, he could only put it aside for now. Now that he has enough points and the timing is perfect, if he doesn't summon her now, when will he? Seeing the name 16 Knights Black Knight, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He reached out his finger and clicked on the summon option. This time, it won't be because of other matters that he can't summon her, right? Tapping on the summon option, a joke flashed through Wu Yan's mind in a thousandth of a second. However, this joke soon came true because of Wu Yan's jinxed mouth. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku looked at Wu Yan, who was pointing at the empty space in front of them with a silly smile on his face. Countless question marks appeared on their heads. Kinuhata Sai looked at Wu Yan strangely. Looking at his strange actions, she frowned. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy had gone crazy. Kinuhata Sai's feet clattered as she walked towards Wu Yan and shouted at Wu Yan. "Hey! Are you super stupid?" Kinuhata Sai's sudden shout startled Wu Yan, who was pointing his finger at the summon option. Thus, the plot that he's so happy to see. Do you still remember? Back then, when he completed Mission 2 of defeating directional travel, the reward for Mission 2 was summon a random character. Now, the start option is at the top right of the list of summons. After being startled by Kinuhata Sai, Wu Yan's hand trembled and he clicked on the start option without hesitation. Wu Yan stared at his hand with his mouth agape. His entire face turned blank from this unforeseen plot. In his heart, it was as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping past him. The crappy thoughts in his heart were all destroyed by the grass mud horses. In the end, only 3 words remained in his heart. What the hell? Other than scaring Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku, there was no other effect. While Wu Yan's face is alternating between blue and white, red and black, a frame with a border started showing the names of the summoned characters in the summoning list. Furthermore, the names of the summoned characters started flashing one after another at a very refreshing speed. Like a lottery machine, the frame with a side kept flashing. In the end, it got slower and slower. Then, under Wu Yan's deathly stare, it stopped on a name. When he saw this name, Wu Yan's face that was constantly changing colors turned completely black. Then it turned so pale that his blood vessels could be seen. Why is it her? Looking at the name that stopped at the end of the frame, Wu Yan lost his composure and screamed again. So much so that Wu Yan didn't notice that Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku were looking at him with pity and worry in their eyes. However, Wu Yan didn't have any extra thoughts to train these 3 cute creatures. Right now, his heart was completely anxious. What to do? These 2 words filled his entire mind, making him so anxious that he wanted nothing more than to conjure up a hammer capable of smashing the system into smithereens. His wine-red eyes looked at the random name on the summoning list. Wu Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that the summoned character wasn't strong enough? Or maybe the character wasn't good enough? No. If the character wasn't good enough, then maybe it could be a little bit more. But if the summoned character wasn't strong enough, then there wouldn't be any strong characters in this world. But if such a strong character descends on Academy City, then it would be a disaster. No matter how anxious Wu Yan is, the randomization process is over and the summoned character has been selected. The system's summon list is starting to glow. The glow stunned Wu Yan, who was burning with anxiety. Then, Wu Yan steeled his heart and took out a town return scroll. He crushed it and disappeared under the glow of the town return scroll. Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsuba Riku were all stunned. They stared blankly at Wu Yan's position where he suddenly disappeared. The 3 of them looked at each other and for a moment, they were stunned on the spot and lost their ability to react. Could it be that he's also a space ability user? Back then, on the beach where the Archangel God's power descended, following a flash of light, Wu Yan's figure suddenly appeared on the beach. A second after Wu Yan appeared, a dazzling light shone from the system's summon list in front of Wu Yan that hasn't closed since the beginning. At the same time, the familiar light of summoning appeared in front of Wu Yan. Even though Wu Yan has seen this familiar scene a few times, he still couldn't let his eyes adapt to the intense light of summoning. Under the illumination of the summoning light, Wu Yan couldn't help but raise his hand to block his wine-red eyes from being illuminated by the light. After an unknown amount of time, the light of summoning slowly dimmed. Following the dimming of the summoning light, a small, short figure, under the influence of an unknown power, was slowly drawn out like a painting. First it was the brush, then the drawing, finally, the figure was painted in color and completely appeared in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the small figure in his memory, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. After the summoning light completed its task, when the small figure was completed, it disappeared. The full appearance of the person that Wu Yan was so anxious to summon finally surfaced. It was an extremely petite and cute little lowly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a little lowly because her height was much shorter than even the shortest Frenda. She looked like a 10-year-old girl. She had a head of light yellow shoulder-length hair that shone like the sun. The side of her hair was tied into a single ponytail. She wore a very cute beret hat on her head. She wore mostly red, with some white gothic lowly clothing. She looked very charming and cute. Her eyelids were tightly shut and her two small hands were clasped together in front of her chest. Paired with her delicate and beautiful face, she looked like a sleeping princess. However, no matter how you look at this cute little lowly, there was a pair of eye-catching wings on her back. Chapter 270. What kind of wings were they? Actually, it was a little far-fetched to call it a pair of wings because it looked more like a large necklace or a bracelet. Looking at the Luan, it should be a pair of wings. However, the part that was supposed to be the wings had completely disappeared, leaving only the edges that looked like they had once supported the wings. Crystals of different colors hung from the edges of the wings, causing them to emit all kinds of different and unbelievable colors. However, their shapes looked a bit distorted. Character: Flandora. Scarlet abilities: I, ability to destroy almost any object. Rune card: Vampire bloodline strength. A, endurance. S, agility. A, spirit. D, equipment. Lavatian, Levatin. B grade. Level 82, level 82. Tier 9. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. That's because he was shocked. Other than the Spider Queen, this was the first Tier 9 that Wu Yan had seen in his life. In terms of level, Flandra's level was even higher than the Spider Queen's. Looking at the petite lowly who looked like a sleeping beauty, who would have thought that she was a Tier 9 powerhouse? However, Flandra? Scarlet was a Tier 9. Wu Yan was not surprised at all. The reason was because of Flandra's ability. The ability to destroy almost anything. The ability called Sight. The so-called Sight was actually similar to the line seen by the demon eye of death perception. It was the same. Flandra could see the damage points of all objects, which were the so-called Sight. By moving these Sight into her hands and destroying these Sight, Flandra could rapidly disintegrate things that could be touched and untouched. In other words, when Flandra stood in front of you and raised her hand with a smile, the Sight on your body was already in her hands. At that time, she only needed to lightly squeeze it and you would disappear from this world. What a terrifying ability! Although it was different from the demon eye of death perception, it was much scarier than the demon eye of death perception. Because the demon eye of death perception had to rush in front of you to slash you, but Flandra did not need to do that at all. As long as Flandra could see you, your Sight would not be able to escape. Moreover, Flandra was a vampire. Although she was not a true ancestor, she was scarier than some true ancestors. The ability to control eyes, coupled with the vampire's powerful strength and recovery ability, made this little lowly into an abnormally terrifying demon king. Yes, demon queen. This was not an exaggeration at all. Flandra's mental state was a little damaged because she controlled too much power. In other words, Flandra's mental state was not healthy, so she could not control of her ability. To put it simply, it was like the demon eye of death perception that could not be closed. As soon as she saw something that moved, Flandra couldn't help but want to play with it. And the play Flandra was referring to was the bullet screen. Once she continued to play with the other party, she would uncontrollably take control of the other party's eyes, and in the end, the person who was playing with her would become the person who was played to the point of being broken, according to Flandora. The consequences were obvious. The ability to control Sight was too scary. Coupled with Flandra's slightly abnormal mental state, even her sister, Remilia Scarlet, could not do anything about it. Scarlet could only bear the pain and lock her up in the basement. Because of this, Flandra spent her entire life in an underground room. This was also the reason why Wu Yan was so anxious when he saw that Flandra was the chosen one. Imagine how dangerous it was for a little girl who could not help but control the target sight when she saw something that moved, causing her to go overboard and destroy the moving thing. She was in Academy City filled with 3 million people. Based on Wu Yan's understanding of Flandra, if she runs into the streets, everywhere she goes will turn into a sea of blood. Academy City will also turn into a city of ghosts under the influence of this brat. No one could stop her. No one. Including Alistair and I was. With Flandra's level 82, Wu Yan did not have high hopes for them. Wu Yan had no choice but to use a return scroll and return to the beach. Putting aside the question of whether or not the problem can be solved, the first thing he needs to do is to isolate Flandra. Wu Yan looked at the little figure in front of him with his wine-red eyes. He looked at Flandra's cute little face and couldn't help but feel pity for her. If one didn't look at Flandra's age, then with Flandra's appearance and intelligence, she should still be a spoiled little girl in her mother's arms, jumping around and acting like a spoiled child. Now, due to Flandra's terrifying ability and mental state, even he couldn't help but feel wary of her. He even wanted to isolate her. No wonder Remilia had to bear the pain of locking her in the basement. How nice would it be if he could get along with Flandra? Wu Yan was at a loss. What should he do? He has already summoned Flandra to his side. This is an indisputable fact. However, Flandra is an incomparably dangerous existence. This is also an indisputable fact. Could it be that he had to learn from Remilia and think of a way to lock up Furando? With that thought, Wu Yan's body shook. His eyes narrowed and he slapped his own face. 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on Wu Yan's face. One can imagine how much strength Wu Yan used. Even with the true ancestor's powerful recovery, the 5 fingerprints disappeared in a second. However, the pain still lingered in Wu Yan's mind. I can't learn from Remilia. Never. Clenching his fist, Wu Yan looked at Flandra and quickly opened his system list. Character: Wu Yan abilities: True Ancestor Bloodline, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5. Equipment: Shana of the Holy Temple, C. Dragon Armor, C. Meteor Shower, B. Summons. Misaka Makoto, Katsura Hinajaku, Ikaros, Astria. Flandra? Scarlet? Equipment points: 21,000 item points. 200,000 ability points. 1,000 summon points. 220000 level. 67. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the various stats on his character. His mind spun like crazy. With the resources he has, what can he do to turn Flandra back into a normal little girl? Equipment, item, ability, and even summon are being scrolled by Wu Yan at an incredible speed. His eyes skimmed through 10 lines at a glance, trying to find a way to solve this problem. Wu Yan isn't afraid that the system doesn't have a solution. At least until now, the system has never disappointed him. Every time he needs something, Wu Yan can find it from the system. Wu Yan's only worry is that he doesn't have enough points. Fortunately, the system didn't disappoint Wu Yan this time. Sealing Bracelet. This item is divided into 2 bracelets, one red and one white. When the wearer wears the red bracelet, the wearer's power will be completely sealed. Only when the wearer of the white bracelet enters the release command through the white bracelet will the wearer of the red bracelet's power be released. Once worn, the bracelet can never be removed or destroyed. Note: the bracelet can only be worn if the wearer is willing and understands the bracelet's ability. If the wearer resists, the bracelet will not be worn. Item points: 200,000. Chapter 271. Sealing Bracelet. This item is divided into 2 bracelets, one red and one white. When the wearer wears the red bracelet, the wearer's power will be completely sealed. Only when the wearer of the white bracelet enters the release command through the white bracelet will the wearer of the red bracelet's power be released. Once worn, the wearer will never be able to remove or destroy the bracelet. Note: the bracelet can only be worn if the wearer is willing and understands the bracelet's abilities. If the wearer refuses, the bracelet will not be worn. 200,000 item points. Sealing Bracelet. This is great. Wu Yan was overjoyed, but when he saw the 200,000 item points, his face fell. His entire net worth is only 200,000 item points. He shook his head and his expression turned resolute. Now is not the time to worry about the points. He can still earn them, but without the sealing bracelet, Wu Yan really doesn't know how to get along with Flandre-chan. His finger quickly tapped and the item points turned into a cute 0. 2 bracelets, one red and one white, appeared out of thin air and fell into Wu Yan's arms. With one red and one white sealing bracelet in hand, Wu Yan put the white sealing bracelet on his hand and placed it next to the black bio-containment device. Then, he gripped the red sealing bracelet tightly while looking at Flandolo with a serious expression on his face. Next, he has to think of a way to put the sealing bracelet on Flandre-chan. It's complicated to describe, but all that happened in a short period of time. When Wu Yan was done with the above actions, Flandre finally reacted. A small ray of light shot out from Flandre's heart and connected to Wu Yan's heart. The familiar scene of life fusion happened again in front of Wu Yan. When their heartbeats became the same frequency, the ray of light that connected them finally broke apart. The ray of light started to twist in the middle and merged into a small ball of light. It then flew into Wu Yan's body and merged with him. The life fusion finally ended. 2 people from 2 different worlds, 2 different fates, 2 different lives, 2 completely unrelated people, from this moment onwards, gradually became indispensable to each other. Wu Yan's heart was in his throat. His grip on the sealing bracelet tightened. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Flando's eyelids started trembling. She's like a bird that just came out of its shell. She's trying her best to open her eyelids, trying to see the world with her own eyes. In the end, her efforts were answered. Her small eyelids slowly opened and a pair of wine-red eyes that were almost the same color as Wu Yan's appeared in her eye sockets. Her wine-red pupils carried a trace of confusion as if she had just woken up from a dream. She tilted her head and looked around at her surroundings. She raised a small hand and rubbed her eyelids. Seeing Flandre-chan's actions after coming to this world, Wu Yan's weak heart trembled and trembled again. He stared blankly at Flandre-chan and screamed in his heart. "So cute!" Flandre-chan murmured in a daze. Then, the confusion in her wine-red eyes slowly faded away, revealing a clear and bright expression. However, Wu Yan's heart felt heavy. That was because within those clear and limpid eyes, there was also a trace of insanity. Flandre-chan lifted her head. She seemed to have thought of something as a happy smile appeared on her face. When she saw Wu Yan standing in front of her, her eyes lit up and the happiness on her face became even more apparent. Flandre-chan cheered and she pounced on Wu Yan. Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan with a surprised look on his face. Stunned, Wu Yan watched as Flandre-chan drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed on the ground. He quickly came to his senses and pulled Flandre-chan into his arms. Wu Yan underestimated Flandre-chan's strength. Due to her mental age, Flandre-chan didn't know how to control her strength. Wu Yan felt like a truck ramming into his chest. His chest felt heavy from the impact and he almost lost his breath. Rubbing his chest, Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Thank goodness he exchanged for the true ancestor bloodline. Otherwise, with his strength and body, he wouldn't be able to catch this little lowly. Hugging Flandre-chan's soft and tender body, Wu Yan felt a wave of pleasure, but at the same time, he also felt a bit confused. Flandre-chan kept rubbing her face against his chest. He didn't understand what is going on. Why is Flandre-chan so close to me? Could it be that the system knew about my difficulties, so it raised Flandre-chan's intimacy level to 100? Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Let's not talk about whether or not the system would do something so considerate. The summoned characters aren't like those virtual characters that can only be seen on the screen. They're alive, they're real. Even the system said that there can only be one summon, and it's impossible to summon a second one. In other words, every summon is unique. Therefore, they weren't puppets. They weren't existences that could be casually intertwined with the system. The only thing the system could do was to link their fates together with him. That was all. Giving Flandre-chan a pat on the back, Wu Yan asked. Flandre-chan, did you know me before? Flandre-chan might have heard the confusion in Wu Yan's voice because she lifted her head from Wu Yan's chest and looked at Wu Yan. Her 2 little eyes curved into crescents. She seemed to be very happy that Wu Yan called her Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan didn't know Big Brother before. Wu Yan got even more confused when he heard that. Then why are you so close to me? Didn't your sister tell you that you shouldn't get too close to strangers? Wu Yan had a weird feeling when he said that. Why does it feel like he's teasing a child? When Flandrechan heard Wu Yan's words, her eyes flashed with nostalgia and resentment. She looked at Wu Yan and said, "Humph! Don't mention my sister in front of me." Wu Yan froze for a moment before he bitterly smiled. It seems like Flandrechan has quite a bit of resentment towards Remilia. No matter what, she's the one who locked him in the basement. Even if it's her beloved sister, she can't help but feel resentment towards her. But it's good enough that she doesn't have any resentment towards her. A child's mood can change quickly. Flandrechan put on a smile again in the blink of an eye. Although my sister did say that I shouldn't get close to strangers, Flandrechan likes Big Brother a lot, so I'm an exception. Hearing her tender voice say the words, "I like it a lot" to him, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. But it only lasted for a while. "Ah. If you didn't know me before, why do you like me?" "That's because Big Brother is the one who released Fran from that detestable basement. That's why Flandrechan likes Big Brother the most." And Flandrechan sniffed Wu Yan with her little nose. Flandrechan nestled in Wu Yan's arms and squinted her eyes. She moaned softly as if she's intoxicated. "Big Brother has a familiar scent on you that Flandrechan likes. It's the same scent as my sister and Flandrechan." Flandrechan's summons will be imbued with memories of the system and himself. That's why she's so close to him, because she thinks he's the one who saved her from the abyss of suffering. That so-called familiar scent is probably because he's a vampire as well as a primogenitor. In other words, Flandrechan's so-called is just a child heartfelt joy towards the person who gave them candy. Sighing, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel disappointed. He thought he'd max out her favorability. Chapter 272. Flandrechan's nose twitched as if she's sniffing a delicacy. The more she sniffed, the more excited she became. She kept rubbing her face against Wu Yan's chest, which amused Wu Yan. From the looks of it, Flandrechan is just an ordinary little girl who likes to act spoiled. Hugging Flandrechan, Wu Yan looked at Flandrechan's delicate face. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. However, Flandrechan's next words made Wu Yan's happy heart turn cold. Flandrechan lifted her pretty face and she excitedly said to Wu Yan, "Oni-chan, can you play with Flandrechan?" Play. It's true, it's normal for a child to say something like, "Play with me." However, Wu Yan knows that the play she's talking about isn't something fun at all. If she doesn't play well, she might lose her life. Even though Wu Yan has an immortal body and is now a true ancestor, he can't help but feel suffocated. Flandrechan's eyes are the same color as his, but they're filled with hope. Even though Wu Yan knows how dangerous Flandrechan is, he can't bear to reject her. Sighing, Wu Yan ruffled Flandrechan's blonde hair. "So what do you want to play, Flandrechan?" Flandrechan's eyes lit up when she heard that. She raised both of her hands and made a cheering gesture. "Big Brother. Flandrechan loves playing bullet screen games. Let's play a bullet screen game, okay?" As expected, Wu Yan frowned and patted Flandrechan's back. "Flandrechan, the bullet screen game isn't something you can play as you please." Flandrechan's cheerful face turned grim when she heard Wu Yan's words. Her red eyes flashed with a crimson light that's darker than the color of her pupils. "Big Brother, don't you want to play with Flandrechan?" It's still the same face and the same soft voice. But this time, Flandrechan's words were followed by a bloody stench in the air. Nothing is happening. The beach is still peaceful, but Wu Yan can see an endless amount of blood rushing towards him. Wu Yan's frown deepened. He suddenly felt Flandrechan's weight. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yan is a true ancestor and doesn't feel uncomfortable with the smell of blood, it wouldn't be as simple as a frown. Wu Yan sensed that when Flandrechan said she doesn't want to play with Flan, her mental state seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Hugging Flandrechan tightly, Wu Yan's furrowed brows relaxed. He sighed and he raised the red sealing bracelet in front of Flandrechan. Flandrechan, who had a weird expression on her face, froze up when she saw the bracelet. "It's so pretty." Flandrechan reached out and touched the bracelet in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but for someone like Flandrechan who likes red, The bracelet in Wu Yan's hand is really pretty. This bracelet is called the sealing bracelet. Wu Yan said. Sealing bracelet. Flandre-chan looked up with a confused expression. She couldn't understand why such a beautiful bracelet would have such a strange name and why Wu Yan would suddenly say something like that. Wu Yan couldn't see the confusion on Flandre-chan's face. He could only smile bitterly in his heart. Who told the bracelet to be worn willingly and knowing the effects of the bracelet? Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan seriously. Flandre-chan, do you want this bracelet? Yes, yes. Flandre-chan wants it. Flandre-chan didn't hesitate to shout at Wu Yan. She reached out with both hands and grabbed the bracelet as if she was afraid that Wu Yan would put it away. She's so cute. If you want it, I can give it to you. Wu Yan's words made Flandre-chan smile again, but Wu Yan's next words made her smile disappear. Flandre-chan, this sealing bracelet can seal the power in your body. Flandre-chan was stunned. Seal power? Yes. Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan, then at the white bracelet on his wrist and the red bracelet in his hand. As long as you're willing to put it on, it will seal your power. Without my permission, you won't be able to use your power anymore. Wu Yan sighed for the umpteenth time when he saw Flandre-chan's expression. He suddenly looked at her seriously. Flandre-chan, if you want to play with me, you must put on this bracelet to seal your power. Flandre-chan went silent. She slowly withdrew her hand from the sealing hoop. Her wine-red eyes slowly calmed down and became as calm as an ancient well. I see. Flandre-chan lowered her head. Her low voice traveled into Wu Yan's ears from under her bangs. Wu Yan's heart went cold again. So Big Brother hates Flandre-chan's power just like Big Sister? That's why you don't want to play with Flandre-chan? Wu Yan saw how bad Flandre-chan's mood got. It's not like that. Before Wu Yan could finish, Flandre-chan whispered again, interrupting Wu Yan. Big Sister is like that. Big Brother is like that too. Flandre-chan did nothing wrong, so why does everyone hate Flandre-chan? It's not like that, Flandre-chan. It's your power that's too dangerous. Flandre-chan suddenly laughed at Wu Yan's words, but her laughter sent chills down Wu Yan's spine. Hee hee, Big Sister said the same thing too. In the end, Big Sister locked me up in that annoying room. Now, Big Brother is saying the same thing. Are you going to use that annoying bracelet to lock me up too? It's just sealing your power, it won't lock you up. It's all the same. Flandre-chan raised her head and shouted at Wu Yan. Her voice was filled with grievance and madness. You're all the same. Big Sister is the same. Big Brother is the same. Everyone is the same. You hate Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan wriggled out of Wu Yan's grasp and floated up from Wu Yan's body. Then, she quickly retreated. A pair of twisted but beautiful crystal wings fluttered. Flandre-chan floated in mid-air, facing Wu Yan from afar. Two pairs of wine-red eyes stared at each other. Both of them were filled with a bewitching charm. However, the expressions in their eyes were completely different. One pair was filled with seriousness and worry, while the other pair was filled with madness and wariness. Suddenly, Flandre-chan's wine-red eyes lit up like a small light bulb. Under the illumination of the red light, Flandre-chan's adorable face turned into a horrifying and evil one. Flandre-chan let out a sinister laugh that Wu Yan couldn't get used to. Flandre-chan stared at Wu Yan with her red eyes and giggled. The words that came out of her mouth made Wu Yan panic. Big Brother, Flandre-chan hates you. Even though Flandre-chan hates you, Flandre-chan still wants to play with Big Brother. If Big Brother doesn't want to play with Flandre-chan, then let Flandre-chan play with Big Brother. Chapter 273. In the sky, Flan stared at Wu Yan with her glowing red eyes. Her lips curled into a cruel and bloodthirsty grin. Her rainbow-colored crystal wings sparkled as the crystals on her wings clanged against each other, creating a tinkling sound that resembled a bell. Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. Heaven and earth seemed to darken in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the darkness faded away and was replaced by a thick red color. The sky is red. The ground is red. Even the clear blue ocean behind Flan turned into a sea of blood in an instant. The entire space was dyed in the color of blood. Flan's clean and tidy clothes looked like they were covered in a layer of blood. From where Wu Yan was standing, He could faintly see blood dripping from Flan's body and soaking the ocean on the ground. That's not real blood. It's just an illusion created by Flan's unique aura. Flandrachon's floating body suddenly came to a stop. Flandrachon could feel the thick blood color, the purest color, stimulating her soul, stimulating her body, causing her to tremble slightly. There's a voice in her heart that's screaming, "Destroy! Destroy! Destroy! Everything!" Flandrachon's red eyes were filled with endless madness. She lowered her head and looked at Wu Yan on the ground. She grinned. "Sa, big brother, come play with Flan." The ground where Wu Yan was standing suddenly shook. Wu Yan's expression changed and a spark appeared on his forehead. An invisible wave of iron sand gushed out from the ground and wrapped around Wu Yan's arms and legs. It lifted Wu Yan into the air. Boom! Flan's feet barely left the ground when the ground rumbled. A row of light bullets shot out from the ground and split into countless vine-like whips. They whipped towards Wu Yan. It's the forbidden cranberry trap. One of Flandrachon's rune cards. Wu Yan's scalp tingled when he saw the forest of vine-like bullets. He moved his body and the ground shook again. This time, it's not light bullets but iron sand. The iron sand quickly formed into iron sand swords and they flew towards the vine-like bullets. Boom! 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 A series of continuous explosions rang out from the collision between the vines and the iron sand swords. It was as if firecrackers were being set off. The sounds were extremely frequent. "Flan, stop!" Wu Yan yelled at Flandrachon. "No!" Flandrachon refused. At the same time, she used the forbidden cranberry trap again. Countless vines formed in her hands and attacked Wu Yan. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and opened his palm. The iron sand swords formed again. It's another showdown between bullets. However, it's unknown if Flandrachon was being merciful or not. Flandrachon's attack was cancelled out by the Tier 7 Wu Yan's. Wu Yan leaped and landed in front of Flandrachon. He looked at Flandrachon and said seriously, "If you don't stop, I'm going to get angry." Flandrachon froze for a moment before she shouted angrily again. "No, no, I don't want to." All this time I've been alone. No one came to talk to me. No one came to play with me. Flandrachon screamed at Wu Yan. "Why did you lock me up?" Flandrachon didn't do anything wrong. Flandrachon just wanted to play with Big Brother. Flandrachon. Wu Yan looked at Flan who was yelling at him and he felt pity for her. But he couldn't do anything about it. If he didn't do this, Flandrachon would cause a lot of damage to her surroundings. Maybe subconsciously, Wu Yan didn't want to see this cute little girl do something cruel under the influence of a superpower. That's why sealing Flandrachon's power was necessary. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. "Anyway, Flandrachon, can you stop and listen to me? I didn't want to lock you up." "Big Brother, you're a bad guy." Flandrachon hates Big Brother. Flandrachon obviously didn't listen to Wu Yan. Her temper didn't show any signs of calming down. She started attacking indiscriminately. 495-year ripple. This rune card, that seemed to have a very meaningful name, actually displayed a terrifying scene. Light bullet. Pure light bullet. But the number of light bullets was enough to cover the sky. Compared to the 495-year ripple, the scene created by Accelerator's ability is so weak. "Big Brother, come play with Flandrachon." A terrifying amount of energy radiated from the projectile. Wu Yan's expression changed again and again when he saw the projectile filling up his field of vision. Wu Yan reached out to Flandrachon and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the iron sand swords turned into normal iron sand and scattered into the sky like a huge wave. However, the 495-year ripple is obviously bigger than the iron sand swords. Wu Yan clenched his teeth and a vein popped up on his forehead. At the same time, an even bigger wave of iron sand came out from the ground to supplement the iron sand swords in the sky. Wu Yan's veins popped up on his forehead and a hint of pain flashed across his eyes. It's a sign that he's having a hard time right now. But to fight against Flandrachon's 495-year ripple is not something he can do normally. Wu Yan can only overdraw his computing power. Anyway, his brain being burned out is nothing compared to the true ancestor's powerful recovery ability. The huge iron sand wave surged towards the light bullet that was falling from the sky and slowly spread out. It was like a big palm that wrapped around the light bullet of the 495-year ripple. Then it clenched its fist. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the iron sand and light bullets that were enough to form a small ocean were all turned into flowers of light and scattered between the heaven and earth. Under the sparks, Wu Yan's face turned extremely pale. His eyes were bloodshot and his originally red pupils turned even redder. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead and waves of pain came from his head. Wu Yan couldn't help but hold his head. Seeing that the 495-year ripple didn't take effect, Flan wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, she got even more excited. Seeing Wu Yan's pained expression made her even more excited. Licking her lips, Flan giggled. Ha ha ha, this is so fun. Big brother is very strong. But Flan is even stronger. Let's continue playing. Big brother. Holding his head, Wu Yan panted. The blood in his eyes visibly decreased and the pain in his head lessened. That's the true ancestor's powerful vitality and recovery ability at work, repairing Wu Yan's nearly burned-out brain. Holding his head and one of his eyes, Wu Yan looked at Flan in the sky with his remaining eye. This time, Wu Yan's remaining eye shrunk. Flan's lips twitched into a smile of infinite joy. She smiled happily at Wu Yan, just like when they first met. So cute and pure. However, Flan's small hand is facing Wu Yan. She opened her hand. It's this action that made Wu Yan's heart turn cold. If possible, Wu Yan would rather face the barrage of bullet comments than watch Flandrachan reach out her hand to him. Under Wu Yan's pinhole-sized gaze, Flandrachan's hand suddenly clenched. Bam! After a light sound, Wu Yan's body shattered into pieces and turned into a pool of blood. Chapter 274. No one had ever experienced such a feeling before, right? Seeing one's own body shatter into pieces with their own eyes? But Wu Yan is experiencing it right now. Wu Yan didn't even have time to react when Flandrachan grabbed him. He suddenly felt himself flying away, and Wu Yan saw his body slowly disintegrating into pieces. What actually happened was that before Wu Yan could react, his head had already fallen right in front of his body. Before he lost consciousness, Wu Yan saw his own body being crushed to pieces. He experienced what it feels like to see one's own body being crushed to a pulp. Flandrachan loosened her clenched fists. She looked at Wu Yan, who was reduced to a puddle of blood, and a bloodthirsty grin appeared on her face. However, that grin quickly disappeared. Flandrachan pouted and said dejectedly, "Ah, Big Brother is broken. Even Big Brother is broken by Flandrachan. This isn't fun at all." Maybe the deceased Wu Yan heard what she said. Flandrachan froze for a moment before the blood that was splattered all over the place suddenly stopped. Then, under Flandrachan's gaze, the blood started to gather at the spot where it fell. It didn't take long for all the blood to gather and form a blood ball. When all the blood was poured into the ball of blood started to twist. Slowly, it turned into a human figure. Then, organs, bones, and skin started to grow on the surface of the bloody figure at a speed visible to the naked eye. At some point, all the necessary parts have grown out. Wu Yan reappeared in front of Flandrachan. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Flandrachan. His wine-red eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness and fear. It's too scary. Flandrachan's ability is too scary. Just a second ago, he had only been tormented by the overdraft of his computing power. However, in the next second, he had died once just like that. And the reason why he died was because of Flandrachan's gentle grip. He shuddered at the thought of witnessing his own body being smashed into smithereens and turning into a pool of blood. That kind of feeling is indescribably weird. At the same time, Wu Yan rejoiced for the nth time. Thank goodness he exchanged for the true ancestor's bloodline. Otherwise, his soul would have returned to hell. On the other hand, when Flandrachan saw Wu Yan come back to life, the shock on her face slowly faded away. Instead, it was replaced by excitement. She even bounced around in the air to show how happy she is right now. This is great. Big Brother is healed again. Big Brother can't be broken. This is great. Listening to Flandrachan's excitement, Wu Yan wasn't happy at all. That's because of Flandrachan's next sentence. Big Brother can't be broken. I can play with Flan forever. Forever. Keep playing. This is great. Wu Yan's face gradually crumbled as he listened to Flandrachan's naive and excited cries. He's flipped the table countless times to express his current feelings. Even though Flandre was his summon, she was trying to kill him with every move she made. Whether it was the barrage of bullet screens, the terrifying control over her eyes, or her destructive power, they were all trying to kill him. Could it be that Flandre didn't receive the system's memories and didn't know that their lives are intertwined? If I die, she'll die too? What's the difference between killing me and killing Flandre? Flandre must have received the system's memories. There's no doubt about it. Didn't Flandre think that I'm the one who saved her? This proves that she did receive the system's memories. But with Flandre's personality, even if she knew, she would have forgotten about it by now. Still, Wu Yan knew that even if he told her, it wouldn't do much. Flandre's mental state is so easily triggered that she'll probably get even more excited after hearing about it. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yan looked at Flandre. There's a hint of anger in his eyes. No one would be in a good mood after being screwed over. If it wasn't for Flandre, Wu Yan would have pulled out his meteor shower. Flandre, can you stop now? Flandre shook her head without hesitation. No way. Why should I stop? It's just the beginning. Just the beginning? Wu Yan bitterly smiled. That's right, Flandre is a rank 9 while he's a rank 7. Maybe what happened before was just the beginning. Stop playing, Flandre. Be a good girl, okay? When he said this, he almost sounded like he was begging. This fight, let's not talk about whether he can win or not. Even if he can win, he can't bear to do it. But if he doesn't, from the start, Wu Yan kept telling Flandre to stop, but was it effective? She's not a human being. Flandre's smile faded when she heard Wu Yan's words. She lowered her voice and whined. I'll be a good girl. Big brother is just like big sister. You keep telling me to be a good girl, but I've always been a good girl. I just want to play with big brother. But I really can't afford to play with your so-called play. Wu Yan almost burst into tears. That's why people say that brats are the same as women. Once they're unreasonable, they're the scariest thing in the world. That's why Wu Yan can only smile bitterly. Flandre got angry when she saw Wu Yan's bitter smile. Big brother just doesn't want to play with Flandre. Flandre won't. She wants to play with big brother. Following Flandre's angry words, a terrifying aura burst forth from her body once more. This time, it was even stronger and stronger than before. Light bullet. By the time Wu Yan reacted, the only thing left in front of him was the light bullet. Cursing in his heart, Wu Yan quickly retreated. He had no choice but to do so. There's no room for him to dodge the bullet. Ha! With a shout, the lightning responded to Wu Yan's summon. It came out from Wu Yan's body and the violent electricity filled his entire body. Lightning crackled and one could even vaguely hear the sound of thunder. Wu Yan can only rely on his computing power to defend against Flandre's barrage. If Flandre was an enemy, he might be able to deal with her. But, she's one of his allies. He can only passively defend against her barrage. It's almost the same as the iron sandwave, but this time, it's a net of lightning. Under Wu Yan's control, the dense net of lightning went straight for the barrage of bullets. When the sound of thunder and explosion rang out at the same time, the attack that was powerful enough to destroy the surface of the beach was once again dispersed. Several attacks cancelled each other out. The beach that was weak for both Wu Yan and Flandre was miraculously intact. Other than the dust that was blown away by the shockwaves, the beach was miraculously intact. Of course, Wu Yan didn't have the time to care about the life and death of this beach. He can't even control his own life and death right now. How could he have the time to care about the beach? After the first wave of attacks cancelled each other out, Wu Yan was panting heavily again. Enduring the pain in his head, Wu Yan bitterly smiled at Flandre. Flandre, can't you listen to me just this once? Flandre rarely had a cold expression on her face, but it didn't look cold at all. Instead, it looked like she was angry. She snorted and turned her head away. Then, she reached out her hand to Wu Yan. Shocked, Wu Yan wanted to do something, but his body disintegrated again. The ability to destroy everything in its path was truly too horrifying. Chapter 275. In less than a second, he turned into a puddle of blood again. Even with his immortal body, Wu Yan's heart still felt cold. She could decide a person's life and death in 1 second. Flandre-chan is too strong, too strong. It's no wonder even that old monster Yakumo Yukari has a headache for Flandre-chan in Fantasy Village. Flandre-chan was having a headache. Without a doubt, with this ability alone, Flandre-chan could easily become the strongest combatant in the Fantasy Village where Tier 7s were as common as dogs and Tier 8s were everywhere. Other than Yakumo Yukari, she could easily become the strongest combatant. Flandre-chan, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind the fact that she was able to kill someone so easily. Instead, she looked at the spot where Wu Yan died with great interest. Her eyes are filled with anticipation. She's waiting for her big brother to come back and play with her again. Wu Yan didn't let her down. He soon appeared in the puddle of blood again. He didn't look too good. After all, without the true ancestor's bloodline, he would have died twice already. The feeling of having one's bones crushed and body falling apart isn't that pleasant. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yan's body was falling apart so fast that he didn't have time to feel the pain of his body falling apart would be enough to torture him for quite some time. Flandre-chan's face lit up. She clapped her hands to express her joy. Ha ha! Big brother, you're fine again. Wu Yan clutched the red sealing bracelet tightly in his hand. Even though he died twice to Flandre-chan, the sealing bracelet didn't show any signs of cracking. Judging by its sturdiness, the sealing bracelet lived up to its description of being indestructible. Speaking of which, whether it's the sealing bracelet or the bio-containment device, they're just two normal bracelets. No matter how much force I exert on them, they're indestructible. Should I say, as expected of a product from the system? Wu Yan shook his head mockingly and sighed. Why am I still letting my imagination run wild at a time like this? It's no wonder Wu Yan's imagination ran wild. Flandre-chan didn't listen to a single word he said to her, and he couldn't do anything to stop this level 82 lowly from doing whatever she wanted to do. Seriously. He's at his wit's end. Even when facing Accelerator, who's a tier higher than him, and the unfathomable Iware SI, Wu Yan has never felt so powerless. Wu Yan's heart sank when he saw Flandre-chan cheering in mid-air. You really don't want to wear it? Wu Yan gripped the bracelet so hard that it's turning blue. His voice was so low that it came out of his mouth. It's clear how he's feeling right now. Wu Yan's mood is extremely low. Flandre-chan's unwillingness to wear the bracelet is the same as losing the chance to live peacefully with Flandre-chan. It's been less than half an hour since Flandre-chan was summoned. Even though Flandre-chan had a good first impression of him, he still died twice. If he let Flandre-chan do as she pleases, then would he dare to bring Flandre-chan back to Academy City, bring her home, bring her to Chuju, Mikoto, and the others? Faced with this dilemma, Wu Yan felt like he's going to go crazy. Flandre-chan, who was cheering, suddenly froze up. Her restless heart calmed down a little. Hearing Wu Yan's low voice, Flandre-chan couldn't help but feel sorry for him. No matter what, Wu Yan is the one who saved her from that detestable basement. Plus, he smells like her. Flandre-chan might say that she hates him, but she can't bring herself to hate him. Even after living for 495 years, Flandre-chan's mind was still that of a child's. Her mental state was similar to that of a 10-year-old or even a 6-year-old child. This little bit of kindness was enough to increase her favorability towards Lin Sanjiu. However, being in a fantasy land that doesn't conform to common sense and being mentally unstable, Flandre-chan doesn't have the concept of not hurting the people around her. To her, everything that happened before was just a game. However, when she saw the sealing bracelet in Wu Yan's hand, Flandre-chan's calm heart started to stir again. She couldn't understand Wu Yan's thoughts, just like how she couldn't understand her sister's thoughts. She would remember those who treated her well, and she would also remember those who treated her badly. Her sister had locked her up in that room that she didn't like. This was not good to her, so she remembered it. And Wu Yan wants to lock her up because of his own power. That's not good for Flandre-chan either. That's why she's against it. She's disgusted. Even if Flandre-chan doesn't care whether she has the power or not, she still doesn't like it. In other words, Flandre-chan is throwing a tantrum like a child. Even if her childish tantrum has already killed Wu Yan twice. Flandre-chan's wine-red eyes started to glow red again. She didn't even greet Wu Yan as she waved her hand. A wave of illusory bullets shot out from her hand. They were indescribably illusory as they flew towards Wu Yan. Forbidden starbow break, star arc break, is coming at him with a shout. Wu Yan's expression changed and he put away his thoughts. He didn't think he could just ignore this seemingly normal and illusory starbow break, star arc break. Wu Yan treated the air like it was flat ground. He tapped the ground with his feet and the iron sand wrapped around his limbs carried him away. He started to dodge the barrage of bullets that were even more frequent than the meltdown atomic bomb. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. No matter what, Flandrechan's bullet barrage covered a wide area. Wu Yan had no choice but to endure the barrage of attacks. He looked like he was in a bad shape. Meanwhile, Flandrechan had already unleashed another barrage of photon bombs. The barrage of comments covered the sky above Wu Yan. It felt like the end of the world. Wu Yan's figure looked so small and insignificant in comparison to the barrage of barrage. A moment of carelessness and the bullets were already in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan's figure was submerged in the barrage of bullets. He could vaguely see a flash of blue and white when he was submerged in the barrage of bullets. The explosion reverberated through the sky, accompanied by Flandrechan's excited screams. Flandrechan couldn't see what was happening in the center of the explosion due to the smoke and dust. Flandrechan pursed her lips as she looked at the center of the explosion. After a while, the explosion subsided but the smoke and dust still covered the area. Flandrechan was a little impatient. She twisted her body in dissatisfaction and shouted at the center of the smoke and dust. "Big brother! Come out!" Flandrechan got annoyed when no one answered her. She waved her hand and summoned a gust of wind from the side to blow at the dust cloud in the air. Flandrechan's eyes turned into crescents as she stared at the center of the explosion. She finally found the person she was looking for. However, when the figure appeared, Flandrechan's body froze. His head was lowered to his chest. His bangs covered his eyes, making it impossible for others to see his expression clearly. His chest heaved up and down, his nose and mouth twitched like a ventilator as he took in large mouthfuls of fresh air. Blood slowly dripped from his shoulder. There was supposed to be an arm there. Under Flandrechan's gaze, Wu Yan took another deep breath. He slowly raised his head and looked at Flandrechan with a pair of cold eyes. "Have you had enough fun?" Chapter 276. Are you done fooling around? The cold voice was like a gust of cold wind that blew through Flandrechan's restless heart. The sudden change in tone was completely different from the caring and comforting tone from before. Flandrechan was extremely uncomfortable with the sudden change in tone. Flandrechan's wine-red eyes met with Wu Yan's. When she saw Wu Yan's eyes, Flandrechan's body shuddered. The wine-red color that was supposed to be her own has turned into a golden color. At the same time, an indescribable pressure emanated from Wu Yan's injured body and enveloped Flandrechan's body. It's a weak pressure to Flandrechan, but it's enough to make her tremble. Her eyes that were originally filled with excitement and craziness are now filled with fear. Flandrechan's body is still in mid-air. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. She's trying to get away from that weak pressure that instills fear in her. Alas, it's a futile effort. A faint pressure latched onto Flandrechan's body like a parasite. No matter how many steps Flandrechan took back, the uncomfortable pressure still lingered around her body. Flandrechan's little heart started to thump uncontrollably. No matter how weak Wu Yan is, he's still a true primogenitor. A true primogenitor is the pinnacle of existence among vampires. Even though the pressure from a true primogenitor is weak, it's enough to make a vampire like Flandrechan fearful. That's because the pressure comes from his bloodline. Golden eyes, it's a sign that a true primogenitor is using his bloodline to its limit. Dying twice, being crippled once, and having mixed feelings about Flandrechan, Wu Yan's helplessness finally turned into a raging fire that exploded in his heart. Under the pressure of a true primogenitor and Wu Yan's cold tone, Flandrechan's fragile heart crumbled. You. Flandrechan stumbled and landed on the beach. She looked at Wu Yan, who's still floating in midair. Her eyes reddened and tears started to flow uncontrollably. "You. Big brother is a bad guy. You. Just like big sister. You. Flandre-chan placed her tiny hand on the corner of her eyes, causing large drops of tears to roll down her cheeks, soaking the dry sand. Flandre-chan wiped away her tears, causing them to roll down her cheeks in an aggrieved manner. Wu Yan's cold demeanor crumbled at the sight of Flandre-chan crying. What followed was a deep sense of helplessness. Wu Yan was a little angry that Flandre-chan killed him twice and had one of his arms blown off. But seeing Flandre-chan like this, he couldn't bear to blame her. In the end, Flandre-chan didn't do anything wrong. She was born with great strength. It wasn't something she wanted. It's already pitiful enough that her mind wasn't able to match her strength. What's more, Remilia had locked her up in the basement for so many years because of this. He made it clear that he wanted to seal Flandre-chan's great strength. Flandre-chan's childish nature made her think that he would treat her the same way as Remilia. It's understandable. Flandre-chan is just a child. Thinking about this, the anger in his heart died down. Wu Yan sighed and straightened his body. A ray of bloody light appeared where his arm was severed. Then, his arm healed back to its original state. In a flash, Wu Yan appeared in front of Flandre-chan. Wu Yan chuckled and shook his head at the sight of Flandre-chan crying. He reached out and gently picked her up. Flandre-chan didn't resist Wu Yan's actions. Maybe she didn't want to resist in the first place. Wu Yan easily lifted her up into his arms. Wu Yan patted Flandre-chan's back and he comforted her. All right, Flandre-chan, don't cry. Wah! Big brother is a bad guy. He's just like big sister and everyone else. He hates Flandre-chan and doesn't want to play with Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan only wants to play with big brother. Wah! Flandre-chan's pitiful cries almost broke Wu Yan's heart. Even if he didn't do anything wrong, Wu Yan can't help but call himself a bastard. To Wu Yan, making Flandre-chan cry is enough for him to call himself a bastard. Wu Yan patted Flandre-chan's back and sighed. Flandre-chan, you're wrong. I may not be a good person, but your big sister is definitely not a bad person. Everything she does is for your own good. You liar. You liar. Flandre-chan shook her head as if she's venting. Her tears didn't stop and her little mouth was screaming. Big sister is the worst. She doesn't want to play with Flandre-chan. She even locked Flandre-chan in her room. Flandre-chan is very obedient, but big sister doesn't want to play with Flandre-chan. Big sister hates Flandre-chan. Wah! Flandre-chan. Wu Yan tightened his arms around Flandre-chan. Your big sister locked Flandre-chan up because she didn't want Flandre-chan to cause trouble. Why would your big sister hate you? She likes you the most, Fran. Flandre-chan finally stopped crying when she heard that. Her tears are still flowing, but the amount has greatly decreased. She raised her head and looked at Wu Yan with her red eyes. But Flandre-chan is very obedient. She won't cause trouble. Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. If Flandre-chan was really obedient, she wouldn't have tortured him so much. But she's still a child. She still needs to be coaxed. Of course I know Flandre-chan is very obedient. But think about it. Wu Yan chose his words carefully before he consoled her. Every time your sister brings back a guest from outside, do you play with them until they break? Flandre-chan was startled. She seemed to be thinking about what Wu Yan said. Then, she nodded and said in a pitiful manner. But those people are too easy to break. Chapter 277. Flandre-chan's unstable mental state slowly calmed down under Wu Yan's comforting words. The blood-stained space slowly faded away as well. The sky once again regained its azure blue color. The earth also shed its monotonous blood color and was dyed with a myriad of colors. Life began to come alive. The ocean that was like a sea of blood also finally regained its original color. Flandre-chan's terrifying aura is gone as well. Heaven and earth have returned to its previous state of calmness. If it weren't for the fact that his clothes are in tatters and one of his sleeves is missing, a newcomer wouldn't be able to tell that such a horrifying scene took place in the bullet screen. Everything returned to normal and Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and bitterly smiled inside. This unexpected summon really messed him up quite a bit. Flandre-chan, who was afraid of Wu Yan's primogenitor aura, suddenly fell in love with Wu Yan's scent. She rubbed her cheeks a few times before looking up at Wu Yan. Big brother, will you play with Flandre-chan from now on? Wu Yan sighed sadly. This time, it's not because of Flandre-chan's words. It's because his clothes are covered in tears and snot from Flandre-chan's rubbing. However, when he saw the bright smile on Flandre-chan's face, Wu Yan felt that it was worth it even if his clothes were dirted 100 times or 1,000 times. After all, Flandre-chan's attack just now had destroyed most of his clothes already. Wu Yan pinched Flandre-chan's nose lovingly and said with a smile, "If you're a good girl, Big Brother will take you out to play right now." Really? Flandre-chan was ecstatic. She nodded repeatedly as if she was afraid that Wu Yan would change his mind. She grabbed onto Wu Yan's tattered clothes and stared at Wu Yan's face with her red eyes. Flandre-chan will listen to Big Brother. Then, Wu Yan handed the red sealing bracelet to Flandre-chan. He looked at Flandre-chan with a serious expression. "Put on this sealing hoop, okay?" Flandre-chan looked at the red bracelet in front of her. She liked it at first because of its exquisite appearance. Later on, she was afraid that Wu Yan would treat her like how he treated her sister, so she hated the pretty bracelet. Flandre-chan calmed down a bit after Wu Yan talked her out of it. She fell in love with the bracelet once again. A child's mind is just like a woman's face. It changes faster than flipping the pages of a book. Flandre-chan wiped away the remaining tears on her face and nodded seriously. She took the sealing bracelet from Wu Yan's hand and slowly put it on her wrist under Wu Yan's gaze. The red sealing bracelet wrapped itself around Flandre-chan's wrist. The sealing bracelet, which was bigger than Flandre-chan's fist, glowed red the moment it was wrapped around her wrist. Then, under the gaze of two pairs of red eyes, the sealing bracelet shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye until it's the size of Flandre-chan's wrist. At the same time, the red sealing bracelet on Flandre-chan's wrist and the white one on Wu Yan's wrist lit up at the same time. The light disappeared in a flash and the two bracelets returned to normal. When the light disappeared, Wu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the white sealing bracelet in his hand, a little confused and a little enlightened. An idea flashed through his mind. Wu Yan slowly raised the sealing bracelet in his hand. Seal! The white sealing bracelet on her wrist glowed brightly, and under Flandre-chan's curious gaze, the red sealing bracelet vibrated and a strange energy flowed into Flandre-chan's body. Flandre-chan could feel the sealing bracelet glowing in Wu Yan's hand. A cold current flowed out of the sealing bracelet and it started circulating inside her body. Following the circulation of the cold current in his body, the powerful energy that originally filled his body slowly calmed down. Under the guidance of the cold current, slowly, it sank into the depths of his body. Flandre-chan was stunned. Her red eyes flashed with surprise because the eyes that filled her vision all disappeared. Only when all the energy in his body had sunk into the depths of his body and all the eyes in his eyes had disappeared, did the cold current from the red sealing ring finally stop and sink into the depths of his body as well. The white sealing bracelet on Wu Yan's wrist dimmed until it disappeared. The moment the sealing bracelet in his hand dimmed, Flandre-chan's status in the system changed to Character: Flandre? Scarlet? Ability: None, sealed. Power: None, sealed. Endurance: None, sealed. Agility: None, sealed. Spirit: None, sealed. Equipment: None, sealed. Level: 0, sealed. Whether it was ability, strength, endurance, agility, or spirit, all of them had become none. Even his equipment column had become none. His level had gone from level 82 tier 9 to level 0. Her vampiric physique has also been sealed away. Aside from her incredible regenerative abilities, Flandre-chan is now an ordinary human. She's no longer a threat to him. The white sealing bracelet on Wu Yan's wrist now has a red border. This red border means Flandre-chan's power is sealed. From now on, as long as Wu Yan commands the bracelet to remove the seal, the red border will disappear and Flandre-chan will return to being a powerful rank 9 lowly. Whenever he wanted to, he could seal it and release it whenever he wanted. It was extremely convenient, especially for someone like Flandre-chan who couldn't control her own power. It couldn't be any more suitable. From the moment Wu Yan and Flandre-chan chose to wear the bracelets, they can never be taken off. They can never be destroyed. In other words, Flandre-chan's power is now in Wu Yan's hands. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. What a heaven-defying pair of bracelets. If a super strong person can wear the red sealing bracelet, then the person who has the white sealing bracelet, even if it's a normal person, would have a super strong fighter. Even if it's a normal human, they'll have no choice but to compromise, right? At least this way, he'll still have power. But that's almost impossible. The sealing bracelet's effect is heaven-defying and it's indestructible, but the conditions for it to take effect are equally heaven-defying. One must know the bracelet's effect and be willing to put it on. But who would be dumb enough to put on the bracelet after knowing the bracelet's effect? Only someone as young as Flandre-chan would put on the bracelet under Wu Yan's carrot and stick. That's why it's impossible. Wu Yan doesn't mind. If it wasn't for Flandre-chan's special situation, he wouldn't be interested in controlling someone else's power. Hugging Flandre-chan's small body, Wu Yan's heart is filled with joy. That way, he would be able to bring Flandre-chan home and have her get along with Hinajaku, Mikoto and the rest. Looking at Flandre-chan, who's feeling comfortable because of the disappearance of the eye, Wu Yan muttered in his heart. From today onwards, you're no longer alone. Chapter 278. Academy City, School District 7. On a certain street, a young man is walking down the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. Their eyes and faces are filled with amazement. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that the passers-by aren't looking at the young man, they're looking at the sweet and adorable little girl in his arms. When the female passers-by saw the little girl, their eyes immediately emitted the light of love and countless little stars. Some of the more unique women even directly coughed out blood from their noses and lay on the street, unable to get up again. Male passers-by passed by and cast their eyes on the little girl. Their eyes immediately emitted a wolf-like green light. And this group of people basically were a little older. As for the younger ones, their eyes would light up and they would embark on a path of no return called Lulacon. Of course, there are some who would look at the young man with the little girl in his arms. However, these gazes are filled with envy, jealousy, hatred, and bone-chilling coldness. The young man who has been baptized by these gazes countless times is already used to it. He's walking down the street with a calm expression. So what if these gazes are twice as hot? Fighting 5 trash, that's all. Young man, or should I say uncle, you're an uncle. Your whole family are uncles. Of course, it's Wu Yan and the little girl is undoubtedly Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck and let Wu Yan hug her. Flandre-chan looked at the dazzling array of shops and buildings on the street and gasped in surprise. In the fantasy village, even in the human world where humans lived, there were very few elements of modern society, living as if they were living in ancient times. Flandre-chan, who had never been to the human world even once, was naturally surprised to see the advanced technology of Academy City. Flandre-chan has never seen such interesting scenery before. Flandre-chan's wine-red eyes are filled with amazement and joy. She's like a little girl who's been allowed to play on the streets. She's having fun while laughing. Her bell-like laughter kept coming out of her mouth. It's like a cool breeze, cooling down the hot streets. This can be seen from the smiles on the faces of the passers-by on the street. However, it seems like Flandre-chan's charm isn't just to help people cool off. At least, there's a perverted uncle standing in front of Wu Yan and Flandre-chan. He's here for Flandre-chan. His nostrils are bulging and he's breathing hot air like a mad bull. A pair of loving eyes stared at Flandre-chan, who is in Wu Yan's arms. The perverted uncle crossed his arms and wriggled his body like a snake. He growled and growled. This is just... He's asking for a beating. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the wretched uncle took out a comb from his pocket and combed his hair. He pretended to be serious and coughed. However, his series of actions just now had already caused him to lose control of his body. Young man. The perverted uncle took a look at Flandre-chan. His eyes are glowing. He's just an ordinary person, but he's exuding a strong aura. He's shouting at Wu Yan. Please give that lowly, cough 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 cough, that little girl in your bosom to me to raise. I have 2 chain stores, 5 companies, and several tens of houses in Academy City. People who are commonly known as filthy rich refer to people like me. If you let me raise this little girl, I'll definitely be able to let her live a life of happiness. How about it? Are you tempted? Don't hesitate, just give her to me and I'll take care of her. In the beginning, he still sounded quite righteous when he ignored the words that lowly. However, towards the end, the vulgar uncle's face was already flushed red. His nostrils flared up again, and he was panting like a cow. It was simply disgusting. Wu Yan smirked at the sight of this perverted uncle who tried to stop him and even tried to raise Flandre-chan. Wu Yan smiled at the sight of this perverted uncle who tried to make Flandre-chan live the life of a Fu family. Although he said that he was smiling, there was a thick black aura behind his back. The wretched-looking uncle instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, a fist suddenly enlarged in his line of sight. Following that, it smashed his glasses and sent him flying into the sky like a cannonball with a scream. Then, it violently smashed into a person who was walking out from a corner not far away. The person was smashed to the ground, and the ingredients in his hands were scattered all over the ground. It was as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Oh, no. My special ingredient. I spent all my living expenses this month to buy it. The person didn't care about the blood on his head. Instead, he cared about his so-called special ingredient. It's like he's already used to getting injured. He reached out his hand towards the ingredients scattered all over the floor as if he's trying to keep something. The person looked up at the sky and screamed in pain. Why did someone fall from the sky? Why did it hit me? How unfortunate. Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he heard the familiar screams. He couldn't stay calm. This unlucky guy is a bit far away from me, but if I'm not mistaken, he's the hedgehog head. As for the passers-by around them, they all glanced at the hedgehog head and the wretched-looking uncle who dared to make a move on the little lowly. They all unanimously chose to ignore them. Wu Yan even saw one of the people who wanted to look for him after seeing him injure someone. After understanding what happened, that person ran towards the bruised and swollen uncle and handcuffed him. I'm a disciplinary committee member. I'm arresting you for molesting an underage girl. If you have anything to say, you better keep it to yourself. Your words will determine the severity of your punishment. The person who called himself a disciplinary committee member gave him a thumbs up. It's like he's saying, that was a good punch. His words shouldn't be used as evidence in court but to determine the severity of his punishment? Is this a direct sentence? Although the decision of the wretched uncle who dared to make a move on Flandre-chan was definitely a wise one, why do I feel like I should change my view of Academy City? Speechless, he watched the perverted uncle being dragged away. Yes, he's being dragged away. Wu Yan's heart is throbbing. If his heart wasn't strong enough as a primogenitor, he would have died from a heart attack by now. Flandre-chan giggled as she watched everything unfold. Maybe she knew she was the cause of all this, but she happily told Wu Yan. Onii-chan, I am the one who did this. Those people are so interesting, they're so fun. Wu Yan retracted his awkward expression and he rubbed Flandre-chan's head. He smiled at Flandre-chan. Yeah, are you happy, Flandre-chan? Yes, I am. Flandre-chan said without hesitation. She even cheered excitedly at Wu Yan. Flandre-chan is so happy. There are so many weird houses here. It's so fun. Flandre-chan glanced at the passers-by and after killing a bunch of them with her cuteness, she turned to Wu Yan with a strange look in her eyes. Also, there are so many people here. Wu Yan was surprised. So many people? Flandre-chan nodded vigorously and said in a low voice. Flandre-chan has never seen so many people before. Other than those who came to play with Flandre-chan, Big Sister, Zui Yi, Mei Ling, Patrice, and a person in black and white, I've never seen anyone else. Wu Yan sighed and pinched Flandre-chan's cheeks. Flandre-chan yelped in pain and said with a smile. Then, Onii-chan will bring you around today to see more people. Okay? Flandre-chan's eyes lit up and she cheered happily. Okay. Yeah. Long live Onii-chan. Chapter 279. Big bro, what's that? That's cotton candy. What about that one? That's a lollipop. What about that one over there? That's a bubble gum. What about that one? That's chewing gum. Wait, you can eat it but don't swallow it. Spit it out. Wu Yan almost died from exhaustion when he finally got the gum out of Flandre-chan's mouth. Wu Yan has to admit that he underestimated the curiosity of a naughty brat. Especially a naughty brat who spends all her time cooped up in her room. It hasn't been long since Flandre-chan asked Wu Yan a question of, what is 100,000? After answering the question, Wu Yan felt his breathing quicken. Looking at Flandre-chan who's happily licking her lollipop, Wu Yan asked weakly. Flandre-chan, you don't know what these are? I don't know. Flandre-chan didn't even turn her head as she focused on the lollipop in her hand. Wu Yan felt dejected. A lollipop is more important than him. You've never eaten anything before? Then what do you usually eat at home? Wu Yan continued to walk while holding Flandre-chan's small body under the stares of the passers-by. He turned his head to look at Flandre-chan curiously. Flandre-chan tapped her chin, as if she's trying to recall something. After a while she answered truthfully. I made a cake and black tea at night. Wu Yan was surprised. He looked at Flandre-chan who's still licking her lollipop. That's it? That's right. Flandre-chan giggled at Wu Yan. Wu Yan blushed with shame when he heard what she said. Big Sis said the cake is dessert and can be eaten after meals. The black tea is a meal and Flandre-chan only needs to drink that. Oh yeah, the taste of the black tea is the same as that of those who were ruined by Flandre-chan. Eyebrows twitching, Wu Yan laughed dryly and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He almost forgot that Flandre-chan is a vampire. The black tea should be the same as the one Remilia drank, right? Type of blood or something. Flandre-chan didn't know that her words made Wu Yan sweat. She was still talking as if she wanted to say all the things she couldn't say while being locked up in the basement. Although the black tea and cake made by Zhuai Yi are delicious, Fran thinks that this thing called lollipop is even more delicious. This place is really fun. It's smaller than the Red Devil Mansion, but there are more interesting things here. It's even more fun than the bullet screen. Fran likes it here. Smaller than Devil Red? This was a huge street. Just how big was this Red Devil Hall? Looks like the head maid is really something. She can use her ability to make Scarlet Devil Mansion so big. Wu Yan kept the smile on his face. It's just that it's a little distorted. Stroking Flandre-chan's light yellow hair, Wu Yan laughed dryly. Well, as long as you like it. Flandre-chan nodded with a smile and started playing with the lollipop in her hand. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Lollipops are really the best thing to use against Lolis. If he knew this would happen, he would have prepared a dozen lollipops before summoning Flandre-chan. That way, he wouldn't have been played so badly. Wu Yan forgot that summoning Flandre-chan was just an accident. Wu Yan's original intention was to summon the head maid. It's just that he's already forgotten about the head maid title. Even though the head maid is very loving, but compared to the cute loli that he can hug any time he wants, how can the head maid give him such benefits? I'm afraid I'll be shot to death by the flying dagger. Flandre-chan, who doesn't know that she's fallen into the wolf's mouth, kept nodding her head at the lollipop in her hand. Her eyes were full of joy. After living for 495 years, her real age is almost 30 times that of Wu Yan, the person she calls her brother. However, her memories are even more lacking than a 5-year-old child. At least a 5-year-old child can still go out, buy candy, play games, and make friends. Flandre-chan, on the other hand, only has memories of her sister Remilia, her sister's friend Patchouli, the maid 16 Nights, the guard Hong Miling, and Black White who came to steal things from time to time. The only thing left in her mind is the lonely memory in the basement. That's why Flandre-chan was so happy when she was summoned by Wu Yan and received the memories from the system. She knew that she had left the Red Devil Mansion and even her original world. The people, things and things she saw while walking around Academy City with Wu Yan are countless times more than the things she has seen in her entire life. To Flandre-chan, these few short hours of memories are more than her 495 years of memories. Therefore, Flandre-chan crazily took in all the images in her eyes. Ever since she put on the sealing bracelet, her smile never faltered. Today is undoubtedly a very important day for Flandre-chan. She got to know about lollipops, cotton candy, and all sorts of other things. More importantly, she got to know the man who has always held her in his arms and brought everything to her, Wu Yan. Flandre-chan raised her head and sneaked a peek at Wu Yan. Her wine-red eyes stared at Wu Yan's face. She wants to carve Wu Yan's face into the deepest part of her mind. Flandre-chan, who only has her sister and 5 other people, believes that everything Wu Yan has done is enough to engrave himself into the hearts of the few people who still live in Flandrachan's heart. Flandrachan suddenly felt that if she had really broken her brother before, would she still be able to get so many fun things in such a fun place? The answer is no, of course not. Flandrachan felt a shiver down her spine when she thought of this. She grabbed Wu Yan's shirt with her tiny arms and buried her face in it. She's afraid of him. This is the first time in her 495 years of life that Flandrachan is thinking about the cause and effect of something. If Wu Yan knew about this, he would definitely be overjoyed. In the past, Flandrachan would only allow her limited rationality to be dominated by great power. She would follow her heart's desire to find someone to play with, trampling on lives and spilling blood all over her life. Because of her incomplete mind, Flandrachan had never thought about anything seriously. But now, she was thinking about it seriously. What does this mean? This means that Flandrachan's flawed mind is slowly being normalized. His mind at a young age was also gradually maturing. But this was to be expected. Originally, Flandrachan's mental state was unstable because she didn't have the mental state to match her strength. Now that her strength was sealed, the reason for her unstable mental state was also removed. Flandrachan's mental state became normal, and that was to be expected. But when her power is unsealed, will she be as normal as she is now? Feeling someone tugging at his shirt, Wu Yan looked down at Flandrachan and tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? Flandrachan shook her head and buried her head in Wu Yan's chest. Big brother, can you always play with Flandrachan from now on? Wu Yan felt a bit weird but he nodded anyway. As long as Flandrachan doesn't play her bullet screen games, Wu Yan wouldn't be willing to part with her. Although it's only been a few hours, Wu Yan has to admit that he's already taken a liking to this naive, romantic, and cute little girl. He tightened his arms as if he was trying to fuse Flandrachan into his body. Wu Yan said in a soft yet firm tone. Big brother will always be with Flandrachan. Always. Yes, always. Chapter 280. With Flandrachan in his arms, Wu Yan stood in front of his own house, staring at the door. He kept sighing as he couldn't lift one of his legs to take a step forward. A lot has happened in the span of one day, but that doesn't mean Wu Yan has forgotten about today's events. With the perfect memory ability, it's hard to forget something like this. If I'm not mistaken, Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria should be going out today. Also, I have to ask. They asked me to clean my house. If I'm not mistaken, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku should be wearing maid outfits and helping me clean my house. If I'm not mistaken, the house I was planning to clean today was probably, turned into a wasteland by Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. If I'm not mistaken, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria shouldn't have gone out until late at night, right? And if I'm not mistaken, Kinuhata Sai and Frenda, those two cute girls, are probably still hating me. In other words, they shouldn't be cleaning up after me. In other words, Chuju and Mikoto are already looking at the rubble of the living room. It's his own house, but Wu Yan stood in front of the door for 15 minutes without opening it. It's like he went out to pick up girls and came back late at night, afraid that his wife will teach him a lesson. Other than the aforementioned reasons, the situation is more or less the same. He didn't go out to pick up girls, but he did bring back a loli. It might not be late at night yet, but the sky has been dark for who knows how long. Flandrachan looked at the house in front of her curiously. She looked at Wu Yan with a curious expression. Even after playing for an entire day, this loli who had her powers sealed didn't look tired at all. Seeing Wu Yan staring at the door in a daze, Flandrachan pulled on Wu Yan's sleeve. Oni-chan, what's wrong? Do you hate that door? Do you want Flandrachan to break it for you? Flandrachan paused for a moment and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Flandrachan forgot. Flandrachan can't break things anymore. Flandrachan's words successfully pulled Wu Yan back to reality. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and rubbed Flandrachan's head. Oni-chan doesn't hate that door. This is Oni-chan's home. Why would Oni-chan hate it? Home. Flandrachan nodded and frowned. Big brother, you're talking about home? Are you going to bring Flandrachan home? That's right. That's right. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He checked Flandrachan's expression to make sure she didn't see anything wrong with it. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Technically, that's what I meant, but why do I feel like I have committed a crime? Why are you like this? Flandre-chan heard Wu Yan's words, but she didn't understand them. However, she understood that Wu Yan was going to bring her home. Flandre-chan pouted in dissatisfaction. Flandre-chan can still play. Why do we have to go home? This time, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Even his veins twitched. Looking at Flandre-chan, who's still in a daze, Wu Yan wanted to flip the table. Play. If this goes on, it'll be late into the night. Oniitan, let's not go home, okay? Let's take Flandre-chan out to play. Flandre-chan looked at Wu Yan with teary eyes. She even grabbed Wu Yan's shirt. Wu Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood from her cuteness. His heart shuddered violently. Wu Yan wants to go home, but Flandre-chan doesn't. This is her first time coming into contact with the outside world and learning about all the interesting things out there. Flandre-chan, who has lived in a basement for half her life, knows that home is a scary thing. After all, going home meant that she couldn't play anymore. Therefore, Flandre-chan decided to act cute. Although she didn't know what acting cute was, after a day of interaction, Flandre-chan knew that when she put on this expression, her big brother would accept any request from her, no matter what it was. Flandre-chan has grasped Wu Yan's weakness very well. Just look at Wu Yan's wavering face and you can tell. But if they don't go home now, this might be the last time he can go out with Flandre-chan. Worried that his stance will be shaken, Wu Yan punched himself in the heart. Wu Yan's voice was shaking. He smiled awkwardly and braced himself against Flandre-chan's cheat-like expression. Flandre-chan, it's dark now and all the fun things have gone home. Flandre-chan is such a good girl, it's time for you to go home. It's dark, we have to go home? Flandre-chan looked up at Wu Yan in confusion and asked, but why did sis say that we should go out when it's dark? Wu Yan broke out in cold sweat and scolded himself for being such an idiot. He has perfect memory, so why did he keep forgetting the identity of the little lowly in his arms? Isn't night the time for vampires to go out? I'm really... Wu Yan forced a chuckle, but there was an unspeakable guilt in it. He had to do it to make himself look good. Now that he did it, he realized how stupid he was. His house's soundproofing isn't that good. The door in front of him opened with a loud bang. The scene inside the house was imprinted into Wu Yan and Flandre-chan's eyes. Flandre-chan was stunned and Wu Yan was sweating profusely. The two door gods in his house. No, the two wives in his house are standing side by side. One on the left and one on the right. Their brown eyes and yellow-green eyes were looking at Wu Yan at the same time. There was a smile in their eyes that made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. But when the two pairs of eyes saw Flandre-chan in Wu Yan's arms, who was looking at them curiously, they were stunned and didn't say anything. Their silence made Wu Yan sweat even more. It almost dripped onto Flandre-chan's face. Just like that, the house fell silent. Until... Master. Ikaros and Astria came out from inside, and when they saw Wu Yan, their faces lit up and they called out in unison. Ikaros called out in a soft and gentle manner while Astria called out in a cheerful and energetic manner. Ikaros stopped after she called out. She turned her indigo eyes to Wu Yan and Flandre-chan in his arms. There was an inexplicable fluctuation in her eyes. At this time, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Astria, who was also staring at Flandre-chan, finally reacted. Their eyes lit up and they shouted in unison. So cute! The sudden shout startled Wu Yan and Flandre-chan. Before they could react, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Astria appeared in front of them. They looked at Flandre-chan in their arms and they started shouting excitedly. So cute! So cute! This child. Hey, what's your name? My name is Astria. Can I hug you for a bit? Just for a bit. Looking at the three creatures with red hearts in their eyes, Wu Yan's cold sweat started pouring down like a waterfall. Flandre-chan stared blankly at Chuju, Mikoto, and Astria, who kept calling out to her. She panicked and tried to grab Chuju and the others. Flandre-chan forgot that her powers were sealed. She stared at her hands blankly before she buried her head into Wu Yan's chest. Chuju, Mikoto, and Astria finally stopped. They looked at Wu Yan, who was laughing awkwardly with a dangerous glint in their eyes. Ikaros saw Flandre-chan hiding in Wu Yan's arms. She looked at Wu Yan's hands that were holding Flandre-chan tightly. She clutched her own chest. I wish I could be like her. Chapter 281. Nighttime. Smoothing out Flandrachon's bangs, Wu Yan looked at Flandrachon, who was fast asleep with her thumb in her mouth and her other hand clutching onto his shirt. He couldn't help but grin at the sight of her sweet and adorable sleeping posture. But that smile quickly turned into a bitter smile. For Flandrachon's sake, Wu Yan spent a lot of time explaining the whole story to Chuju and Mikoto. Perhaps it's because Flandrachon is a child, and a child that Hinajuku and Mikoto love so much. The two girls who are usually jealous of him didn't turn on him for bringing a girl home. Of course, Ikaros played a big part in this as well. Since who knows when, Ikaros has developed a housework ability that's not inferior to a housewife's. While Wu Yan was playing with Flandrachon in Academy City, Ikaros managed to tidy up the ruined living room to the point where it looked like it was brand new. Wu Yan was flabbergasted by this. If it wasn't for the fact that Ikaros didn't have a time ability in her character status, Wu Yan would have thought she's going to become the next head maid. It's also because Ikaros tidied up the living room that Wu Yan managed to escape. If it wasn't for her tidying up the living room, the two girls probably wouldn't want to sleep with him again tonight. No, they don't want to sleep with him anymore. As for the reason, it's because of Flandrachon, who's sleeping in his arms and clutching his clothes tightly. Maybe it's because it's her first time in this world, or maybe it's because her powers are sealed. Flandrachon lost her sense of security and started making a fuss, refusing to sleep alone in a room. Wu Yan can still remember how happy Chuju, Mikoto, and Astria were when they heard the news. They looked at Flandrachon expectantly. The word, sleep with, was almost written all over their faces. But when Flandrachon announced loudly that she wants to sleep with Oni-chan, the three girls' happy and expectant faces collapsed at the same time, replaced by deep resentment and hatred. Of course that's for Wu Yan. Thus, under the cold snorts of Chuju and Mikoto and the sound of the door slamming shut, Wu Yan has decided to sleep with Flandrachon tonight. Personally, Wu Yan has mixed feelings about this. He's happy because Flandrachon got close to him and even slept with him. That's a worry. As expected, it's because he didn't get to play the Papa game tonight. Sighing helplessly, a certain creature whose mind was filled with nothing but Papa glanced at Flandrachon beside him. When he saw her cute sleeping posture, his heart skipped a beat and he quickly chanted, Ba. Gently pulling Flandrachon's hand away from his body, he removed Flandrachon's thumb from her mouth and tucked her in. After covering her with the blanket, Wu Yan straightened his body. He picked up Flandrachon's beret hat that fell off her head and hung it on the edge of the bed. Wu Yan looked at Flandrachon again. He couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Yan pinched Flandrachon's nose and whispered, "How can you be so cute?" Flandrachon seemed to have sensed someone teasing her in her sleep. She wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction and turned her body to the side with a smile on her face. Her sleeping posture is even cuter than before. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat and he smiled bitterly. No, cute can't even begin to describe her. Flandrachon, you're breaking the rules. Right after he said that, Wu Yan heard someone knocking on his door. Glancing at the door in confusion, Wu Yan got off the bed. Who is it in the middle of the night? Afraid of waking Flandrachon up, Wu Yan opened his door softly. When he saw the scene outside, Wu Yan froze for a moment before covering his nose out of reflex. His face was filled with astonishment. Master! The one standing outside Wu Yan's door is Ikaros. Of course, if it was just Ikaros, Wu Yan wouldn't have reacted this way. But now that Ikaros is Ikaros maid, he has no choice but to react this way. A set of pure white maid attire wrapped around Ikaros's tall and voluptuous body. The upper part of her chest was wide open, barely covering half of Ikaros's asterisk. The bottom part was a skirt that barely covered her underwear. Ikaros blushed as she stood in front of Wu Yan. Her hands clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. Her tall and slender body was bashfully pinching the hem of her skirt. Coupled with her oversized maid outfit, she's bashful. Oh my god. That was the only word left in Wu Yan's mind. Is this still Ikaros? That was the second thought that came to Wu Yan's mind. Ikaros? Wu Yan's heart was trembling violently. If he thought that Flandrachon's sleeping posture was against the rules, then Ikaros' shyness is against the rules. Suppressing the urge to turn into a werewolf, Wu Yan gulped and stammered. Ikaros, why are you dressed like this? Hearing that, Ikaros lowered her head bashfully, causing the fire of lust that he tried so hard to suppress to rise by a few notches. Ikaros didn't notice it. She continued bashfully twisting her body and said in a small voice. This is the city's internet. It's saying that men like girls to dress like this. Wu Yan's heart was in tears. Oh my pure Ikaros, why did you go online to read these things? Although it doesn't look bad. Master. Ikaros couldn't help but raise her head when Wu Yan didn't say anything. Seeing Wu Yan's blank face, she started feeling a bit uneasy and she nervously asked. Master. You don't like it? Her shy expression turned into a worried one. Paired with those pitiful indigo eyes and the pure white maid outfit, Wu Yan's heart started to throb again. Rubbing his itchy nose, Wu Yan smiled sheepishly. Not really, I guess it's the other way around. Ikaros's face lit up, she asked softly. Then, Master, do you like it? I do like it. Wu Yan hesitantly continued. But, Ikaros, why are you so proactive today? Stunned, Ikaros couldn't help but lower her head and whisper, Because Master. Ikaros didn't finish her sentence for some reason, but her eyes were glued to Wu Yan's naked Flandrachan. Wu Yan didn't know why, but he could guess that Ikaros was a little envious of his interaction with Flandrachan. Wu Yan shook his head with a chuckle. Glancing at the sleeping Flandrachan, he turned to Ikaros with a burning gaze. Exiting the room, Wu Yan closed the door behind him. Ikaros was stunned by his actions and he chuckled. Her hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Ikaros's shoulder. She pulled the maid outfit that was barely hanging on her shoulder to the side and pulled it down. Ah! Ikaros gasped in surprise. A pair of naked bunnies jumped out and bounced a couple of times. This made Wu Yan's heart burn even hotter. Pressing Ikaros against the wall, Wu Yan reached under her skirt and pulled down her panties. Master! Ikaros blushed as she called out to him. Wu Yan quickly cut her off. Keep it down! Before Ikaros could react, Wu Yan forcefully penetrated her, turning her words into moans of agony. Chapter 282. Academy City School District 7, Tokiwadai Dormitory. As we all know, Tokiwadai dormitories are double rooms. Two people live in one room. Just like Mikoto and Kuriko, they used to live in the same room. As for now, Mikoto is living in Wu Yan's house. Because of this fact, Kuriko suffered a heavy blow. Every day, she's muddle-headed and crazy, shouting, Wani-sama won't give up on Kuriko, or, Wani-sama will come back one day, using these as reasons to defend her right to use the other half of the dormitory. But even so, under the efforts of the great dormitory supervisor, Kuriko's dormitory room is occupied by another person. This rule, even the LV5 Mikoto didn't have this privilege. You can imagine how great the dormitory supervisor is. But in this strict, Tokiwadai dormitory room, there's one room that's an exception. Only one person lives in it. This room is naturally our Jusama, Shokuhu Misaki's room. Even if she doesn't have this privilege, with Shokuhu Misaki's ability to control people's hearts, it's easy for her to make her own room hers. At this time, in the bathroom of Shokuhu Misaki's dormitory, Jusama is slowly taking off her Tokiwadai uniform, exposing her voluptuous body to the air. It's obvious she's planning to take a bath. She gently pulled down the white stockings on her thighs. If the scene of her bending down to take off her stockings was seen by those men who have a crush on Shokuhu Misaki, they'll definitely have a nosebleed and never be able to get up again. Shokuhu Misaki casually threw her clothes into a nearby basket, lightly caressed her body, with a confident smile on her face, she walked inside. Hot water dripped down from above, sprinkling on Shokuhu Misaki's voluptuous body. The water droplets hit her soft white skin, creating a splash, following the curves of Shokuhu Misaki's body, creating a beautiful arc. She lightly stretched her thighs. This free and easy movement is extremely seductive. Even compared to those super idols, it's even better, not to mention those voluptuous breasts. If Wu Yan was here, he would definitely say that it was a foul. Shokuhu Misaki shook her golden hair to get rid of the water droplets on it. She turned off the shower head, sat down in the bathtub, and closed her eyes in satisfaction, enjoying her favorite time in the bath. After a long time, Shokuhu Misaki opened her eyes and gently stroked her pair of plump breasts. Even if she only used a strength that couldn't even kill a mosquito, Shokuhu Misaki still felt a strange sensation, causing her pretty face to turn red. Sighing, Shokuhu Misaki couldn't understand. It's not like she's never seen breasts bigger than hers, but why is she so sensitive in this area? Because of this, Even Shokuhu Misaki herself rarely touches her breasts. Lying in the bathtub, Shokuhu Misaki unconsciously recalled that day when she went on a date with that despicable bastard. Her most sensitive area was caressed by him. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. Shokuhu Misaki fiercely slapped the surface of the water. As if venting something, she angrily said. That despicable bastard, after taking advantage of me, he didn't even contact me once. What a scum! After venting her anger, Shokuhu Misaki lay back in the bathtub and sighed. That guy, what is he doing now? After saying that softly, Shokuhu Misaki said in an annoyed tone. Probably being all lovey-dovey with that Misaka Mikoto. I really don't understand. What's so good about that pasty middle schooler? After saying that, Shokuhu Misaki's starry eyes glanced at her voluptuous breasts. She lamented to herself again. I really don't know who will benefit from this. Why don't you benefit me? The sudden teasing caused Shokuhu Misaki to lose her composure. She reflexively buried her body in the hot water. Shokuhu Misaki immediately looked towards the source of the voice. Who is it? You were just thinking about me. Now you're asking me who I am? After hearing the voice again, Shokuhu Misaki finally recognized the owner of this familiar voice. Her eyes flashed with a strange light. Then, she saw a figure standing in front of her bathroom door. Short black hair casually covered his forehead. A pair of wine-red eyes filled with an inexplicable charm. It made that ordinary face look even more handsome. At this moment, those eyes were filled with a smile, looking at her in the bathtub. He didn't even try to hide the fact that she was naked. He was openly admiring her body. It's you. Shokuhu Misaki didn't know what kind of emotion she was feeling when she said this. There was joy at seeing the other party, anger at the other party openly admiring her naked body, and also resentment at the other party for not contacting her for a long time. All in all, it's complicated to the extreme. In the end, it's the reserved nature of a woman that won over the other emotions in Shokuhu Misaki's heart. Shokuhu Misaki's face was bright red. She was angry and shy. She shouted at the other party. What are you waiting for? Get out. Wu Yen turned his head away in disdain. Tisk. What, you just said that I didn't come looking for you. Now that I'm here you want me to leave? Hearing this, Shokuhu Misaki's embarrassment turned into anger. Then can you please pick a good time? Wu Yen snickered as he sized up Shokuhu Misaki's jade-like body. He teased her. Isn't this a good time? I'm glad I picked a good time. You. Shokuhu Misaki didn't know what kind of expression she should use to face this shameless guy. She only knew that her expression right now must be very interesting. This made Shokuhu Misaki scold herself for being such a disappointment. As the queen of Tokiwadai, a queen who should be confident and free at all times, Shokuhu Misaki was very dissatisfied with herself for being so easily swayed in front of Wu Yen. Perhaps sensing Shokuhu Misaki's dissatisfaction, Wu Yen helplessly shrugged. Well, queen, don't mind it so much. You've already touched it. Looking at it won't hurt. Shokuhu Misaki sighed and buried her body into the water, trying her best to find some sense of security. Wu Yan's words made her even more amusing. Finally, Shokuhu Misaki had no choice but to sigh and bury herself in the water to give herself a sense of security. Even if she thought of herself as a free and easy queen, Shokuhu Misaki still couldn't ignore the fact that her body was exposed to the eyes of a stranger. But, isn't this the most adorable part of her? Her starry eyes met with Wu Yan's pair of wine-red eyes. For some reason, Shokuhu Misaki felt an unusual fondness for his eyes. Every time, Shokuhu Misaki would want to look at those eyes. It made her feel very comfortable. But after a while, Shokuhu Misaki shifted her gaze and said to Wu Yen in a bad mood, You came here at such a good time, what's the matter? Wu Yen replied in a righteous manner. Of course I am here to see Jusama. Hearing this, Shokuhu Misaki's starry eyes stared straight at Wu Yan's righteous face. She didn't say anything, she just stared at him. Following the silence, Wu Yan's righteous face became more and more shaky. Under the queen's starry gaze, Wu Yen quickly retreated. Fine, I do have something to talk to you about. Shokuhu Misaki coldly humphed and turned her head away. She knew he wouldn't come here without a reason. Wu Yen laughed dryly. What's the matter, say it. Scratching his cheek, Wu Yen kept staring at Shokuhu Misaki's smooth body. Well, let's not be in a hurry, let's talk about the topic of Who should benefit first? Chapter 283. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuhu Misaki blushed. She realized that he might have heard everything she said. You heard everything? Shokuhu Misaki pursed her lips. Her starry eyes reddened as she looked at Wu Yan. That's how shy she is. After all, if the other party had heard her words, it meant that her girlish complaints had also been heard by him. This is enough to make Shokuhu Kosama feel embarrassed. Wu Yan put on a smile that isn't a smile on his face, indirectly telling Jusama that he didn't hear her mumbling in the bathroom. Shokuhu Misaki's face turned a deep shade of crimson red. Shokuhu Misaki could only lower her head, lower and lower until it reached her full breasts. Only then did she stop. She was just short of drowning herself in the water and suffocating herself to death. Seeing Kosama acting like a little girl, Wu Yan rubbed his forehead with one hand and made a cute expression. His laughter, however, is a bit strange. It's obvious that he's teasing her. Shokuhu Misaki really wanted to use mind control on him and make him run around naked to relieve her embarrassment. Alas, this beautiful wish of hers was turned into a fantasy because of Wu Yan's electromancer ability. Realizing that Kosama might go berserk if he continues to tease her, Wu Yan stopped before going too far. Keeping his teasing expression, he coughed and walked towards Shokuhu Misaki. Shokuhu Misaki was stunned for a moment before panicking. Don't forget, she's naked right now. A bad feeling rose in her heart. Shokuhu Misaki shrunk back into the bathtub. Unfortunately, the bathtub in the Tokiwadai dormitory isn't big enough for her to retreat. Soon, Shokuhu Misaki realized that she has nowhere to run. You! What are you doing? Shokuhu Misaki pretended to be calm as she looked at Wu Yan. Her starry eyes couldn't hide the panic in her heart. Wu Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Shokuhu Misaki wanted to warn him, but she was afraid of attracting the attention of the other ladies in the Tokiwadai dormitory. She could only watch as Wu Yan walked towards her, her body curled into a ball. Seeing this, Wu Yan snickered and teased. What's the matter, Kosama? Are you afraid? Who? Who's afraid? Shokuhu Misaki wanted to be like before, puff out her chest confidently and speak her mind confidently. Unfortunately, she knew that doing so would only benefit a certain despicable bastard, so she gave up on that thought. However, Shokuhu Misaki, who has always been the strong one, is obviously at a disadvantage because of this. While Wu Yan's jaw dropped, he also noted down Shokuhu Misaki's weakness. After all, Kosama is also an important target of her third mission. And now, it's an even more important opportunity. Realizing this, Wu Yan's heart was suddenly on fire. Even his eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. Shokuhu Misaki's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Hey, Kosama! Finally, Wu Yan came in front of Shokuhu Misaki. Looking at her dodgy eyes and her seductive body in the bathtub, he chuckled. Just now, you mentioned that you wanted to give them to someone. Can you talk to me about that? Talk your ass. Shokuhu Misaki couldn't help but curse. She couldn't understand how this person could be so shameless. He has a pair of beautiful eyes. What made Shokuhu Misaki even more confused was, even though the other party was so shameless that she wanted to skin him alive, why couldn't she hate him? This is a problem that needs time to be solved. Of course, this is a topic for later. Right now, the most important thing is... Shokuhu Misaki's face was filled with embarrassment and fear. Wu Yan whispered into her ear. Kosama, why don't you give them to me? You! Shokuhu Misaki glared fiercely at him, but her eyes met with a pair of fiery eyes. She panicked again and hurriedly avoided eye contact. Shokuhu Misaki underestimated the intensity of the fire in Wu Yan's eyes. Even when she averted her gaze, she could still feel his gaze caressing her face, her breasts, her entire body. It's like a fiery hand caressing her face, caressing her breasts, caressing her entire body. And so, Shokuhu Misaki decisively handed over the first time in her life. I'll go out first. Realizing that if this goes on, something unimaginable will happen. Shokuhu Misaki steeled her heart and stood up. Thinking that being looked at once is better than being looked at many times, Shokuhu Misaki stood up from the bathtub, lifted her feet and prepared to run out of the door. However, no matter how fast Shokuhu Misaki is, can she be faster than Wu Yan? The answer, of course, is no. Wu Yan isn't surprised by Shokuhu Misaki's escape. If Jusama stayed in the bathtub and curled up like a ball, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to do anything to her. But, now, Shokuhu Misaki flashed by his side. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed as if he could see through his opponent's silhouette. He saw through her weakness and saw through her plans. With quick reflexes, he used Dragon Catcher Hand. Thus, in the next second, Wu Yan grabbed a pair of plump breasts, one in each hand, and he grabbed one in each hand. Shokuhu Misaki, who thought she could escape with her life, looked at the bathroom door in front of her with a happy expression. But in the next second, her happy expression turned into a heavy moan. The reason, of course, is the pair of hands that grabbed her from behind. Shokuhu Misaki's chest is her most sensitive area. Even a light touch on her chest would make her feel something. Wu Yan's action of grabbing her chest is even more absurd. Shokuhu Misaki's strength was completely drained the moment the hands grabbed her. She didn't even have the strength to stand up. She fell backwards onto a broad chest. No, let go! Shokuhu Misaki pressed her palms against the hands on her chest, trying to pull them away. But it was already the last of her strength. Shokuhu Misaki gasped for breath. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Wu Yan once again grasped her weakness. Shokuhu Misaki could already see her ending. However, all her thoughts vanished under the pressure of Wu Yan's hands. Her sensitive spots were grasped by Wu Yan. The thing called rationality in Shokuhu Misaki's mind became a luxury item. His hands moved nimbly, followed by a loud moan from Shokuhu Misaki. Shokuhu Misaki's hands that were pressed against her own started moving along with her own. It looked like Shokuhu Misaki was using her own hands to move Wu Yan's hands. Don't. Shokuhu Misaki had no choice but to use her last shred of rationality to say those words. But, even if the meaning was obvious in this situation, it would only turn into seasoning for the ripples. Under Wu Yan's actions, Shokuhu Misaki finally lost her last bit of rationality. She closed her eyes and turned the pleasure of her body into the most direct sound, forming a beautiful melody. In the bathroom, she played a solo for the man behind her. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.